Welcome to the behind the scenes of the time travel film. This pre-production segment involved where I came up with the idea for the film and all the different concepts shown in the film for accomplishing time travel. The post-production will involve the shooting and editing process and everything like that too. This is a raw discussion, so I also allow myself to go on rambles whenever I feel like it. So enjoy the pre-production behind the scenes of the film. As of right now, I'm actually working on a really cool short film, and I kind of want to talk about that a little bit in my current thought processes right now, because it seems like it's all my mind can think about when I'm thinking and talking about stuff. And since I do go with the flow in these recordings and vocal vlogs, I think I will talk about that film that I'm working on. It may already be out by the time you listen to this. In fact, there's a pretty good chance it will be. So this does relate to what we've been talking about, because I'm kind of talking about making videos, this trap that I've essentially fallen into, and sort of what I'm doing about it. But it does more relate to videos I make, because I think this one's going to be a real blockbuster, as it were. You could consider this a blockbuster film. So right now I'm currently making a film about time travel, and it might be on my main channel at this point. I'm planning on releasing it on the main channel. I haven't even started recording it yet, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and I want to kind of talk about my thought processes with making a video, because right now it's fresh, and I think this is a good place to get that down, and I'm going to document that anywhere. So this is where I'm going to document that. I'm going to Studio A, by the way, so we'll have a fair bit of time to talk about this. But yeah, I'm going to talk about that time travel film. So first of all, the goal with this video is primarily to... so basically, yeah, I kind of want to go over my process of this and why I'm doing it, everything like that. But basically, I watched Back to the Future a couple months ago, and I really enjoyed that film. I thought it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And as a result, I just felt like I wanted to make my own spin off of that, because that idea of, well, primarily trying not to run into a clone. So if we time travel, obviously we have a chance of, well, I wonder if I should define some things first of all. So, I mean, time travel, for some people it is a little bit complicated to understand, but it's the idea of going to a different point in time. So technically we're time traveling right now, whether you realize it or not, because I started this recording in the past. It's been going on for minutes up to the present now, where we are right now. And we're time traveling because time is moving forward, right? We could say it's moving forward a second at a time. I mean, it's a little bit more, I guess you could say it's a little more nuanced than that, but time is constantly moving forward, right? That's why you're able to listen to this recording. The thing that actually keeps the recording going is, in fact, time ticking. So technically, we are time traveling right now because of time ticking. I mean, where were you like a couple minutes ago? And how did you get to this other area? Well, whether you realize it or not, time passed in order for you to get to that point. And because of time moving forward, that kind of allows you to do things as time moves forward. If time was frozen, then everything would be frozen and there would be no movement or progression or anything of that sort. So, yeah, we're technically time traveling right now if you really look at it. So, I mean, if you were in bed last night, you're now no longer in bed. How could you be in bed then and not now? Because time has moved forward. Events have happened as time has moved forward. I think you get the point that we are technically time traveling right now. So the concept of time travel is really just intentionally going to a different point than what naturally happens with natural events. But yeah, so time travel is essentially using some technique to alter the natural time travel that naturally occurs. So naturally, we say we go forward 1 second at a time, and that's fairly constant. But when you time travel, you go to either something that's already happened or something that hasn't yet in the future. So I guess that's why you could argue that in some ways there is no tomorrow, because what we consider tomorrow right now will eventually be considered a now. And tomorrow never happens now. Tomorrow can become now, but now I think I'm actually overcomplicating things more than necessary, but maybe I shouldn't do that. But yeah, I mean, like past, present, future, we're stuck in the present, going into the future at a constant rate, but time travel is basically disrupting that natural rate. Well, you're going to either something that already happened or something that hasn't happened yet. And your process of doing that happens really quickly, right? Now I feel like I might be making it more confusing than necessary, but yeah, the basic idea is we're always in the present at any given time. What was once the future eventually becomes the present, and the past, in theory, will never be the present ever again, even though it was at one point. The last sentence I just said has now already happened. What I'm saying is happening in the present. Well, for you, it will have already happened because I'm recording this now in the present, but you're able to listen to this much later because you time travel to that later point. And what I'm doing while you're listening to this now is probably something very different, probably not doing a recording or anything like that. Same with anybody. I feel like it doesn't have to be this complicated to really understand it. So yeah. Well, anyway, you've seen time travel films, like the ones that come to mind right now are, of course, Back to the Future, and then Bill and Ted's another one that comes to mind. I'm sure there's quite a few other ones, but those are the primary ones that I know of. Well, Harry Potter has a little bit of time travel in that. The third film, well, the third book, but the film demonstrates it visually. The Prisoner of Azkaban. So that's got some time travel in there. I remember back in the day when I watched Odd Squad, there was an episode called 6 o'clock to 6:05, and that has time travel in it. There's a short film that I also watched quite a long time ago with time travel in it. But anyway, ramble over about the concept. So basically, I'm trying to make my own film of that, right? Well, I really like some of the things that were demonstrated in Back to the Future, and I started kind of wishing that I could do some of those things in my own video, right? So the thing that I found kind of cool was obviously Marty McFly is one of the main characters. There's a few instances where he sees his future self sees his past self. And obviously when Bill and Ted are talking to themselves, that's them time traveling. But yeah, so it's, for a second, it obviously can be a little trippy to see two Marty McFlys in one view. And obviously they're at different points in time. Well, I just think that concept is so cool that I kind of wanted to experiment with that a little. So I have mentioned in the past, one of my favorite effects for visual effects is the cloning effect, where I basically clone myself, and this would provide a really cool opportunity. The time travel would provide a very cool opportunity to use that cloning effect, right? So yeah, I mean, I just thought that some of those scenes where his future self is basically trying to change the past, and the idea that it would have already happened in the past. So when you see his past self, you have no idea that the future stuff, you have no idea that he came back to that point. You don't see him. And then when you do see him in later films doing that, it really makes you think about certain things. And how, like, if he didn't do that when he got to that future point, then it would have created a paradox. And the stakes were high, obviously, because it would have disrupted the space-time continuum otherwise, or something similar to that, right? I mean, I thought it was kind of cool when the future Marty saw the past Marty, but they had to also not be seen by the past Marty, otherwise the consequences could be too great. Who knows what would end up happening? And it's crazy, I think. So I started to get some ideas for if I were to do this kind of film on my own. I had some ideas of how to incorporate some of those things that I really liked about Back to the Future and some of the other films I've seen. So basically that's why I'm doing it, long story short. I just kind of started thinking about it for a little bit, then all of a sudden I got all these other ideas that were just unbelievable. And I realized after all these ideas, if I were to actually go through with it, I could have a lot of fun with it. Play around with different ideas that would otherwise be sort of impossible to do elsewhere. I can convey it to others, potentially entertain others with it, or at the very least just kind of make something cool so that I can end up seeing the end results. So yeah, then obviously now I'm thinking about how am I going to achieve time travel. I do feel like there's a lot of potential options, but I haven't thought of them yet. I have this idea that I'm going to come up with some cool idea. So obviously I'm not going to be able to use a DeLorean to go 88 miles an hour and travel to some other point in the past. Of course, that's a Back to the Future reference. I would recommend watching that. This will make a lot more sense. A lot of stuff in this film will have been inspired by that. And of course, I phrase it that way, will have been inspired by that, because it hasn't happened yet. But when it has happened, it was inspired by that. So, yeah, I just kind of want to go over my thought processes of this film that I'm currently at right now, because I kind of want to document that, because you look at the end product and compare how the thought process is basically arrived at that. I think that's kind of cool to see. I think it's just really cool to see kind of how things compare. And you can see some of the original ideas that either made it in the film or did not. Yeah, very cool. So yeah, so then I started initially brainstorming some scenarios that I could do. And I mean, I just thought it was kind of cool when you get to see the future and past self all in one scene. So I started getting some ideas for how I'd incorporate that. I also liked how the stakes were really high, because it just made it really fun to watch, trying to avoid a paradox. And yeah, I mean, there's just so many cool things about that concept, I think. So I just kind of started to think about some ideas. Like at this point, I don't know how I'm going to accomplish time travel yet. I mean, as of this recording, I do obviously know how, but I don't know, like, at the time I started coming up with the idea, I started thinking about what kind of scenarios could end up happening, and why would I want to time travel? Well, as you may have seen on the video, I'm time traveling to save myself time. I'm going into the past, maybe preventing myself from making mistakes that would end up costing a lot of time, especially ones where I wouldn't really learn much from that, and it's just kind of going to happen. I maybe do certain things that my past self has no idea I'm doing these things, but I'm trying to do some very subtle things that will lead to hopefully mitigating the mistakes. That's kind of what the main reason why I would do the time travel. But of course, if I'm speaking realistically, I don't really have much of a reason to do that other than maybe revisiting certain memories, or else as far as like changing stuff goes, I don't know if there's really a lot of stuff I would change, just because a lot of events kind of led me into who I am today. I'm basically a sum of all the events I've experienced, right? Well, yeah, so if I were to try to maybe prevent some things from happening, it could end up changing who I am if I were to do it for real. I mean, if I'm getting practical, probably the only reason I would even consider time travel is to save myself time in certain situations. But of course, the process of accomplishing time travel, a lot of hours could be lost trying to accomplish time travel. So am I really gaining time if that's the case? So obviously, from practically speaking, it's kind of a tricky one to justify doing in real life. But yeah. But for the sake of the film, saving myself time, I think that's a pretty solid concept, if you ask me. And then I try to do it without disrupting the space-time continuum, and try not to run into my past self. So that provides a lot of fun opportunities on its own, because, well, what if I do run into my past self? Then what? Who knows? I'm going to make it seem like it would be really bad, of course, so that people know that that could be a bad thing, right? So I'm going to make it seem like a very bad thing that running into my past self would be bad, right? So right there, that's a really fun concept to mess around with. How can I get the stakes really high and make it fun? Well, I could make it so that there's some really close calls. So the idea is I'll be in my apartment. The kind of projects will, of course, be computer projects. The kind of projects I would end up working on are projects, and that would end up being in my apartment. So what I would ultimately be doing is traveling to the past in my apartment. And because I don't want to influence my past self's present, I obviously need to make sure I'm stealthy and I don't end up getting seen by them. So the idea is that I would end up targeting a time when I know I'm not in my apartment, right? Then my future self within the film is able to avoid my past self basically by timing it correctly to a time that I know for a fact I was not in the apartment. So I'm going to probably have about 3 instances where I go to the past to save myself time. And every single time I'm trying to save myself time, I'm going to end up losing track of time. And my past self is going to walk into the apartment because I lost track of time. And I'm going to make it so that all 3 times that I time travel, I lose track of time every single time. It does represent my actual life a lot. I get myself so immersed in stuff that I lose track of time so easily you would not believe it. So I think it's definitely fair to have that happen on the film, because it just reflects my own personality, honestly. So I'll be saving myself time, I lose track of time, and then all of a sudden my past self comes in and I have to not be seen by them. How's that going to work? Well, so the plan right now is the first time that happens, I'll be working on the computer, and the moment I start hearing the door open, I will of course move my face so that my past self facing my direction would end up not seeing me. And then I'm going to act like I have no idea if they're going to come into the area where I am. So there's a bathroom that's kind of in between my computer area and the living room area where I end up coming in. There's a fair bit of, there's a bathroom right in between there, right? So I'm going to kind of hide on one side of my desk, and I'm going to make it so that it was really close that I ended up seeing myself, right? Which we don't want. And then they're going to only go in there to wash up, which means they're not going to be in there for very long. So I'm going to consider that my chance to escape out the normal door that they originally came in. And basically, I'm going to make it as close as I humanly can without not getting caught, or without getting caught. Like, how close can I make this, right? So you see how this can be really fun to make, because I get to have fun with the idea of really close calls running into my past self seeing me. My future self my past self at this point will be unaware that I know how to time travel, right? So that's why it would be risky, because they don't even know I can time travel, right? So then anyway, so they're in the bathroom. I'm trying to sneak out the other side of the apartment, and they come out of the bathroom just as I made it out the door. The door will not have closed yet, just so you know. So then when they're walking out, they'll notice that the door closed as I walked out. That's about as close as I can make it without getting caught, right? So that's what will end up happening. Well, anyway, it will just have closed right when they start seeing it. They saw no motion of it closing, but it's close to the apartment that they'll think it's their door, aka my past self will think it's my door that closed. And then I'll be confused for a few seconds and then just assume that maybe that was actually the neighbor's door and not mine. That's probably about as close as I can make that first occurrence, right? I can't make it much closer than that without getting caught. We'll get into how I'm going to time travel, but right now we're going to kind of get into what I consider the meat of the video, which is having close calls with my past self. That I'm going to try to make as a primary point of it. Like, that's what's going to make it live, basically. That's what's going to make the film live, is just how close it is with my current self, or my past self, I should say. As for what project I'm working on and show in the film, I think I'll keep the ideas really abstract, because I do want it to be accessible to whoever watches it, even if they have no background of whatever's going on. So you probably know I have this video where I call myself on Zoom. Well, the problem with that one is it gets technical in certain areas and wouldn't really interest most people. So, like, I'm basically helping myself with programming and actually walking through the real process there. And it could lose a lot of people, sadly, but, well, I just kind of did it anyway, because the idea for that one is not only do I call myself on Zoom, but it's also one continuous take. That's kind of the big thing right there. It's one continuous take, and it also conveys... Maybe we'll do some analysis on some of these videos, by the way, because, well, there's going to be some sort of purpose for them, right? But yeah, I mean, I could easily lose people because, well, I'll show some very technical stuff on there. Well, with this time travel film, I want to try to avoid that. I want to show myself saving time, like I did in that call with myself on Zoom. That was the whole point of calling myself on Zoom as well, by the way, so that I could talk to basically a different self that's not caught up in the project, that would maybe have a slightly different perspective, and then also convey the whole idea of bouncing ideas off of each other. I do want to do another one of those videos again, by the way. I'm probably going to end up doing another one, but if I do, it will not show any screen recordings. I'm going to try to have it be more of a general topic, and the point of it is the whole bouncing ideas. So I'm going to try to do that in more of a generic format. I'm also going to try to have a bunch of spontaneity on it too, because these are one of those things where you can actually get away with being almost entirely spontaneous and yet still have a conversation with yourself. We'll maybe get into some of that too, but I do have a video on my second channel. Actually, it's linked in the description of that Zoom video itself, going over sort of a behind the scenes notes after recording the video. This is like an audio version of behind the scenes notes before recording the video for that time travel one. So you can consider it like that. So that's kind of what's going on there. But the point I'm originally trying to get at is I want to try to make the video accessible to whoever would actually watch that, because otherwise I would end up losing them in the technical bits. If I did one of those future Zoom videos, I would try to make that more accessible. We'd probably have a conversation about a more general topic, and I would try to have it be as spontaneous as I can. When we analyze some of these videos further, I will kind of go over how I actually would achieve spontaneity and why that's actually a better way of recording those types of videos. Besides making it more authentic, it's actually easier, believe it or not, to do it spontaneously. It may sound harder for something like that, but it's way easier. So I do want to dive into that sometime and analyze why that is, first of all. And second, just analyzing the videos and kind of looking at things from my perspective. Because obviously I have a reason for making those videos, and I want to kind of go over what my goals were, that sort of thing. It's not everybody's going to automatically know those goals or anything like that, so I just want to do some analysis on it from my perspective. That's something I want to get into in the future, but this is sort of like a pre-analysis, what we're doing right now for the Zoom video. This is a pre-analysis for that. So yeah, when I show projects, I may show little tidbits, but I'm going to also try to only show tidbits where even people who don't know what certain things are will still be able to get the gist out of it, right? You still get the gist out of it. Like, if they're watching it, they could be like, I don't quite know what this is, but I get the point of it, right? So I do just enough that they can be kind of analyzed and watched in that way. I mean, after all, these little tidbits are kind of what make things work the way they do. So they are kind of important, but I want to have it just important enough that, yeah. So you see what I'm saying there? So I'm going to try to have just the right balance of how much technical stuff I end up showing on there. So yeah. So for the second scene, of course, where I go to the past again, I'm going to also want to show, I'm basically going to be saving my time in some more ways. And then this time when I walk in, I'm going to walk in completely into the room that I'm in, right? Well, the plan for how I'm going to hide is I'm going to actually go under the bed. I'm going to try to go under there in a way that may seem a little bit dangerous, where I'm at risk of bumping my head and all sorts of stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to end up quite going that far, but it's certainly an idea to toy around with. It's really fun to toy around with ideas on things like this. One thing I've also noticed about working on this film is, well, when I think about the process of stuff, because typically if you're making a video, that typically involves coming up with an idea, writing a script for it, or an outline at least, maybe the storyboarding for directors, if directors are involved, that sort of thing. So basically there's a planning phase, a writing phase, a shooting phase, which is where you actually film things that are necessary. And you don't just like film the film, but you also film things that may be necessary for post-production. Like maybe if you're doing some visual effect, you may not want all of it to be computer generated. You may want to make some of it practical. Like if you're trying to do a visual effect of a bullet coming out of a gun, you're probably going to want that to illuminate certain areas in the scene. And I mean, you can definitely do that in post-production, but sometimes maybe you want to actually have a physical light that lights up when the gun would be shot. And so some of the lighting that comes from the bullets would actually come from a physical light rather than being computer generated. Sometimes that's a little bit better. Some things are just better to generate on camera than they are with a computer, right? Not just for copyright, but also it's just more practical and it might be easier. You may have heard of the joke of, like, if you can't get some, just do it in post. Well, that's not always that simple. Some things are easier to get done ahead of time, so you don't have to worry about it in post, and you might be able to achieve a better effect in the first place if you do it beforehand and not in post, right? So there's the planning, there's the writing scene or the writing phase, there's a shooting phase where you film it, and then you may do some post-production with editing. That's post-production, and editing has their own steps, like editing the video together so everything ties in place, doing some visual effects, maybe doing some audio mixing so you can get a music score on there perhaps, or something along those lines. And then after editing, there's a whole delivery phase where you're exporting it, doing any transcoding you may need to, getting it on YouTube or wherever you're publishing it to, doing all the publishing steps to make sure that it's like viewable to the audience, working on a little bit of optimization for the algorithm, search engine optimization type stuff. When I say algorithm, I'm talking about the YouTube algorithm in particular, so that if you want your video to be viewed by an audience, you're going to have to basically advertise it in a way that it gets promoted by the YouTube algorithm, so to speak. But yeah, you have to make your video friendly for all these different things, which is like a delivery phase. So there's a lot of different phases that go into making a video, right? And I'm sure there's some sub-phases within each one, especially if you're doing a collaboration effort. You have to get collaboration technology worked out. You have to communicate. You have to do all sorts of stuff like that, right? So what am I getting at with all that? Well, this is kind of the planning and ideas phase that I'm at right now, I guess you could say. So at this point, I'm basically going through and consolidating certain ideas. So right now, within the ideas phase, I'm kind of planning things at an abstract concept, and I write a script for it. I was probably originally trying to make some point because I started talking about the whole post-production. So yeah, anyway, my idea for the next close call would be the place where my computer is and where I would be when I'm saving myself time. my past self walks into that environment immediately, I may jump under the bed to hide because I can't just walk out the back door. They'll know otherwise. And I'll try to make that as close as humanly possible as well without actually getting caught. Right? So that'll be an interesting idea to toy with. And then they'll be in the living room, so I'm not going to be able to walk out the main door that I would. And that means I'm going to have to walk out the back door. So while they're basically in the living room watching TV, I'm going to have to sneak out without getting caught. I'm going to basically toy around with getting as close as I can. Oh, I know what I was originally trying to get at. I know why I was talking about the whole process now. I was thinking that, for me anyway, my favorite process is to edit the video. So when I'm making a video, typically my favorite phrase is the editing phrase. Or my favorite phase, rather, is the editing phase. Obviously, if I said that in a video, I'd have to edit that out, that mistake, when I said phrase instead of phase, for example. But I think the reason editing's so appealing to me is just because, well, the background that I happen to have with that right now, mainly from editing my own videos, and I feel like I can toy around with ideas during the editing process. Special effects are really cool. That's kind of what drives me into doing videos in the first place, is special effects, VFX. So I mentioned that I've done effects like the cloning one. I've made it rain in the basement. I've struck lightning out of my hand. I've done an energy trail, which basically happened in my time travel bit, where I freeze time, rather. So this is freezing time. Like I said, time goes at a constant rate, so the idea of freezing time is I would make it so that it stopped, at least from my perspective. But I can still do things while time appears to be frozen, right? But I do this energy effect, and I do this really cool transition. Man, I really want to watch it right now, just thinking about this. I would like to see that again. But what I'm basically trying to get at is pretty much all the other phases, like writing, shooting, I don't enjoy that nearly as much as editing, right? I would not consider myself an actor. I don't want to be an actor. I just don't like doing performances in front of other people. It's not really my thing, but I do like editing. It's also kind of a behind the scenes thing as well, where I wouldn't have to get in front of other people, but I still contribute to basically a work of art, if you will. So the point is, I like editing and pretty much not any of the other phases. Writing takes up a lot of time. It just doesn't interest me as much. Coming up with ideas, I guess that does interest me, and I almost feel like that doesn't really apply to me because I don't specifically go out of my way to come up with ideas for videos. That's actually what differentiates me from a lot of people as well. I don't come up with ideas. I mean, that may sound a little contradictory to what you think, but a lot of content creators, they go out of their way to come up with ideas so that they can produce content on a regular basis, of course, but I don't operate that way. I only produce content with ideas that randomly come to me. I don't go out of my way to come up with ideas. If I don't have any ideas, I don't do any videos, simple as that. Because it's not my primary thing at all. Basically, all the ideas I've ever had are just random inspiration that I didn't ask for. So when I called myself on Zoom, I didn't specifically go, what would be a cool video to work on? What about calling myself on Zoom? No, that did not happen at all. The idea just randomly came to me when I didn't even ask for it. I was just thinking about something, I don't remember what. And then all of a sudden the idea came to me and it tickled my fancy, if you will. And I was like, I have to do this. This would be a really cool concept, calling myself on Zoom. I mean, I've done a video just like that, which I mentioned on that, where I basically had an alter ego and I showed them how to use a computer. I have a clip on my second channel showing that as well. But the idea was I basically filmed myself showing my clone how to do stuff, and we have back and forth conversation. But that was all a 30-minute continuous take with no jump cuts at all. So I cloned myself using the typical cloning effect. But we're talking for like a half hour straight with no jump cuts whatsoever. It's all one continuous take for both clones. The timing lines up nicely. Yeah, that's pretty difficult to pull off. I wouldn't be surprised if I currently had a world record for that. I can't find any other content where people clone themselves for that long straight without doing some sort of trickery, like making it seem like it's continuous, but they're like speeding up and fast forwarding videos if there's timing mismatches and all of that sort of thing. Like, these are actual, genuine, continuous takes for like 30 minutes straight. No jump cuts or breaks. It's all continuous. Like two people having a continuous conversation. Except both of them are me, which means I have to play both roles. Well, what am I trying to get at with that? Oh, yeah, I don't come up with ideas. Ideas come up to me. I guess you could say that, because that is kind of what's going on. I don't go out of my way to come up with ideas. Some people spend hours coming up with ideas if they want to regularly produce content. Basically, every single one of my ideas is random inspiration that came to me when I wasn't going out of my way to come up with ideas. I just had some random thought, one thing led to another. So yeah, the way I pull off videos as a hobbyist is I only do videos when inspiration genuinely hits. So coming up with ideas is a phase for a lot of people, but it's not a phase for me. I only do ideas that come to me without even trying. So like this time travel one is one that came to me when I was watching Back to the Future. I didn't ask for that idea. In fact, I was originally denying the idea because of all the time I would be spending on this film. I didn't want to do that. But the idea is just so cool that I don't really care. I just feel like I'm compelled to do it. It's almost like a calling, if you will. Basically, any idea that's come to me pretty much ever has always been, you know how, like, if you're trying to produce, or if you're trying to pursue a career, for some people, they consider it a calling. So like, some people might ask, why am I an IT professional? Well, I would consider it a calling. It's a calling for me. That's why I'm doing it, right? So basically, every video idea that's come to me is a calling, if you will. So yeah, since I don't have a lot of time as a hobbyist, I'm totally fine with that. And actually, ideas are definitely not a problem for me at all, because I've had about at least 30 ideas that I've had to abandon just because I simply don't have time for it. In fact, I would be totally fine sharing one right here. This idea would take a lot of skill to pull off. If any of you guys want to do this idea, by all means go ahead, because like, I'm not going to be able to do it. You're probably going to have your own spin of it, so even if I did change my mind someday, I can still do my own spin while your own spin still exists. Like, go ahead. There's a ton of different ways you can pursue this type of idea. I've never seen this anywhere before, so this could be like $1 million idea. But if you want to try something like this, by all means go for it. But yeah, just know that if I were to do it, I would be doing that approach where it's, well, I'll get into the idea first of all. So basically, I had this idea where I was going to clone myself like 4 times, and all 4 clones would basically be participating in a competition. Yeah, that's kind of what the idea was. All 4 clones would be participating in a competition, and the competition was going to be basically installing Windows XP or Windows Whistler using some form of special technique. That's what the idea was. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but, well, sometimes operating systems can install very quickly if you install it in a virtual machine, because, well, back in the day when you install an operating system, you typically do it from a physical disk, an optical disk. And, well, when you do it on a virtual machine, you can store a virtual form of an optical disk. You can basically store a physical disk inside of a computer file called a .iso file or an ISO file. And because it's stored on the mechanical hard drive, or just a hard drive in general, which is much faster than an optical disk itself, well, you can basically install an operating system a lot faster than you would on an actual machine, because you're not limited by the speed of the optical disk. And there may be some form of caching that would have been going on as well. So with that caching, that kind of helps speed things up a little bit. So basically, there's like a lot of different approaches, right? Like you could try to install an operating system from an optical disk. You could install it from a mechanical hard drive. You could install it from a solid state drive, like either a SATA or an M.2 one. Or you could even install it from a RAM disk, which is the idea of using your computer's physical RAM, which is like its short-term memory, if you will. You could use it like temporary long-term memory, where you can install the operating system and store it on a RAM disk. Like everything is in RAM rather than the hard drive. And why that's special is the RAM is several times faster than a mechanical hard drive. RAM is like many times faster than even a fast SSD in a lot of cases. And so there's a lot of different ways to install the operating system, right? Some of them are faster than others. Well, basically my video idea was I would clone myself like 3 times. So there'd be 4 of me. We all try to install Windows Whistler using one of those different approaches. One of the clones uses a physical drive, one of them uses an SSD, another one uses a RAM disk. And we basically see who can win this competition. And the craziest part about this is all of us would be talking to each other. We would all be maintaining a conversation between each other as we're competing. That would be very difficult to produce, as you can imagine. The interaction between us would actually be the easy part, believe it or not. The hard part would be making the competition, because we have a lot of unknown variables. Even when we do all these different approaches, there's unknown variables that can arise. Like if you were to install something like an operating system from a RAM disk, you might actually get different speeds with each installation because there's a lot of different variables on the computer, like processes that are running, even the area of memory access that may be occurring at the time. They all occur in different areas, right? Well, that could fluctuate, and if our conversation is dependent on those exact variables, the fluctuation may end up making things incredibly difficult in time. But yeah, the cloning part and talking to each other would actually be the easy part. To me, it would anyway. But the other variables, like how fast the computer is at any given moment, that could literally throw everything off. Mind you, we have 4 clones, so things are 4 times likely to get thrown off compared to just 1 clone having that variable fluctuation. We're dealing with 4 clones having that. So how in the world would we be able to pull that off? And each of the clones would actually be different people also. Like I was obviously going to be the winner because I'm a narcissist, as you're very well aware. And all the other clones would end up losing the competition, but they would each have their own name. One of them was going to be named Jesse, another one was going to be named Hank, and the other one would be John. So I would be competing against Jesse, Hank, and John, and and they wouldn't even stand a chance against me, right? So yeah, that's one of my ideas that I just don't have the time to pursue it. And it doesn't just have to be that specific idea with the operating system. It can be anything. The idea, just the overall idea of clones competing with each other like that. Basically clones doing a competition where they all interact with each other during the competition. Everything is timed nicely and it just works for the film, right? Well, I just don't have the time to pursue an idea like that, but that's not an idea that I tried to get. It randomly occurred to me without trying. So, and that's just one of the many ideas that I've abandoned. I've abandoned a ton of ideas. Maybe I could share a couple others, I don't know. I may end up doing this one in the future, I'm not sure yet. But I had this idea where I would basically, it would be like a 5-minute or so green screen video where I would explain how a lock combination works. So I'm sure you're aware of lock combinations and just how that technology works. It's kind of fascinating how you can turn it to one thing, you don't feel any feedback, you turn it to something else, then you turn it to a third number, and then it works, and it only works then. I find that kind of fascinating and wonder how that actually works mechanically. How does it like memorize the numbers, and then if you screw up, then it basically erases your combo? How does that work without any fancy technology, right? Well, obviously it does, but you ever wonder how that works? Well, I was thinking of making a green screen video where I make all these fancy visuals, basically overviewing how that works. I would actually make some visuals to make it easy to understand what's actually going on. Like basically this thing releases when you get to the first number, then the second number, then the third, right? So that was one of my ideas. I don't see any videos like that right now. And I came up with the idea back in like 2015, I think. So almost 10 years ago at this point, and I still haven't pursued it yet. Another idea I had was basically this fake news series. It would be like a fake news network, if you will. And there would be all these different segments like the weather report, and I'm sure you're probably familiar with like Chuck Norris jokes. A lot of them involve him roundhouse kicking things, right? Well, there'd be a joke on there where Chuck Norris would actually be the weatherman, and I would just simply deliver his reports. And I'm sure you know his roundhouse kicks are powerful, right? Well, so during one of the weeks, Chuck, basically the entire country and continent of Australia, I'm sure you're probably aware that Australia is a country and a continent at the same time. Well, basically, though, in the fake news, the entire country temporarily loses electricity. So our weatherman Chuck Norris goes down there and roundhouse kicks to provide them electricity. Because there's this crazy theory that I think a single roundhouse kick would be able to power the entire country or continent for like over 30 minutes or something crazy like that. Or his roundhouse kick would provide an entire city power for about a half hour or something like that. That's kind of a Chuck Norris joke. Well, anyway, our weatherman would be gone because the entire country and continent of Australia has no power. So our weatherman Chuck Norris is down there roundhouse kicking for them to provide them with electricity and temporarily solve their problem until they're back online. And while our weatherman is gone, then I'm gonna be like, and unfortunately, we have no weather available for you guys, as if we're the ones that provide weather in the first place. So that was one of the jokes. There's gonna be a lot of several different fake news jokes. It'd be like The Onion, if you will. Isn't that like a fake news site, or where it's satirical on purpose? Well, so there's gonna be that. Chuck Norris would have been our weatherman, and yeah, so that's the basic idea, right? Well, so you can imagine, like, there's a lot of potential there. There were some other jokes, like, for example, we're gonna basically go over, Theo Joe actually had a couple videos in this style, so I was gonna kind of do my own spin off of that. One of the other, some of the news events were actually gonna be based on jokes. So, for example, so there's going to be like a murder case, which sounds really bad, but it's going to be hilarious. Like, it should be obvious that it's a joke by the time you hear the end of this. Well, anyway, so basically someone's going to have like an email thread, and they're going to basically explain that they got their problem solved. They had some sort of problem that got solved. Somebody writes an email thread saying that their problem is solved or whoever helped them. And then the person that helps them, so mind you, I made up all of this myself. At least I think I did. So this person who receives the email, or the person who sends the email, is going to say like, now the problem is solved. Thanks for helping me solve the problem. It's going to be nice and carefree. But when the helper receives that email, they're going to get really angry. And it's going to basically, well, maybe it'll just be an anger case rather than a whole murder case. I'm not sure yet. Still kind of toying around with this idea. This is something that I came up with back in like 2015 or 2016 as well. But the basic idea is, so they got the problem solved, right? Well, so I'm sure you know that some emails have a PS at the end, which stands for postscript. Well, basically in this email, there's going to be a PS at the end, and it's going to be blank. And the person who receives the email is going to be angry about it being blank. But they think it stands for postscript when it actually stands for problem solved. So the PS at the end actually means problem solved rather than postscript, which is why it's able to be blank and meaningful. But the person who receives that email is going to be angry, and there's going to be something that's worth being on the news regarding that. And it's going to be like the most absurd thing, right? So those were the kind of things that would end up on that news source. And I think another one was going to be cows were spotted walking on power lines or something crazy like that. And they're somehow intelligent enough to avoid grounding themselves to electrocute themselves and that sort of thing. So basically the fake news series would have crazy stuff like that. That's more or less the prevalent things. It's not going to happen at this point, so I'm totally fine sharing it here. There were probably a few other tidbits I had too, but those are some of the big ones. So yeah, again, I didn't go out of my way to come up with the idea. It just randomly came to me. I was also going to do because around the time I was learning a lot of basically things you don't think about very frequently, but when you start thinking about it, it'd be the kind of things that would keep you up at night, right? Well, I would basically share 101 of those things right there. So what are some good ones? Oh, buildings. Why are buildings called buildings if they're already built? Shouldn't they be called built rather than buildings? Or apartments being called apartments when they're actually close together, not apart? Here's one that I actually came up with myself. So basically, you may have heard of birth control. I'm sure you're aware of birth control. But that name that's not even what it should be called. It should be called pregnancy control, not birth control. That one I came up with myself. I was just thinking about, I hope I don't have to explain myself why I was thinking about that, but yeah, I was saying, why is it called birth control? It should be pregnancy control. That's what we're trying to prevent, right? So yeah, it's just this random thought I had. So yeah, that I would basically be sharing a video where I go over things that would maybe keep you up at night if you randomly started thinking about these things. There's a whole bunch of them. I can't really think of them off the top of my head. But there are some really absurd things that just don't make sense in this world, right? Like that. Why am I drawing a blank on some of the other ones right now? Well, I'm sure you get my point now, right? So I'd be making videos like that. Another one would have been basically this binary rap. So I don't know if you know this, but I learned all the binary letters. So I can speak in binary if I wanted to. So I just switched lane. So I'll do the word lane, for example. So lane is, I'll say what it is in binary with all lowercase letters. That's 011, 011, 00, 011, 0011, 011, 011, 011, 011, 011, 011. That's lanes with an S at the end. That's how you say it in binary with all lowercase letters. So technically there's 4 or 5 letters, so there's 20 or 25 different ways you can say that. Because you can do an uppercase, lowercase combo, and things like that, right? Well, I was thinking of basically doing what I call the binary rap, which is the idea of going over all the binary song, or going over the binary letters in the form of a rap. It would be like a music video type thing. I'd probably be in front of the green screen, have some sort of fancy visual background going on, like you'd see in music videos. It'd probably be like a computer-generated visualization or something. And then I'd have a sing-along, because I'm basically singing all the binary letters. And I would have a sing-along so other people can sing them as they go by, the ones and zeros. I'd have music in the background like a drum, and I would sing all the uppercase letters relatively slowly, right? So all the uppercase letters would be pretty slow. That's not my turn over there, is it? I don't know. No, I'm good for now. So yeah, the binary song, I'd sing the uppercase letters at a regular pace, and then things would speed up when I get to the lowercase letters. That's the idea. Should I do it real quick, since it may not end up being a video? This is basically the binary round. Okay, I'll start singing it then. A through Z. And I'm going to use O instead of 0, so forgive me for that, because technically it should be 0, but I feel like it doesn't work as well for the round. Oh, is this my turn? No, not yet. Okay, here we go. Here's the binary song. 01 0 0 0 0 01 01 0 0 0 0 1 0 01 0 0 0 0 1 1 01 0 0 0 1 0 0 01 0 0 0 1 0 1 01 0 0 0 1 1 0 01 0 0 0 1 1 1 01 0 0 1 0 0 0 01 0 0 1 0 0 1 01 0 0 1 0 1 0 01 0 0 1 0 1 1 01 0 0 1 1 0 0 1 0 0 1 1 01 01 0 1 1 1 0 01 0 1 1 1 01 01 01 0 0 01 01 01 0 01 01 01 0 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 01 And then there's a drum rhythm, and then it starts becoming more rapid for lowercase letters now. That's the uppercase alphabet. 011 011 011 011 0 011 011 011 011 011 011 011 So you can imagine I have like this drum rhythm going on in the background, maybe some other instruments. I'd probably try to compose it myself if I can. There'd be some fancy visual in the background with the green screen. So that's the binary rap. And I'd also have a sing-along on the screen, and all the digits are going to pass by so that viewers can sing along if they really wanted to. So that's the binary rap. I'm not sure if I'm going to end up doing that video, but I would really like to. Again, that's not an idea that I specifically tried to come up with. The idea came to me. So, like I said, pretty much all these ideas, they come to me. And that's a sad thing. I don't have the resources to pursue all these ideas that come to me. If I did, I would have a pretty crazy channel, if you ask me. Like, it would be chaos. I would love to be able to do that kind of stuff for a living, but I can't, and I don't mind IT stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, the binary rap was another song, or another idea. So I've had tons of other ideas that I just decided to abandon. I suppose another one I could share is I was thinking of doing this video going over exactly how computers and technology actually work underneath the hood, like at a low level. It would probably be like several hours long, I would imagine, but I try to have these visuals showing exactly what I'm talking about so that you can see like, okay, this is how this works, and then, yeah, so I was thinking of going over this really thorough video of that, show how like 7-segment displays work, and then the actual getting deeper into that, how that actually works behind the scene, the concept of pixels, and how all that malarkey happens. And alarm clocks, they don't actually know what time it is. They just know what they need to know to give us visual number representations, even though the alarm itself doesn't understand the numbers. It just understands how to produce them, right? So I go over, like, I may even go over some logic gates and have some visuals of actually walking through how we do this. So, like, if we wanted to calculate something, even something like that, like how do we do addition on a calculator, show a bunch of logic gates, and show how binary translates into what we see on the calculator screen, all that sort of thing. How sound actually works, how we go from binary signals to solenoids moving inside of a speaker, and having some very clear visuals so you can actually see kind of what's going on. That was another video idea I had. There's no way I'm going to be able to pursue that one because it's going to take way too much time. But I do have to do a bunch of research, possibly even talking to some professionals and looking inside of components and that sort of thing. I probably have to do all of that. And making all the visuals is going to take forever with the editing. Yeah, so I just don't have time to do stuff like that. But I have a ton of similar ideas to that. I just don't have the resources to produce it. So coming up with ideas is most definitely not a problem for me. It's actually having the resources to carry them out. That's where I'm limited. So, yeah. The time travel one, it just happened to come to me when I was watching Back to the Future. And I just had all these ideas within it. And it felt like a calling, like I have to do this video. Otherwise, why is life even worth living? Of course, it's not that extreme, but you know, like I just feel like I have to do this video, right? Otherwise, how would I be able to live with myself if I decided not to do it? I mean, I'm sure all of us live with regrets at some point or another. This would be a big regret for me, not doing this time travel video. And I still haven't even got to my original point yet, by the way, why I mentioned all the phases of making videos. The reason why all those phases are relevant is because, like, editing in my mind is really the only one worth doing, right? Like, I don't particularly enjoy shooting videos or writing them or any of that. Ideas aren't really a phase for me, as I just explained. That's what this whole rant was about. But now I'm going to get back to the original point of why I brought up all the production steps to begin with. Like coming up with ideas, writing, shooting, editing, delivery. Why did I mention all those phases? Because to me, editing was really only the one worth doing. Like if I'm going to work on anything, I wish I could just do nothing but the editing phase, right? That's kind of how I felt about this for the longest time. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm now in the writing process for the time travel video, and I'm actually enjoying the writing process. Like for a while I've been like, there's no way I could possibly be a video writer for a career. Like there's no way I could pursue that. Like if I'm gonna do anything, it's gonna be editing, nothing else. There's no way I could just, because writing process just becomes too much for me. It takes up too much time, and I don't particularly enjoy it compared to like editing, for example, right? So the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm actually enjoying the writing process for this video. I feel like this is the only time I've ever enjoyed the writing process my whole life in some ways. So the reason I'm talking about this is what I've come to realize is, yeah, you may not like the writing process, but it depends on what you're writing, right? So if I were to become a writer, the way I'd want to do that, like whether it's for a video or just a book or something, the way I would actually want to do that is enjoying the writing process, or enjoying what I'm actually writing in the first place. And then I actually enjoy the writing phase. So with this time travel film, I'm really enjoying this writing process right now. It's so fun because I get to toy around with all these ideas for the video, right? Like having those close calls with my past self and making it as close as I humanly can. Like, oh man, when I'm coming up with these ideas, I'm really excited because they're just fun to toy around with, if you know what I mean. So, and I'm getting genuine inspiration, and yeah. So what I've come to realize since this realization is it's actually a different, writing may not sound like a lot of fun, but it's a different story if you actually enjoy what you're writing in the first place. So like, for example, I'm envisioning being a writer for like Linus Tech Tips. That doesn't, like, if I'm gonna be anything at Linus Tech Tips, I'd rather be an editor. See what I'm saying now? But, and the reason why I feel like I wouldn't enjoy the writing process is because for this type of stuff, writing like tech reviews and all those things, I don't think I would actually enjoy that writing process because it's not something I would genuinely enjoy writing, right? I wouldn't enjoy shooting it either, but editing may be a different story. Now, with this time travel video, I actually enjoy the writing process because I'm coming up with all these genius and possibly hilarious ideas. And it's made me think a little bit differently about writing. Even writing a book, I'm like, there's no way I'm ever going to write a book. But If I'm writing about something that I like genuinely would enjoy writing about and thinking about, then it's a whole different story. Because, well, if I enjoy writing, or if I enjoy what I'm writing, then I'm going to enjoy the writing in the first place. So basically, if I ever do write a book, it's not going to happen unless genuine inspiration hits. And the other thing about this is I'm thinking about all these different ideas with that video, right? With the time travel, like having these close calls, and also the way I'm accomplishing the time travel, which I haven't talked about yet, but that is in the video too. So I'm going to get to that. But now you see what I'm saying? Writing may not sound like a lot of fun, but if it's something you actually enjoy writing and possibly thinking about, then it may be a different story. So yeah, if you want to actually enjoy writing, even though it may not sound like that much joy initially, it has to be something that makes you genuinely enjoy the writing process. So for example, lucid dreaming is a topic that I really like to think about a lot. I probably sometimes spend hours a day thinking about lucid dreaming. In fact, I actually had insomnia. I went to bed really early last night. I got about 14 hours of sleep last night, by the way. And I had about insomnia about 4 or 5 hours in, because I woke up from a very detailed dream, and I had some lucidity during the dream. It was like a mind-blowing dream, if you ask me. At least it was mind-blowing to me. There was just some really cool stuff that happened. It's like almost impossible not to think about how cool it was. I'm sure you've had some really cool dreams where it's impossible not to think about it, and if you wake up in the middle of it, it's the worst feeling, right? Because you may not be able to go back into it again, but you want to be able to continue it. I'm sure you're familiar with good dreams, right? Well, I had some pretty mind-blowing dreams when I woke up. So I actually went to bed at like 7:45 or so last night. I woke up at about 12:20 or 12:30, and I had insomnia because I was thinking really deeply about these dreams I had. Like, I actually decided this time to get out of bed for about an hour. Like, I was just thinking about all the stuff that just happened. Like, it's so much stuff that it actually took an hour for me to think about the main things. And then when I got back into the bed, of course, I couldn't truly stop thinking about it. So I'm still thinking about it when I get in bed. And, I mean, just to give you an idea of one thing I was thinking about, I was jogging around the dream because I was lucid and I could not think of my dream goals that I wanted to accomplish. I have a ton of them. Again, coming up with ideas for that is no problem because the ideas come to me. I don't come up with ideas. Ideas come to me. Well, anyway, during this dream, my mind was just blanking on the dream goals I wanted to accomplish, right? Well, so what I did, my natural response was to jog around in the dream because I need to keep the dream stable, given I'm doing basically nothing. In a dream, there's always supposed to be stuff happening. There's a reason why it's happening, and if I'm suddenly doing nothing, that may be enough for REM to stop. I don't know that for certain, but I have this feeling that I may not stay in the dream if I'm not actually doing something. So I'm jogging around the dream, and one thing I noticed while doing that is my heart rate was not going up at all. And I was like, right, I'm dreaming right now, so it makes sense that since I'm not actually jogging, my heart rate wouldn't go up as a result, right? In a dream, there's technically no such thing as endurance. Like, I've done push-ups, or I've done pull-ups, and I can basically do unlimited because I don't run out of energy when doing pull-ups in a dream. All of that is an illusion. But anyway, now I'm at Studio A, so I can't talk now, but I'm going to think about what I was just talking about, make sure I can get back on topic. We'll continue talking about that time travel film, of course. So, yeah, we'll continue thinking about time travel, and, yeah, I'll figure out where this conversation's supposed to leave off. So, for now, that's it. So, thanks for listening and have a good one. Peace. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Welcome to another vocal vlog. Today we're going to continue our discussion about the time travel type stuff that we were talking about last time. So let's just jump right in. So as you know, last time I kind of cut off my conversation about what I was thinking about the dream, I'm going to try to review that so that I could go over the original point I was trying to make with that. So, of course, last time I mentioned how I basically had the insomnia because I was thinking about all these details from what just happened since I had gone to bed really early and ended up having some very vivid as well as lucid dream where I knew it was a dream during the dream itself. And I mentioned just one of the details that I noticed during the dream was while I was intentionally jogging to keep the dream stable, I just happened to notice during the dream, like I was aware enough that my heart rate wasn't going up while that was happening. So it just further confirmed the fact that I was dreaming. I'm like, yep, I'm dreaming right now. This is exactly why my heart rate's not currently going up at this moment. So that was just like one of the many things that I noticed throughout the dream and lucid dream. I was only lucid for part of it, but that was basically one of the details I noticed, and I noticed all sorts of other details for over an hour, and then I started going back to bed after I processed that. Like if I had just gone back to bed, which I could have done, then I feel like I would have forgotten a lot of the cool things that happened. So I kind of felt like I had no choice but to get up and process what happened. Otherwise, I mean, basically, since it was very early in the night especially, why would I just go back to sleep and forget most of the experience? I'm probably gonna forget most of the things I noted, and I learned a lot about my dreaming self, basically, doing that. And a lot of it is experiences worth remembering, too. And if I hadn't taken the time to process that, well, then probably would have been forgotten, and I would be very upset at myself if I didn't do that. Because I would have known that something happened, but I probably wouldn't be able to put my finger on it. Anyway, so that's not even the point I'm trying to make right now. I also last time was talking about the writing process for a video and how I normally only enjoy editing out of pretty much all of the phases of planning, writing, shooting, editing, delivery, all those things. And then I got my point across that if I actually enjoy what I'm writing, then it's a whole different story. I can actually enjoy the writing process, even though writing is not my favorite thing with that. So the reason why I mentioned that dream thing as an example is, I mean, think about how much analysis I was doing on that. I was taking over an hour to analyze basically a story that my mind was creating while I was sleeping. And of course, I was actively perceiving it like a real experience. But the reason why I brought that up was, imagine I were to write that all down as a story, like as a blog post or just as an article for people to read, kind of based on my experiences right there. I would, because I enjoy thinking about that experience so much, naturally I would enjoy writing it down and overviewing it for others to read and stuff like that. So even though I don't enjoy writing, I would really enjoy writing that because I would enjoy it as much as I was processing the experience, right? And if that's the case for other things, in my case, the time travel film and playing around with ideas, then I would enjoy the writing process. So the original point I was trying to make was basically if we were going to become a writer, we want to genuinely enjoy what's being written. And then it isn't so much writing anymore, is it? It's processing and documenting something you're passionate about, which is a whole different thing. So yeah, to get at my point about writing and not particularly enjoying that process, it depends on what it is. So like if I were to work for a tech review company, for example, and I was a writer for them, write their videos out and everything like that, I don't really think I would enjoy that because I wouldn't enjoy writing tech reviews in the first place. So like I would rather edit tech reviews than writing them. So you see what I'm saying now? But if it was, I mean, even with a lot of my videos that I scripted in the past, I didn't particularly enjoy the writing process. It just felt like something I had to get through. But if I'm writing something with a level of passion involved with the thing that I'm writing, it's a different story. So like as I'm writing this time travel film, it isn't so much writing as it is getting the content for the film and genuinely enjoying the process of figuring out realistic content, as I'm going to go over in a little bit, and then just playing around with cool ideas and opportunities. Sometimes with writing, when you write about something you're passionate about, you can have this idea of playing around with ideas and just being able to explore some of that stuff. And sometimes you might notice if you're trying to write stuff to a general audience, you'll get down to the basics and notice things that maybe you never even noticed before, but it's obvious, but you don't really notice it until you think about and write down those absolute basics, and it's just really fun to do that process, right? So yeah, it isn't so much writing as it is formulating content. So I would almost argue that it's a difference between writing and formulating content, or formulating and exploring content ideas, like during the writing process. What do you consider writing? Do you consider it writing, like purely writing, or do you consider it actually exploring ideas and with genuine inspiration and figuring out how to get that down? Like in some ways, writing almost becomes more about exploring than it becomes writing. So yeah, I would say if you're writing, then don't do it to be a writer. Do it to be someone exploring ideas and getting it down to share with others. Like, to me, those are two completely different processes. So yeah, if you are going to do any writing and you want to enjoy the process, it has to be something where you can have that type of outlook on it, and not just like having to write this thing like I was for most of my scripts. So yeah, I would consider that a different way to do it. So yeah, my point was, it kind of changed my outlook on writing itself, because writing just sounds like one of those things you have to do that's not very fun. But if it is like genuine inspiration about something and toying around with ideas and exploring them, it's not even writing at that point. Writing is just like the documentation process of something much more than that. So if you're going to enjoy writing, it should be the thing that's more than writing, with something that you generally enjoy, have passion about, and explore. I just wanted to get across a lesson that I recently learned with that. Like, I don't normally enjoy a writing process, but when it's more of an exploring process, that's a whole different story. I treat it differently, and it's just better and more enjoyable. And then you actually look forward to the writing process. And you feel like you want to do the writing process before you even get to the next phases. Like where you could totally wait for the shooting and editing and those types of things, because you want to enjoy that exploring process. And yes, I literally just call it exploring rather than writing. Yeah, so I'm not really writing a script. I mean, of course I'm writing a script for the video, but I don't even consider it that. I consider it exploring opportunities. I would almost argue that the process for me is just exploring opportunities, shooting, editing, delivery. Skipping the whole ideas process, not even considering writing a phase, but rather exploring ideas, and then, yeah. So hopefully that's basically the point I was trying to make. It kind of opened my eyes the other day when I did things in that way and noticed that I actually enjoy the writing process. Like, it doesn't even become writing at that point. And I didn't actually realize that until I was doing this recently. And I wanted to share that insight that I realized from that. So yeah, there you go. If you're closed-minded about writing, then yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. You consider it more than writing. So yeah, like when I'm writing a general script for a video, then it really does genuinely just feel like writing. And in general, I actually hate doing scripted content now, by the way, which is the reason why I generally do a lot better with unscripted content that's mostly spontaneous. It gives me a lot more room to be myself, and it takes up way less time also. Like if I'm writing a script, I'm usually sacrificing authenticity, and I do a line like 20 times. So it takes like 20 takes before I get a line right. And if I have like 50 lines, and that's potentially up to 20 takes per line, that gets miserable real fast. Lots of cursing behind the scenes, and yeah. So I was going to get to the point of why I don't like to do scripted content, and definitely prefer unscripted. So if you look at my channel, you'll notice I have this casual video series on there. The whole idea was to eliminate the scripting process and just do things in a casual format, which is why the series is literally called Casual Videos. That's the whole point. I mean, I have like an agenda of things I want to do within that video, but the stakes are real low, and it's casual, and what happens is what happens. And of course that goes against the YouTube algorithm, for example, since YouTube is the platform that I'm talking about putting the video on. And yeah, people generally like to watch stuff where the stakes are high, not low. The casual video, the stakes are exceptionally low. But yeah, it'll work well for those who are more about the process than the actual destination or the end goal. It's very easy to be results oriented with those types of things, especially if things are really time consuming and you don't want to waste a lot of time on stuff. I mean, that's a little bit of a subjective thing, because even though you want to get this done quickly, you may end up making a lot of mistakes and learning from it. And then it's really more about the journey than the destination, isn't it? Even though you want to save as much time as possible, it still often does become about the journey. And if you're passionate about something, then that can help make the journey more tolerable. And I feel like my casual videos are a lot about that. Basically, I have a learning journey about certain things, and the idea is to make it a lot more realistic, so to speak, because I'm probably doing things I've never done before. And that way the stakes are actually high, because can I accomplish this goal? Well, I don't know what I'm doing, so there's a chance I may not. Stakes are high in that sense. But then you learn certain things in that process. So yeah. And when I'm doing this unscripted stuff, then I can just kind of be myself and do things. So when I'm doing those casual videos, I generally do not have an on-camera persona. I can pretty much be myself, of course, within reason. If I'm like the absolute loony self that I am in real life, then I feel like I'd be revealing a little too much to the internet. But with a slight filter turned on, I'm otherwise myself. Like sometimes there might be jokes that I feel like making, but they could come across as very inappropriate in some situations, because yeah, I'm dirty-minded a lot of times and have dirty jokes that I would otherwise make, but I'm doing this to a general audience, so I don't want to do that. I'm refraining myself from doing that type of thing. But well, I'm doing that in real life too sometimes. If it's someone that I don't know on a very casual basis, I wouldn't want to do that in front of them either. But if it's someone that I know pretty well, things are nice and casual, then that's where I can be my true self. Because then if I feel like making a dirty joke or just think about things in a way that could come across as offensive to some if you don't have the full context or the right sense of humor, like I can do that in front of these casual people who I know have that. And I'm sure you're aware of that whole concept. And that even ties with the point I've made in the past, where we're not technically one person. We're a facility of hundreds of people. And who we are at any given time, it's a lot of times based on the scenario. And this is also why I was getting into understanding your dream self. Because who you are in a dream is basically a drunken idiot, because the mind, the logic centers of the mind are mostly shut down in a dream, and the mind is sort of functioning like it's drunk. maybe even a little beyond that sometime. Like if you did the kind of stuff you do in these very low functioning dreams, probably have a life sentence at this point. You were to do some of these things in real life. That's just how dreams are. And it's because it kind of reflects your true, honest self. And you're a very different person in these very non-logical dreams than you are, hopefully, when you're listening to this, for example. Because most of the mind is shut down, so it makes sense that it would function very differently. And the part of you that you relate to is basically not present, right? So yeah, if you want to be a lucid dreamer, for example, and you want to have the realization that you're dreaming during a dream, one of the best ways to go about doing that is to understand your dream self and map it out. Like, who are you in your dreams? Are you someone who has a lot of anxiety? You're always on a mission with an end goal? Or, because your dream self may always be on edge, while maybe in real life you're a lot more laid back, for example. Sometimes that's how it is for me. I find that generally I'm pretty laid back and content, even in my dream. But I'm also very distracted. Dreams are basically a distraction machine because the environment and all the events are essentially created by your own thoughts and what you get distracted by, that sort of thing. So if you could map out and understand that, then you can question reality during the moments when you're identifying that you're experiencing traits of the dream you, the dream version of you. So when you map out who you are in a dream and you notice certain characteristics about that, then those are the moments you want to question reality, when properties of the dream version of you start happening, essentially. So what I was originally trying to get at, the whole casual videos, I can be sort of my authentic self, but in dreams we're even more authentic because the part of us that we relate to in our own dreams is essentially gone, so our bias is essentially removed as a result, right? So yeah, I could have gone there, whatever. But yeah, I was just kind of getting into the philosophy of basically the whole different versions of you. I was just kind of giving some different examples of that. So yeah, I was kind of talking about my on-camera persona, which is very different from everything else because we're not technically one person. Daniel Love, who's a sleep and dream researcher, likes to use this analogy that the mind is sort of like an orchestra, and when we're awake and aware, it's like that orchestra is all together. But in a dream, parts of it are removed, but yet you can still recognize the tune. Like, if a tune were playing and you were missing some instruments, you may still recognize it, but parts of it are still missing at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's one way to represent just how the mind is. At any given moment, parts of that orchestra may be slightly missing, even when we're awake, because a lot of times we actually live most of our life on autopilot. And when we're on autopilot, parts of that orchestra are still missing, but enough of it is there that we can still function basically as ourselves, but parts of us are still missing, like the critical faculties likely are missing during autopilot. So yeah, the way the mind essentially fluctuates at any point can certainly be represented by the orchestra thing. And that orchestra fluctuates literally every moment. So that's kind of one way to think of it. The mind is essentially a fluctuating orchestra. I think that could somewhat sum up the nature of the mind in one sentence. So regarding the whole persona thing, these voice recordings that you're listening to right now also pretty much kind of reflects how it is on videos to some extent. Actually, maybe they're a little bit more casual compared to videos, I guess you could say. I did that binary thing in the last one. That was not even part of the plan, but it was casual enough that I could just go and do that. But during a video, I don't think I would have done that necessarily. So yeah, this is definitely more casual, but still within reason, as I mentioned before. I feel like I can still mostly be myself during these videos. or during these audio recordings. So yeah, I did actually mention at one point I would talk about why I hate doing scripted content, and I feel like I've mostly covered that here. But if I am going to be doing a video with important points to talk about, I will do like a general bulleted list, but then it's still somewhat casual from there. It's a little bit tricky sometimes though, because if it's important for me to get information right, then I may do a little bit more planning than that. There may be a little bit more planning involved. I'm just passing a family business and there's a very large truck backing in. I actually have to wait for them. But yeah, if I'm going to do scripted content, then I'm generally going to do a bulleted list. And that's, even with the casual videos, I do kind of do a bulleted list actually. And then I just kind of follow the lead from there. For these recordings, I do kind of do the same thing as well. Like when I was talking about that server build, I had a lot of points that I wanted to make sure I covered in one of these past vocal vlogs. So I did have some bullet points for all the points I wanted to mention there, but I try to do either only bulleted lists or nothing at all. And actually what I was trying to get at before too is it's kind of tricky if I'm trying to make sure I get content right. So I don't know if you saw my video on the second channel where I tried inducing sleep paralysis demons for Halloween, but that's a hugely misunderstood topic, and it's so easy to get information wrong by accident. So I wanted to make sure I had my facts straight on that video, for example. So I kind of did bulleted lists a little bit more thoroughly than I care to admit, because, well, I just wanted to make sure I got my facts right there. So yeah, for videos like that, sleep paralysis one, I did care about getting my facts straight as much as I could, because it's a hugely misunderstood concept. It's a video that I'm pretty sure Daniel Love saw, and yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was good regarding that. You'll also notice that I referenced Daniel Love as a primary source on that video. Because, yeah, I mean, I made that video because, as you're aware, or you may or may not be aware, but Daniel Love did make that kind of video himself. And I figured I know how to basically induce sleep paralysis doing a maintained awareness stream, or attempting to have a maintained awareness stream and having a focal point so I can notice those processes. I may as well see if I can summon a demon. And of course, if you watch that video, you'll realize I never actually managed to summon the demon. And I'm not all that surprised, because I have not really experienced, like, I don't even know what a demon would be like, so I probably don't have a mental model. Also, I was attempting toward the end of the night, which makes it way less likely to occur in the first place, a demon, because at the beginning of the night, the mind has a lot more critical REM processing that it has to do. So therefore, that's where beginning of the night dreams may be more intense. And just with the nature of that, the sleep paralysis demon, so to speak, is more likely to show up if it happens at the beginning of the night as well. But for me, it was toward the end of the night when I attempted on the video. So that alone reduces the odds quite a bit. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I had my facts straight in that video. So in fact, you can probably tell that some of it was scripted, as embarrassing as that is. But it kind of felt necessary in that situation. And in that video where I call myself on Zoom, sadly, that was pretty much scripted as well. And I hate that that was scripted, because, I mean, I mentioned last time, I think it's better for it to not be scripted if possible. Well, I'm not going to go on that way. I'm going to a client site, by the way, and I've just arrived right on time, too. So, yeah, with that Zoom video, I sadly did end up scripting that video. That was not part of the original plan, because I mentioned before, it's actually easier to do that kind of stuff unscripted. Someday I may get into why that is, but I would have spent way less time if I had done it unscripted, and it maybe would have helped make it even a little bit more authentic. So, I don't know if you saw the other video that I did where I show my alter ego their computer. You can find that video on my second channel in the unlisted videos worth sharing. Right now it still has the still adding tons in parentheses of the playlist name. I am still adding a ton of videos, by the way. I just haven't gotten around to it recently. But yeah, you can find the video in there. Since the video is there, what am I trying to get at? Well, that video, I only did a bulleted list for that video, believe it or not. I had just a general outline for that video, and I didn't even go beyond that. So, yeah, I mean, the first time, basically my first take of that video was an absolute disaster. I'll maybe talk more about that when we do end up analyzing why it's actually easier to do those clones unscripted rather than scripted. But the first take of that was an absolute disaster. Then the second take was the successful take that's on that video. So I do actually have two versions of the video on that playlist, as you may have noticed. One of them is basically my favorite moments from it. In my opinion, the moments that are actually worth watching. Like when I swallowed wrong. That was hilarious. I mean, imagine cloning yourself and in the middle of talking, you basically swallow wrong, which is not part of the original script. And then you try to improvise with that. Yeah, that basically happened in the video, which is hilarious. I swear that part was not planned at all. Even if it, how could I possibly come up with the idea in a planned script, right? It's genius, but it was not planned. How could I plan it even if I wanted? Well, so there's an example of another benefit. Not really going over a script. So yeah, that video, I just did a bulleted list for what I'm doing. Pretty much everything else was more or less made up on the spot. And I hardly spent any time preparing for that, by the way. But yeah, the Zoom video, on the other hand, was scripted. I was originally going to do it unscripted. By the way, the unscripted video, you might think that happened after just because it's now unscripted versus a Zoom video, but it happened years before. So that calling myself on Zoom is basically a Zoom edition of that, if you will. But yeah, the Zoom video, I did try to do it unscripted, but I had all these little tidbits I wanted in there. So I was writing them all down, and then all of a sudden I started thinking at the time it would be a lot easier to just script it. Boy, do not fall into that trap. I should not have done that. So I'm a little bit upset with myself that I scripted that video, but things still worked out in the end. I would have definitely preferred to not script it. And if you listen to that behind the scenes video, basically you'll learn that... Now, I forgot the point I was trying to make. What would you learn from the behind-the-scenes video? Well, basically the way I approached it. The behind-the-scenes video has a bunch of information on there. But yeah, I thought it would be a lot easier to do it scripted, but I should have avoided that and instead done a bunch of rehearsals. Basically, long story short, for why it's easier to do it not scripted, rehearsals are really where the magic happens. If you just go through the whole motion of each clone, even if you make a mistake, still go all the way to the end because you're probably going to make mistakes later on too. And then when you treat it like a rehearsal, the stakes feel like they're a lot lower and you don't feel like you have to get everything perfect. And when you do that, then you make a lot less mistakes in the first place. And second, you can also keep things very authentic. So even if you make a mistake, just carry on. Because you're probably going to make mistakes later on. And you kind of have to be in the zone to be able to do it without feeling like you're constantly going to make a mistake. But doing it after making mistakes, still going, may sound like a waste of time. But like I said, you may make it more mistakes, but also that very thing helps you get in the zone to where you don't constantly feel like you're going to make mistakes in the first place. It'll warm you up, so to speak. So, yeah, I would say spend way less time writing a script and more time rehearsing takes. The amount of time you do that, you'll get a successful take way sooner than if you were to write this full script, practice it really good, and yeah. In fact, when you practice it, you'll almost treat it like it's a production environment, and you're getting practice from the real world rather than theoretical. In some ways, practicing the script off camera is like practicing things from a theoretical standpoint, which doesn't always line up with the real world. But doing rehearsals, it's like real world practice, the kind that's actually effective and matters. And where I said that the magic really happens with rehearsals is, don't even have a final take. Treat everything like a rehearsal, even the final take. Because then when you treat it like a rehearsal, the stakes are low. And if you just happen to do everything right without meaning to, which will happen if you treat everything like a rehearsal, then you could end up declaring it a final take, even though it wasn't originally supposed to be a final take. So yeah, treat everything like a rehearsal and don't ever have a final take, because that will increase the pressure drastically. Rehearsal, you can be a lot more laid back and not so concerned about making mistakes, so you're not going to trip yourself up nearly as easily. There really is magic in treating even the final take like a rehearsal. And you basically just keep doing that until everything was successful. And since I did it on Zoom, that actually makes it a lot easier. Because if you do a clone in person, you really don't have much of a buffer for when you can do both of them. Because you need to make sure the lighting and the environment match up. And yeah, if you screw up, not a whole lot of room for doing another take on the other clone. But on Zoom, if you screw that kind of thing up, you can just end the Zoom call and start over for either clone. It doesn't matter which one. But I kind of go over this whole concept in that behind the scenes video. By the way, I've also lost about 20 pounds since that video too, because I was not really eating the healthiest. Most of the time I was, but around that time I wasn't. I just simply went to better eating habits and lost 20 pounds more or less just like that. So there is a lot of merit in just simply having good eating habits and stuff like that. Exercise was more or less the same for the most part. But yeah, just wanted to point that out. I think it is important to note how much merit there is in just having good eating habits. It's a cheat day, I'm sure. But now I'm not to say what kind of diet you should have. I'm not the authority on that, but based on what I know and what seemed to work for me, I'm just sharing that. So I'm at the client site, but I'm waiting for my boss because we're both going to do stuff today. So yeah, I mean, basically as far as that Zoom video goes, I should not have fallen into the trap of scripting that video. For some reason, I thought it would be easier for writing down all these little things I wanted to do, all these little tidbits that are in there. But what I should have done was write down pretty much just those tidbits, maybe a little bit more, but not much, and done a bunch of rehearsals instead. That would have gone a much longer way than actually writing a script. Writing a basic outline combined with more rehearsing with the actual video, that goes way better. So yeah, if I do another one of those Zoom calls with myself, there's only going to be a general outline and pretty much everything else is going to be spontaneous. I mean, the beauty of it is I can do each clone until it's successful. Like, I don't have to do one clone and then the other, and if I screw up on the second clone, that doesn't mean I have to re-record the first one, especially if it's a Zoom call. I mean, you'll notice that my other self on there was in a whole different environment and wearing something different, obviously. So nothing about that has to be continuous. In fact, both of those clones on the Zoom call were recorded on completely different days. Also, that was another point I was trying to make before with time travel. How was I able to clone myself? More or less because I time traveled, as crazy as it may sound. So, yeah, I recorded one clone on one day, then the other clone a couple days later. And, yeah, the way I was able to do that is because we're time traveling at a constant rate, and I simply recorded them at different points in time. We are time traveling. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do that Zoom video. Why was that even possible? Well, because I was able to record using electronic equipment at some point in time, and then record at another point in time, combine them into one medium, and there we go. So there were two of me because they were recorded at different points in time. How was I able to do that? Because technically we're time traveling, as crazy as it may sound. So, yeah, when I was explaining time travel and how we're doing that at a constant rate, we are time traveling. That's why that's possible. And we're capturing ourselves at a certain point in time in a digital format, which we can then play back at a different point in time. So, I mean, even if time travel is really confusing, just remember that you can record yourself and watch it in the future. Why are you able to watch it in the future? Because time travel is technically happening. Once you get to that point in the future, you watch it. You're able to watch your past self on a recording. Because what was once your present is now your past, and you're watching that in the future. Yeah, we are time traveling right now, whether you realize it or not. So when we get back to the time travel video, I'll explain basically how I'm going to accomplish the time travel. And if I wanted to keep things simple, I could probably utilize just the fact that we're already time traveling and just do some slight manipulation or something. I don't know. Like, it really doesn't have to be that complicated. Just the fact that we're time traveling already would probably get me most of the way there. I just have to manipulate one little thing, maybe. I don't know. We'll get into that more later on, but yeah. So the Zoom thing absolutely relates to time travel because that's how that's possible. Like, I basically time traveled to do that, and obviously I can't really interact with my past or future self, but using electronics, I can. As a matter of fact, you could almost argue that I technically used technology to time travel right there. I didn't do it in the real physical space. I did it in the technology space. So I did time travel on that video. I used video editing and things like that to time travel effectively within the digital realm. So technically I did time travel on that Zoom video using fancy technology that can edit things in a non-linear fashion, and yeah. So yeah, hopefully, like, if time travel didn't make all that much sense, hopefully that clears things up a little bit. We're already doing it in some format, but basically time traveling is the idea of doing it in a different format or changing things in a different way than it would naturally occur in using time travel technology. So yeah. Anyway, my original point was, yeah, I fell into that trap with scripting that Zoom video. Kind of fell into the trap with this sleep paralysis video too, but I really just wanted to make sure I got everything correct. And that's not my primary topic of expertise either, so it's a little bit harder to make videos on those kind of things. Yeah, and I'll let you in on another little secret with that sleep paralysis video. I wasn't even interested in whether or not I could summon demons. The thing I was really looking forward to with that video was seeing if I could raise and lower my eyebrows while I was in sleep paralysis on camera. And then just the idea of being in sleep paralysis on camera, that actually makes things a little bit more casual in a sense too, because first of all, I'm asleep on camera. Well, when I'm in sleep paralysis, I'm mentally awake, but I'm technically asleep in a dreaming state. Because, of course, you know that when we're dreaming, our body paralyzes itself during REM sleep. That's called REM atonia or muscle atonia. And REM sleep is where most of our dreams happen, so we could just call it dreaming sleep. But during dreaming sleep, we get muscle atonia, and the theory is so that we don't act out our dreams. We're not entirely sure if that's why it happens, but it's likely an evolutionary measure so we don't act out our dreams, because if we're walking in a dream, we would be making physical movements in the real world because we're using the same part of the mind for that. But thanks to muscle atonia, that's how we're motionless in real life, even if we're making walking leg movements in a dream. Or if we're doing crazy stuff like climbing a fence or something like that, we lie motionless in the physical world because of that paralysis. Normally, we're not supposed to witness that process in reality, but what I essentially did during that video was attempt to have a maintained awareness lucid dream, which I'll probably talk more about lucid dreaming sometime in the future, but if you want a lucid dream, there's basically two ways to do it. You can either regain your awareness sometime during the dream itself and be like, oh yeah, this is a dream right now. Or as you're falling asleep, you can try to maintain your awareness into the dream. And technically, we don't really maintain our awareness. We might have a micro distraction which allows this sleeping process to kick in. And then our awareness comes back without interfering with the sleeping process. So basically falling asleep consciously. And you do it in a way where so basically you're trying to maintain consciousness, but you do it in a way that doesn't interfere with the natural sleep and dreaming process. Those are basically the only ways to lucid dream. You either regain awareness or you maintain awareness into sleep. So that's the basic idea behind that. So when you do things like reality tests and dream journaling and understanding the dream version of you, as I mentioned earlier, you're understanding the dream version of you so you can have a regained awareness dream. It's one of the best ways to do it because dreams are filled with dream signs, if you will, or at least triggers that should trigger you into checking reality, right? So, yeah. Anyway, so during that sleep paralysis video, what I essentially did was attempt to have a maintained awareness dream where I fall asleep consciously, but I essentially try to go out of my way to observe my overall body state so that once the muscle atonia was kicking in, I would start noticing it. With most approaches to having a maintained awareness dream, you might focus on some visualization type thing. So for example, the impossible movement practice, which is basically the idea of visualizing some sort of impossible movement. Like if your hand is resting up against the surface of the mattress, it would be impossible to bend your hand forward without, lifting your hand up. But basically, you visualize that sensation of doing it, and eventually as the dreaming process kicks in, the sensation actually starts kicking in, and you feel like you're bending your hand in that impossible way once the dreaming process kicks in. And that's a fairly common approach to having a maintained awareness dream. But if you're focused on that, you're not likely to notice when muscle atonia is kicking in. I mean, you might in some situations, and sometimes you might visualize something like his dream walker or dream stumbler technique, Daniel Love's technique, or the journey technique where you kind of mentally walk through a journey of some sort, and then you have certain cues to check if you're dreaming throughout that journey. And eventually when the dreaming process kicks in, certain things will start happening. Like all of a sudden you're no longer visualizing the journey and feels like you're actually in it, which is basically the dreaming process kicking in. While you're focusing on that, you're not likely to notice sleep paralysis either. So what I'm doing is I'm focusing on, so my focal point is sort of optimized to notice when sleep paralysis is kicking in. So yeah, basically doing a maintained awareness attempt. That's what I did in that video. And I noticed when sleep paralysis started kicking in, right? You basically have to essentially be in REM sleep for that to happen. Or at least that's when REM would start, rapid eye movement. That's when that sleep stage. So basically that's when dreaming sleep would start. And yeah, so that's more or less what I did in that video. But the original point I was trying to make was, of course, I kind of wrote a script for that because I wanted to make sure I had my facts right for something that's not my primary topic of expertise. Especially since Daniel probably saw that video also. And of course, he used a slightly different technique for inducing sleep paralysis. He instead did sleep deprivation, which is commonly known to cause it. But yeah, I mean, essentially what I just did was a maintained awareness attempt. And pretty much everything is about focus. So when you're in a lucid dream, essentially it's all about where your focal point is. Your focal point is essentially on the fact that you're dreaming and that sort of thing. So yeah, when you have a regained awareness dream, you're essentially regaining your mental focus. Or when you're doing a maintained awareness dream, you're maintaining your focus. Everything about this is about focus and memory. So yeah, that's the basic idea right there. So when I did that sleep paralysis thing, it's all about where my focal point was. It sounds like pretty crazy, but I optimized my focal point to notice once the sleep paralysis process kicked in. You'll notice that the first attempt, it took over an hour, and that's because I had to work within the natural constraints of when dreaming sleep was going to kick in. It's a sleep cycle, and we don't have control over when it happens. We don't have control over when dreaming sleep happens. We kind of have to work within natural constraints. So, yeah, what I also did besides where my focus was timing when dreaming sleep was going to kick in. And the first time it took as long as it did because dreaming sleep was apparently not around the corner. So it took a little while for things to happen for that reason. You're basically running up against two things with this: sleep latency and the actual sleep cycle that's going to occur, whether it be non-REM, aka non-dreaming sleep, or dreaming sleep. So obviously sleep is made up of several different types of stages, but yeah, so to try to have a maintained awareness lucid dream, the quickest way to accomplish that is when dreaming sleep is around the corner, and you can get past the sleep latency, which is of course how long it takes to fall asleep. And then when you do fall asleep, what's going to end up happening? Dreaming sleep or non-dreaming sleep, right? It's all about where you are in your sleep cycle. So obviously when it took an hour, that likely took as long as it did because my sleep latency was actually quite low, but dreaming sleep was not around the corner. Non-dreaming sleep was, so I basically had to ride the wave through that and essentially try to maintain awareness through all that. And you'll notice like the second time went a lot quicker than the first. And that's because sleep latency was a pretty normal amount and REM sleep was around the corner that time. Or dreaming sleep was the next thing that was going to happen. So, or at the very least, very little non-dreaming sleep was going to happen first. I purposely targeted when dreaming sleep would be relatively close around the corner, which is why it only took like 18 minutes on the second attempt, because sleep latency was really low at the time. Like I could fall asleep in seconds at the time I did that, even after setting up the camera and everything. But yeah, so basically those are the kind of variables that are lining up. I have some sleep latency, which if I'm in my mind, there's two different modes of sleep. Well, maybe three, which is kind of an oversimplification, but sometimes you might fall asleep within seconds. Other times it may take minutes to fall asleep. And sometimes it'll be somewhere in between, right? Well, so that's sleep latency, how long that's taking. Then what's the next sleep cycle once sleep does kick in? And then the third variable well, this is kind of an oversimplification, but the third variable would then be, where is my focus in all this? Am I focusing on the right thing so that I notice once the muscle atonia starts kicking in? So yeah, in order for me to induce sleep paralysis, that's basically 3 focal points, or 3 different variables. It's probably a little bit more than that, but a simplification of the variables is sleep latency, the next sleep cycle that'll happen once it does kick in, and where my focus is during this process. If those variables line up nicely, which will at some point if I manage to induce it, then yeah. So the reason why it took over an hour is not really because of sleep latency, but the fact that non-dreaming sleep was next, and I had to maintain awareness until dreaming sleep was next, essentially, which is probably not the best way to handle things, but I had no idea of where I was in my sleep cycle, so I mean, basically I had to maintain awareness where non-dreaming sleep would be happening, and eventually it would end up turning into dreaming sleep. So sometimes if it seems like it takes a while to do a maintained awareness, these are variables you're basically up against. And that's what I was up against during the first attempt. And of course I know how much time it took because I filmed it on a camera. I know when I started based on things on the camera. And of course I signaled with my eyebrows and stuff once it kicked in, so I was able to time it based on the raw footage. And then the second time, I probably could have done it even faster than that 18 minutes had I, like if I woke up just before dreaming sleep was about to kick in, probably could have done it in just a couple minutes. And by the way, I'm not actually inducing sleep paralysis. Muscle atonia is going to kick in regardless. Like when we go to sleep, we're going to have dreaming sleep regardless. That's just a natural part of it. And I'm not inducing that. I'm basically surfing the sleep cycle, if you will, until those things occur, working within the natural constraints of it. Sorry, that doesn't really relate to the time travel stuff, but I've mentioned this is kind of a casual format, so this is what you can expect with a casual format. But yeah, basically the way I induced sleep paralysis was, like I said, I didn't really induce sleep paralysis. I instead tried to match up what my next sleep cycle was, or my next sleep stage, like dreaming sleep. I basically timed when dreaming sleep was nearly around the corner, combined with the sleep latency and my focal point. Using all 3 of those variables, I basically did what I needed so that they all came together nicely. So of course, sleep paralysis will not kick in until sleep latency is up. I mean, think of sleep paralysis like the start of dreaming in a way. But I actually don't really like to call it that because in my mind, it has a lot of negative connotations with it, as you probably notice when I talk about this. But yeah, what you're really doing is, yeah, it happens every time you dream. So if you woke up from a dream, you did go through that muscle atonia process. Like you actually went through sleep paralysis whether you realize it or not. And actually, if we're really getting technical about the definition, sleep paralysis by definition is a parasomnia, but muscle atonia is not, right? That's what the actual paralysis is. Some people refer to sleep paralysis as when you witness that muscle atonia process, either because it happens too early or too late. And muscle atonia is a healthy thing, but sleep paralysis is, some people consider that when you're witnessing that process. But when you're not witnessing the process, then, well, sleep paralysis is still technically happening, but you're not conscious during that experience, right? The part of the mind that you relate to is basically not present during that. So just because of that, I actually prefer to call that the dream formation state, because that's where dreams are going to form. When you essentially transition from your physical body to your dreaming body, and then your dream senses essentially kick in, and your physical senses become suppressed. That's kind of what's going on there. So, yeah, when you do a maintained awareness, you're essentially trying to maintain awareness through the dream formation state. But depending on where your focal point is, you're probably not going to notice the muscle atonia process kicking in. You might notice the dream forming around you, maybe, but yeah. And yeah, in case you didn't know, sleep paralysis can technically be used to induce lucid dream. If you can basically ride out the dream formation process, then all of a sudden you'll end up in a fully formed dream if you just let one thing lead to another and you maintain your awareness throughout. There is a chance that you may end up losing awareness and end up in a normal dream despite initially being conscious. And of course, as I said before, technically we're conscious during our whole dream because we can make some decisions to some level and experience things, basically have real memories, but the level of consciousness is kind of, that's what's different. Like how much of us, the part that we relate to, is actually present during our dreams. Very little of it, which is one of the other reasons why we forget most of our dreams. Because the part of that we relate to that experiences things, that part of the mind was not very present. That part of the orchestra, if you will, was pretty much lacking, or only there partially. The logic centers of the mind were pretty much not there at all as well. So, yeah, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, basically what I'm doing with that sleep paralysis is making it so that the part of my mind that I relate to that experiences things, making it so that that's more present during the muscle atonia process when that kicks in. Making it so that that's more present during the dream formation state. So if I hooked myself up to an EEG device while I was having sleep paralysis in that video, I'm guessing that it would show that I'm in REM sleep, but also conscious and awake at the same time. It would show some very special brain waves that are only achievable while in that state consciously. But yeah, like I said, it's pretty much all about having the right focus at the right time. Because it does happen whether we're conscious or not. Like I can recall a dream I had today, and I'm very sure I went through that process to get there. And then one thing leads to another. It's so fascinating though. Most of the time, I do a maintained awareness to enter a lucid dream consciously and witness the whole dream formation process. How do you go from lying in bed, possibly on your side or your back, to being vertical in a fully formed dream that feels just as real as this? How do you transition from such a drastic change, right? Certainly doesn't happen instantly. It's a process. It's almost like the mind is booting into an operating system. And during the dream formation state, that's essentially the dream operating system of the mind booting up. The way that happens is so fascinating. It can happen. The way it happens can fluctuate between every experience. So yeah, as you can see, I enjoy talking about this stuff, hence why I went on this really long tangent. But you can see that if I were writing about this stuff, I would actually enjoy that writing process. Because of what I'm writing, it's not writing at that point, it's exploring ideas that I'm passionate about and getting them down. That's essentially what we're doing there. And I'm technically writing in audio format right now. Writing just happens to be the medium that happens. So yeah, to get back to my original point now, writing scripts. I suppose I could also let you know that before I get back on topic, I could also let you know that I have an upcoming video that's kind of a follow-up to that sleep paralysis one. I'm not specifically, tomorrow's actually Halloween, so of course I should technically have a follow-up to that sleep paralysis demon video. See if I can actually succeed this time, but I'm not going to go that route. What I'm going to do instead is do a bunch of experiments in my sleep. Basically compile that into one video. So honestly, the thing I was looking forward to the most was probably just to see if I could raise and lower my eyebrows while the rest of my body was paralyzed on camera. And of course, seeing if I could open my eyes on camera too while I'm paralyzed. That's the other weird thing. While I was paralyzed, my eyes felt like they were glued shut. I tried to open them on the camera, but my eyes legitimately felt like they were glued shut and I could not open them. That's a weird feeling. And then the first one, when I described how I attempted to turn my head and I was unable to move it, that's a weird feeling as well. Because I literally tried to turn my head and it just didn't work. My head didn't budge at all. I almost had that feeling of forgetting how to move it. I did what I thought I was supposed to do with turning my head, but in a way it felt like I forgot how to actually do it. Very similar feeling if you're doing reps and you can't do any more reps. You almost might have that feeling of forgetting how to do reps all of a sudden, even though you were just doing it. Weird feeling, but yeah, when I tried to turn my head, I literally could not move it. I had that feeling of forgetting how to do it. That's probably the best way I can describe what that felt like. If you've had paralysis, you probably know what that feels like. But yeah, I really could not move my head on camera, as embarrassing as that is to admit. But it's really that natural muscle atonia process. Like if I was rapidly turning my head in a dream, I wouldn't want my physical body to do that. So yeah, fascinating process as well. That's what I was really interested in when I made that video. Not whether I can summon a demon, but could I open my eyes while the rest of my body is paralyzed on camera and actually have visible results? Could I raise and lower my eyebrows on camera while my body is paralyzed? And to be clear, when the body paralyzes itself, you still retain control of some things like your eyes movements, hence why they call dreams rapid eye movement. Your eyes do a lot of movement during that state, likely because you move your eyes in the dream itself, and since you still have control over your eyes will actually move. And that was a huge part of how lucid dreaming was proven scientifically by Dr. Keith Hearn in April 12, 1975. Somebody was hooked up to an EEG device which showed that they were in REM sleep but also conscious. And they did eye movement signals intentionally, and it all worked, which is pretty exciting. But yeah, of course, we know that eye movement would have worked, but could I raise and lower my eyebrows? Like I said, we retain control over certain things, like our heart obviously still has control, our breathing still has control, and things like that. So, yeah. So I was kind of fascinated that I was able to signal with my eyebrows, especially during that second one, and have realistic movements. Well, not realistic movements. I mean, I was still able to raise and lower my eyebrows right on camera while I'm literally in sleep paralysis, but still conscious. Like, that's wild if you ask me. And yeah, that's so cool that I was able to do that on camera. That's what I was really curious about, not whether I could summon a demon or not. I mean, I was a little bit curious about that, but more, could I signal with my eyebrows? Could I open my eyes on camera while I'm essentially asleep? That's what I was more curious about. So yeah, on the follow-up video, I'm going to do all sorts of experiments involving that. Like, for example, I'm going to try to open up my eyes, because I never really opened it up very much in the video, because I literally couldn't. But I want to see if there's some other strategies I can try. One thing I actually noticed is, even in real life, if I raise my eyebrows to open my eyes, it's difficult even in real life when I have control over that. Like, try to close and then open your eyes once. Try opening your eyes without raising your eyebrows. Then do it while raising your eyebrows alone. It's actually quite difficult when you're doing it just on raising your eyebrows, which is exactly what I was doing in that state, which is why I think one reason I think it was so difficult to open them, because you lose a little bit of control due to the paralysis, and I think it may have been just enough to not really open it very much. But remember that strategy where you don't raise your eyebrows, how much easier that is? Well, I want to do an experiment in this upcoming video where I open them in that way instead. And of course, see if I can let in a bunch of light without shocking myself awake from the sleep paralysis. Because that could happen. The sudden bright light could be enough to shock me awake and stop the whole process. So Yeah, I'm gonna do other experiments as well. Like, just kind of experimenting with. So, when I first noticed the sleep paralysis naturally kicking in, I think I still have control over my body, and then I start losing it as the paralysis is slowly kicking in over the course of like maybe 5 to 15 seconds on average. What I'm curious about is, am I able to move my arm when it first kicks in? And then do I start losing control over time? I'm curious to see what that looks like on camera. And I've had plenty of times where I thought I was moving my physical arm, but it turns out I was actually moving my dream arm. Okay, I gotta go. My boss just arrived, so see you in a bit. Right, so I'm back from the client site going to Studio A, and then I'm still going to go to Studio B yet, so we'll have quite a bit of recording yet today. So yeah, let's continue vocal vlog. So I kind of started rambling about lucid dreaming stuff, which wasn't part of the original plan. I will talk about that at some later point because we were kind of going over my history, if you will, and it's very relevant to my history, but not the main topic of conversation right now. I do want to keep it a little bit on topic, otherwise we would practically never get done what I really want to get done if I were to prioritize things, not being entirely sure how long certain things will end up taking. So yeah, the original point I was trying to get at with the lucid dreaming stuff is that was a topic where I wanted to make sure I was getting my facts straight, since this particular thing is hugely misunderstood and there's a lot of misinformation on it when you look at the general internet, because that's just how it is. So I don't want to be part of that problem, if you know what I mean, which is going to mean basically doing as much research as I can and just making sure I'm getting my stuff straight, and that meant quite a bit of scripting. So for a video like that, I was okay with the scripting. Oh yeah, I think I actually did finish this conversation on that and wanted to talk about some of those experiments. So basically I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of different interesting experiments. Oh, no way. I recognize the vehicle in front of me. They're going to Studio A as well, so I'm basically following them. There's a couple other vehicles between us, but yeah. So that's kind of interesting. I didn't realize we were that close in timing. So ironic. The license plate matches up. So yeah. But yeah, so an upcoming video we'll be doing some basically experiments in my sleep like that. How long do I retain control over? Like, do I have any control over my body when the process first begins? And then do I start losing control as it progresses? As a paralysis kicks in, do I slowly start losing more and more control until I lose complete control over my hand? I think that would be kind of fascinating to explore. Honestly, I'm really only going to do probably like 10 different experiments, and I'm only going to show ones that actually have noteworthy results and not mention the ones that were anticlimactic. So I'm going to basically do a series of experiments on there. Some of them I think are going to be really interesting. So for example, one time if that video is out, you already know what I'm saying here, but basically one time I decided to fully exhale in a dream. I was not lucid in the dream, so I had no idea it was a dream. But at the time, I was like really angry for whatever reason. Things just were going wrong in the dream. And I decided to try a strategy where I fully exhale and sort of temporarily deprive myself of oxygen to calm myself down. In the dream, for whatever reason, I decided somehow that may be a strategy that would calm me down. But anyway, when I was exhaling, I would not stop exhaling at all. I tried to fully exhale, but I just kept being able to do it forever. Like, I was able to exhale for over a minute straight, non-stop. And I was angry because I wasn't running out of air. And of course, as it turns out, that's because I was dreaming. I was dreaming, so I was basically able to exhale forever. And I would have been curious what my physical body was doing during that time when I was fully exhaling. So I'm basically exhaling for a minute straight, and somehow I still haven't run out of air yet. I mean, I even pinched my nose and mouth in the dream, and that didn't make any difference whatsoever. Everything was completely pinched. I was still exhaling. Because, of course, I wasn't pinching my real nose and mouth, so that wouldn't affect my real breathing. That's why they talk about the nose pinch test, where you check if your breathing changes when you pinch your nose. You check how your breathing is normally, and then check how it is while you're pinching your nose, giving it your full attention, and then you check, did the breathing change? Because in real life, your breathing will suddenly be obstructed, but in a dream, it shouldn't really change anything at all, and you're not pinching your real nose or anything. So there's another difference between waking life and dreams. That's a test that some might perform. There's a little bit more to tests than that, but that is a pretty useful test. Only if you do it right, though. Because there are certain ways to do it wrong, I guess, from what I've heard. Every time I've done it, it's always worked the same way. My pinching my nose doesn't change my breathing at all during the dream. Same with pinching my mouth, of course. But yeah, anyway, one of the experiments I want to try is that exhaling thing again. What is happening to my physical body when I'm trying to fully exhale? Do I start exhaling like a loon, or what happens exactly? So, yeah, I'm sorry about rambling on that again. As you can see, I really enjoy talking about that. And again, if I were to write about those kind of things, I would obviously enjoy the writing process, because it's not really about the writing when it comes to this thing, is it? It's more about exploring the ideas and getting them down, which is exactly what I'm doing in this auditory format on vocal vlogs. So, yeah, if you actually enjoy the stuff you're talking about, like I clearly am right here, then it's a different story. Like, it's not really writing at that point, is it? And then it's a lot more enjoyable, which is what I was trying to get at earlier. It's all about what you're writing. If you don't enjoy what you're writing, then of course writing is not going to be fun. But if you enjoy what you're writing, it's not really writing. As I think I got my point across with that. But I didn't actually realize that until recently. I was kind of close-minded. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be a writer for like a video or anything like that. I don't enjoy the process. But as I said before, it's a whole different story when you actually enjoy exploring the concepts you're writing down and you have genuine inspiration. So, yeah. That's the point I was trying to get at. Somehow that led to that really long lucid dream ramble, but while I hope that this gets you excited for when I talk about actual lucid dreaming stuff and how that's relevant to understanding me as a person, I would say that lucid dreaming is a huge part of what made me who I am today. It's made me engage humility. It's made me a lot more humble. It's given me a greater understanding and appreciation for critical thinking, creative thinking, even problem solving, and persistence and patience. And also the idea of trying to do something without having a results-based mindset. Like, it's honestly, lucid dreaming has given me all these different skills like that. And I'll kind of explain how and why that is later on, and then also, there's most of the information online is misinformation. And you can imagine once I learned that was the case, that really opened up my eyes to a lot of just how everything works, because it shows the importance of what little we know about the subject, how prevalent arrogance actually is in the world, and why it's important to be skeptical and critical, at least a healthy amount. I mean, I was taking some of the lucid dreaming sources online for granted, but there's so much misinformation. There's really only a couple good sources. I'd say like less than 10% of what you find online is actually a good source for that topic. I try to be a good source myself, but there's so many little nuances that it's quite difficult, especially if you're talking about this spontaneously. In fact, this is probably not the best format for me to talk about that, because, well, I'm saying things spontaneously, so the odds of me getting something slightly wrong or sharing an idea where you really need to have more information to interpret it correctly, well, that's a potential problem. And I would be better off doing planning ahead of time to make sure I minimize the odds of mistakes. I'm trying to be conscious of what I'm saying, but of course, when there's a lot of nuanced detail, you can imagine how tricky it is to get it all right. I mean, in my mind, there's 3 types of people who share lucid dreaming information. There's those who willfully mislead others for financial gain, which sadly is most of the sources online. There's those who are enthusiastic about the topic, but don't really know what they're doing wrong, and it certainly isn't happening on purpose. And then those who are like actual qualified professionals and do this from a skeptic mindset, try to be as engaged as humility and transparency as possible, right? I would kind of consider myself right in between those two, but that's kind of an arrogant claim to say that. Like, you should be skeptical of me saying that because, yeah, with how little we know, I mean, even the professionals encourage you to question them and their qualifications and everything like that, which is healthy. So, do that. Alright, I'll be back when we start going to Studio B. Right, so now let's continue the vocal vlog as I'm now going back to Studio B. So now we're getting really thick snow, and of course it's flying right in my direction, so I can hardly see anything right now. It's dark as well, so driving may be a little bit difficult, but hopefully that shouldn't affect things too much. So I rambled about lucid dreaming again, which I apologize for. Well, how's that possible? I just took a right turn and it's still heading towards me, the snow. Oh crap, I actually made a wrong turn now that I think about it. Now I'm gonna do a U-turn. U-turn successfully made. Alright. Somehow the snow's still flying in my direction this way too. It's heading toward me no matter which direction I'm going in. Why is that even happening? This sucks to drive in, let's just put it that way. Anyway, I'll try to continue on the recording regardless. So I talked about lucid dreaming stuff again, primarily just to properly wrap up the conversation I started without missing too much and potentially leaving the wrong ideas from having incomplete information, even though it still goes pretty deep. We'll probably cover it a little bit more later on. But for right now, my original point was just about how I do scripted content, I guess, which is where I happened to leave off. So I fell into the trap of doing scripted content with the Zoom video, but with the video where I show my alter ego their computer, that was just a bulleted list with a general idea for what I'm doing. One thing I guess I could also share regarding that real quick is you not only treat everything like a rehearsal, including the final take, but it also helps to, because if you're doing it on Zoom, you can actually keep doing the first clone until things work out nicely, regardless of the second clone. And then you can make the second clone, basically you can actually study the first clone off camera and then do all the takes of the second clone. Hold on, I actually turned off my brights and it's easier to see now. With the snow flying in my direction, it's actually easier to see with the brights turned off. Holy crap, I never realized that before. Maybe it's not always true, but right now it is. But yeah, so when I practice a second clone, I can actually base it off of how the first clone recording went. If I made any mistakes in the first one, I can learn them for the second clone to work with. Then I do the second clone, treat that all as rehearsal until that goes well. And if you're doing like a third clone, then you basically do that on top of the first two. If the first one or second one are interacting with the third one, you treat it like you would any other clone. It can get a little bit complicated, but basically you still do things one clone at a time. So that idea that I recently mentioned where 4 clones compete against each other, that might be a helpful concept right there. But out of pretty much all options, I would say you're probably gonna waste the least amount of time doing this unscripted versus scripted, just so you know. I mean, feel free to try it for yourself, but based on my experience, doing unscripted is just way easier than doing scripted by a long shot. Not exactly sure why, but it just is. Like, if you do it for a little bit, you're probably going to end up coming to that conclusion yourself. Anyway, so the point I was kind of originally trying to get at was I try to minimize my scripted content, or if I do scripted content, I try to do a bulleted list. And sometimes I just can't pull that off because there's like so much I feel like I had to get right. So yeah, that was my original point, just how I try to minimize the scripted content and everything. Now, in the case of the time travel film, now we're going to finally come back to that. But in the case of the time travel film, yeah, no, using the brights is definitely what driving is definitely harder to see than it is not using the brights with the snow flying toward me by comparison. So I think I conveyed all the points that I wanted to. It's just kind of how I do the scripting part of it. So as you can imagine with the time travel film, I'm now on the scripting part of it. I'm basically trying to figure out how I'm going to accomplish the time travel in the first place. And of course, toying around with different ideas and opportunities. So when I'm writing the script, I actually do not feel like I'm writing the script as much as I feel like I'm exploring and toying around with potential fun ideas and opportunities. I feel like I'm doing that more than I'm actually writing. So this, unlike most scripts, I actually am enjoying the process. Because there's a lot of unknowns with this until I go and figure things out. If the time travel film is out by the time you're listening to this, you'll probably realize just what I mean by that. Because all these different things that I cover to accomplish time travel, there's really not much that's simple about it. So yeah, the writing process is more exploring ideas and basically just doing enough that I need to do to be able to record the film. I would almost not even consider it writing, but more exploring ideas and preparing to show them in the film. So of course there's a lot of different ways I could take this, potentially. So maybe I should resume where I kind of actually talked about last time and went on an unbelievable amount of tangent. So obviously I talked about that first idea where I get out the ideal door, but it's a really close call. And the second time, I potentially go underneath my bed in a way that looks somewhat dangerous, maybe. I don't know, it depends on how exploring the idea goes and what kind of opportunities I have as a result. So it's kind of based on all that. I just can't get over how much easier I can see when I have the brights turned off. Obviously, if snow wasn't flying in my direction, it'd be a different story. But I actually feel safer driving with the brights turned off. It's also adjusted to aim a little bit higher too than normal ones. So if that's the case and it's still fairly easy to see, that's a good sign. So yeah, I kind of shared the two main ideas, and then in the third instance, I'm gonna make it so that I actually run into my past self and we confront each other, which will be a little bit tense initially, but I'll come to my senses and it will be a past self at the time when I was planning on doing this time travel stuff. So I will come to my senses because I'm aware that I'm planning to do this, probably. I've come up with the idea way before I'm starting to execute it, so yeah. But it will be very interesting. I'm going to play around with ideas there. I haven't done a whole lot of playing around with it yet because right now I've been focusing a lot on how to accomplish time travel and trying to figure out basically the niche that I'm trying with my approach to time travel is trying to make it as realistic as I can. Trying to make the sci-fi concepts blend with reality as much as I can. So that's kind of the idea. So obviously I don't have a DeLorean that could go 88, nor a phone booth that could go into the circuits of time, but I do have some other options. So I was kind of, if I want to be able to do this, I have to have some sort of way to time travel, right? And I would like to do something unique that's not just seen somewhere else, of course. So in doing that, I'm trying to make it as realistic as I can. Also, I'm trying to make it so that practically only a scientist will be able to argue with why the stuff I'm doing isn't possible. But I think even in that situation, it might be close enough that it just works for the film, right? So I'm trying to pick up somewhat realistic concepts that work with the film. So I guess the winter's here now, basically. Sad times. I think winter's a hassle. That's just me personally. I only say sad times because now it's a lot of work to deal with the weather. I had to put on a coat, basically get warm, be extra careful with driving, potentially jumpstart my vehicle if it doesn't start up. Be really careful with driving, especially in this city, which is notorious as far as winter driving goes. Anyway, to get back on topic, now we're going to kind of go over my thought process for the way I'm accomplishing time travel, and then an idea that I ended up having to abandon and everything like that too. So I'll kind of explain the rundown of my ideas with it. But yeah, I mean, the third time travel instance will be I actually confront my past self. Things are a little bit tense at first, but we end up working things out in kind of an interesting way. I want to try to have it be interesting regardless. And of course, I'll probably use my skills of cloning for us to be able to talk continuously for quite a long time. Not exactly sure how big I want the film to be yet. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Because with all these little details I'm figuring out with the way I'm time traveling, it's possible I can get real long with that. So that might be a little bit interesting. So as far as how to accomplish time travel, which I think is the next point that makes sense, I'm basically trying to do research on that. And of course, when I say research on the video, I really mean, well, when I'm saying research within the short film itself, I'm like, I think I researched the way to time travel. Of course, what I'm really talking about is figuring out something that seems realistic and convincing enough to work with the film. Of course, that's what I'm really talking about. So in some ways, I did do research, but not in the way you may actually think from a behind-the-scenes perspective. So there's a lot of different potential ways I could time travel. So the basic idea that I'm going with is using my TV remote because it can blast infrared signals, which of course is something that's not visible to the human eye, but cameras can pick up the signal. So if you point a TV remote at a camera, you can see the infrared signal, and I decided that's what I'm going to go with. So naturally, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to pull that off before I would even go any further. Do I have any chance of being able to pull it off whatsoever? So at this point, I'm actually a little bit more concerned about the special effects in some ways. I had some other ideas for approaches with time travel too, which I'm going to casually share at one point later in the film. So when I think about the interaction between my past self at the point where we actually do run into each other, there's a point where I'm going to mention, by the way, when you do time travel, don't do this or this. That's something I'm going to say. You probably noticed that in the final film. If you have fancy time travel and you're in the future after it's already happened. But anyway, I'm going to have a little bit of a paradox on there. It's a little hidden Easter egg where I basically mention these other approaches that I had for ideas of ways to time travel. And then when I share the approach, I'm going to be like, and don't do this or this. And I can't remember why. Well, you might pick up on that little hidden Easter egg. The reason why I can't remember is because I had original reasoning. Like, I was originally going to try it, and I had original reasoning to believe it was going to work. But Let's just say this is before I made any final decisions. But the paradox is when I say, and I can't remember why, not to do those things. Because I knew at one point, and because I told my past self not to do those things at all, not to even think about it, suddenly my past self doesn't do what it was originally going to do, so therefore it's going to forget why not to do those things. My future self that tells my past self not to do these other approaches will forget why not to do those things. Because I told my past self not to do those things, so I'll slightly alter the timeline by mistake right there. So that's a little bit of a paradox that'll just get snuck in there. That would be a little bit concerning, right? Because I had to avoid disrupting the space-time continuum. Because time travel can be very dangerous. You don't want to severely alter events as a result of time travel. And of course, by not telling myself to do these other approaches, I'm going to inadvertently alter events. And then have no idea why not to do these other approaches. So that'll be a mistake with that. But yeah, to get back to how I'm going to time travel, we're going to get into kind of my thought processes with that now. Boy, I'm getting really tired. Even with this voice recording, I'm still pretty tired, and hopefully I don't get narcolepsy. I had a long day. Been doing a bunch of server migration stuff. Now the server migrations have begun. There's a ton of them now because the latest, or the legacy version of Windows Server is now ending primary support for security updates and stuff. So it's time to migrate away from Windows Server 2012 and having to make sure that the new environment works for everyone. It can be really difficult to switch away from legacy system. It's a real pain. I hate to make people have to do that, but with technology evolving, it's just a thing that has to be done. So you have to deal with all sorts of stuff with that, like speccing out a system and making sure it worked with the old system, possibly having costs associated with it, and people potentially refusing. Yeah, it's a mess. The real world is not neat and tidy, but there's a bunch of that going on right now. So that was a bit exhausting, what I've done today. So I'm a bit exhausted at this point, but hopefully I don't fall asleep on my way to Studio B. I'm already noticing more resistance, and there's actually more snow as I head up north. I'm noticing that I'm starting to lose a little bit of traction. Anyway, let's get back to the time travel stuff. So yeah, I'm playing around with ideas and just talked about the paradox. Now let's actually get into the approach. So the idea of what I could do with time travel is basically using my TV remote to blast an infrared signal. What I really like about that is I wanted to do something where you had a bunch of buttons and you could be real specific about what you're doing. So with infrared, for example, TV remotes send very distinct signals to the TV, right? So you can imagine I can use those very specific signals with the TV remote to send a distinct wavelength of infrared. So yeah, that sounds like it has a lot of potential, doesn't it? Infrared, I can somehow blast a signal at myself. I think the basic idea is, yeah, normally we wouldn't be able to blast ourselves, but with extra power, I would imagine if it were powerful enough, I could essentially have the infrared signal powerful enough that it actually causes me to essentially time travel. And since I would need a lot of additional power, why not reference Back to the Future? Did you remember they needed 1.21 gigawatts of power to do their time travel? So what I'm going to actually do is I have a math sheet with a lot of complicated expressions on it because it's something I tried several years ago, not related to this, but I'm going to basically show that math sheet and say I calculated about how much power I'll need, and it'll be 1.21 gigawatts, just like on Back to the Future. I'm going to make it look like I accidentally stumbled across the same answer. So yeah, I'll act like I did my own calculations and just happened to calculate 1.21 gigawatts. So I think that would be kind of interesting as far as the amount of power goes. So of course that's going to raise several concerns, which we'll get into in a little bit. So yeah, and then I'm thinking more about how would a TV remote actually lead to me traveling. Well, normally the infrared signal would do nothing, but if it were powerful enough, then perhaps it could change my wavelength. So I think that's what I would have the basic idea be. Basically changing my wavelength if it's powerful enough. So I don't know if you've heard of binaural beats, but I mean, first of all, there's not a whole lot of scientific validity with binaural beats, at least in relation to having lucid dreams and stuff. There's not a lot of scientific validity on that, but the reason I'm bringing up binaural beats is because the alleged explanation for what's going on is you're playing two different frequencies, one to each ear, and somehow because there's a difference, the mind will interpret it as the average of those frequencies, sort of as one thing, sort of as one frequency, and because it's averaging the frequencies, somehow that changes the brainwave state itself to mimic the frequency you're listening to with the binaural beat. At least that's the alleged concept behind it. I don't know if there's really any truth in that though, and whether or not the brainwave actually changes because of some sounds. I mean, it's a little bit absurd because it's more or less just a noise. And I mean, how do you expect to have dreaming sleep because you're playing a noise to your ear? Yeah, there's not really a lot of validity with that concept, but the reason I'm bringing that up right now is because if that concept were true, it's considered a form of brainwave entrainment. The idea of changing one brainwave into another using sound waves. You use sound waves to change your brain waves. That's called entrainment. And basically, when I blast myself with infrared with the time travel, in a way it's like a form of visual entrainment. So using infrared waves, it changes my wavelength, which ultimately brings me to a different point in time. So that's kind of the principle with infrared. I blast infrared, which changes my wavelength, or it kind of overrides my existing wavelength and ultimately results in time travel, right? So that actually sounds like a fairly convincing explanation for why that TV remote thing is possible. But now we have a problem. How can we expect the battery power to be nearly enough to blast me into a whole different wavelength, ultimately causing time travel? Well, that's where things are going to get really interesting. There's a lot of different opportunities for that. So yeah, anyway, one of the concepts that I really enjoyed on Back to the Future was all these unanticipated issues that came from ideas they had. So they maybe wanted to accomplish time travel in some way. And then there's these problems that come up. And I think it's really fun to watch them brainstorm the process. Or the process of brainstorming and coming up with a solution to that problem, right? I think it's really interesting to watch. So this actually gives me a really cool opportunity to do something very similar here. So obviously right now I have a problem. I can't get enough power to the remote to actually get a strong enough infrared signal to change my wavelength and basically entrain myself into a different frequency, which would ultimately result in the time travel. I'm probably going to also dial in on exactly how that works, because I'm also realizing, like, why does changing the frequency like that work? Well, one reason why is because there's like a whole bunch of different approaches to time travel, which I don't know if I actually covered that here yet, but one of them is the idea of going to a point where light hasn't even traveled yet. So maybe there's somewhere around the galaxy. So maybe you can find this place at a different point in the galaxy where light is traveling slower than it is here, or it just hasn't traveled to that area yet. I mean, you probably heard about how if there were a light switch that could control the sun, it would take like 4 minutes for us to see the sun shut off, right? It would take about 4 minutes. And why is that? Well, because of how fast light travels. So the sun would supposedly shut off instantly, but we won't see that change until like 4 minutes later here on Earth because of how slow light travels. So in a way, there's kind of time travel happening right there in the form of light. And you've also probably seen situations where you watch something from a distance and you don't hear the sound until a little bit later. Like maybe the sound has a couple second delay. I was just watching someone skateboard the other day. When they landed on the ground, I didn't hear them land until like 2 seconds after I saw them land. And what's likely going on there is sound travels slower than light. I mean, that's also why you see lightning, but there could be a delay in the thunder, which kind of tells you how far away that lightning was, right? Well, in some ways, time travel is going on right there. So one idea for time travel is to go to a physical space where light hasn't quite traveled to yet. And that physical space will appear to be behind this physical space. So yeah, if you want to time travel, you go to a point that can receive the light and everything that we receive here, but it receives it much later. Then that way you can go to the past of this area because of how slow light and everything travels. So that would be one theoretical approach for time travel, right? Well, something about changing my wavelength may involve that very principle. I don't know yet. I mean, I know my wavelength will change and that'll lead to time travel for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what yet, though. So anyway, I don't want to get too dialed into details because there's certain things that may or may not work where I may not be able to do that concept, right? So there's certain things that may not be feasible regarding this time travel stuff. So I kind of want to do a basic analysis of everything as a whole before I dial in too far on the specifics. I don't want to get too caught up in the specifics only to find out it won't work. And I'll give an example of where I tried that and then I found out last minute it won't work, so I had to completely change my approach to the whole thing. I felt like I wasted a lot of time, but that's an example of where I should have done the high level analysis or whatever you want to call that. So the next thing is, of course, how am I going to get more power to the remote? There's a lot of different approaches to it, but I kind of want to keep things simple and go with stuff that I already have if possible, or things that are really easy to get. So of course an obvious answer may be to use something like a transformer, which will provide more power than DC batteries would. So I need to have a more powerful blast, right? So I'm trying to think, how can I approach this problem either using what I already have or something I can easily get? Well, I started thinking of different solutions, and then I realized, I was like, I wish there's something I could put in my outlet to basically charge it up. So what can I safely stick in my outlets that I feel safe sticking in there? And then I was like, my multimeter. So a multimeter is basically this device that can measure power going through an outlet. And it is actually safe to stick prongs in there. Like, I feel totally safe hooking up the multimeter to the outlet. So now I'm thinking I can probably use that to ultimately solve my power delivery issues. So I have my 1.21 gigawatts. So of course a multimeter by default does not store power or anything like that. What it actually does is it just reads power going through. That's what it does in reality. But what if I could turn that into a battery or a capacitor or something like that? Obviously, I can't really do that, but is there some convincing way I can do that so that it works for the video? So then I started thinking about Theo Joe's videos. So I didn't know Theo Joe is a YouTuber that had these basically fake tutorials, and it had really convincing, like the tutorials in some ways were convincing, right? So Theo Joe's tutorials, even though they were fake, they had realistic things. So like, for example, for Theo Joe to increase his internet speed, he might put tinfoil around an antenna or something along those lines. Or when he quadrupled the internet speed, basically the idea was signal gets lost, or by the time signal gets from your ISP to your house, you supposedly lose about 4 times the speed. So allegedly what happens there is the internet service provider provides quadruple the speed that they're actually offering, and then by the time it gets over to you, it'll be about the advertised speed that it should be, right? But of course you can take advantage of that and actually utilize that quadruple thing that they do, that quadruple concept. Anyway, there's fake tutorials like that, and it's hilariously convincing to be real. Like, it's sometimes it even goes over scientific principles for why something is possible, and it's a little bit difficult to argue it because it's so convincing. Well, I kind of want to do a little bit of that too for my time travel video, because I really enjoy those types of videos that go over fake but convincing concepts. Anyway, so based on that, like, what would Theo Joe do if he was trying to use this multimeter to store power? Well, you'd probably wrap something around it to capture and trap electricity, I would imagine. So, well, that's the case, then what I would do is I'd wrap something around the multimeter and trap electricity. In my case, I think I'd probably wrap electrical tape around it. It supposedly has conductive properties, or it helps things conduct. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's kind of a convincing explanation that it helps conduct electricity in some ways. So basically, the way I'm going to kind of convert my multimeter into a battery, if you will, is wrapping tape around it. So this is basically just me playing with ideas, right? I probably had several ideas before that, but I kind of landed on this one. So then the thing is, how am I going to actually trap electricity? Because if I were to tape it too much, then you couldn't let electricity in. And of course, you do it too little, then the electricity will come out. How do you get electricity to get in there and stay in there? Well, so now I'm thinking about, how do I solve that problem that would occur from a realistic perspective? So one thing I'm doing is kind of looking at coming up with approaches to solving original problems, like the power delivery problem with the remote. How would I allegedly solve the problem? What are some convincing ways I can do that? And then within those convincing ways, there might be some gotcha with it that makes it not so convincing. So what can I do to then make that convincing? So in this case, wrapping tape around the multimeter would allegedly solve the problem of basically converting it into a power delivery device rather than just a power reading device. So how is it that wrapping tape around it will suddenly make it able to deliver power? So I'm playing around with this idea, right? So basically all these things I'm about to explain is me playing around with ideas and using interesting opportunities, combining a little bit of Theo Joe, combining a little bit of the problem solving thing that they show in Back to the Future with these unexpected problems. So there's unexpected problems. So you try to solve a problem, some unexpected stuff comes up, and then where it gets really cool is when they come up with creative solutions to those problems. So this actually provides me a nice opportunity for me to do that same thing. Have these creative problems, but also creative solutions. And actually, it's not taking much effort to come up with the problem because I'm trying to make this as realistic as I can. And in order to do so, there's problems that's going to come up. Like why there'll be reasons why this or that is fake and not very convincing. So those are these unexpected problems that would come up. I'm basically not even being creative at all to come up with that. These are like real problems if we were to make this realistic. So what's creative at this point, then it's what creative solutions can I use to solve those problems? Well, in the case of turning the multimeter into a device that can capture power, I obviously put electrical tape around it, but how do I trap energy and still get energy into it? There's the problem that makes it seem not so convincing. Well, you can kind of make up stuff if you want, but try to make it as realistic as possible so that it works for the film. So I'm making this time travel as realistic as I possibly can, while making it still work as a film, of course. Ideally, it'd be nice if it were completely realistic, because that'd be really cool. But I can use special effects and all these things to make time travel work on a short film, of course, like the cloning effect, etc. Of course, that part I think is really cool too. That was actually one of the primary things that drove me into it. Seeing that combined with high stakes of trying to avoid a paradox happening, I think it's just really interesting to avoid high stakes or whatever. But yeah, anyway, so how am I making it convincing that the taper on the multimeter works? Well, essentially, so when I put taper on the multimeter, then so the way electricity flows to the multimeter is, of course, those prongs, or the things that I can stick into the outlet. That goes to the multimeter so it can read the amount of power. So obviously the power is going through it, so that's why power goes to the multimeter. And then when I put tape around it, that kind of helps trap it in there. But then those prongs, with the prongs that collect the power, allegedly, power can escape through that. So how do I solve the problem of power escaping and getting in? So even if I have tape wrapped around it, power can get in and leave through the prongs yet, which you can stick into the wall. So the way I'm going to make that work, so power, even with tape around it, power can still get into the prong, which of course I'm not taping, right? So the way power will flow then is power can still get in and out through the prong, but the way it works when the tape is around it is if a circuit is complete, power can stay. So if there's a complete circuit, then power wouldn't escape through the prongs, right? Power would only escape when the circuit is broken and it essentially has nowhere to go. But if it circulates throughout the circuit, that's how power can be retained. And you lose a little bit at a time, of course, with that, but that's what happens in batteries anyway. Two opposite ends, power goes through, cycles, you lose a little bit over time even if you're not directly using it. So yeah, basically the way that'll work then is if a circuit is complete, then power doesn't leave. Like even if it's hooked up to the remote. So mind you, we're essentially storing, unlike most batteries, this makeshift battery using the multimeter will allegedly store AC current because it's coming in as AC 120 volts. So it'll allegedly be stored in that fashion. We'll allegedly be able to trap a fair amount of that. But when we hook it up to the remote, as long as we have a complete circuit and no buttons are being pressed on the remote, power will not be lost because we're hooking it up to a DC device. The remote will be using DC when the power source is AC. And so how do we solve the problem with those differences? Well, since the multimeter can handle both AC and DC, it'll just work when it's hooked up to DC and allegedly power the device. So if it's hooked up to the remote, current will not escape because there's a circuit complete right there. I mean, of course, like how any battery drains even when it's not used. That can still happen with this too. But yeah, the reason why you don't lose power right away is because it's hooked up to DC. The nature of that is power doesn't get used unless it needs to get used. Like batteries don't really drain unless we're actively using the power, right? So that's what would be going on here. So the way power would not leave is that complete circuit. But what about when the prongs are not touching anything and I'm going from the outlet to the remote? Well, the way I'm going to solve that problem is actually quite simple as well. I just simply turn off the multimeter, which will actually trap the charge even when the prongs aren't hooked up to anything, because it basically suspends any power from circulating. Power would normally circulate when it's turned on, but turning it off basically freezes the circulation and the continuity or whatever. It basically just freezes that, almost like it's freezing in midair, if you will. So basically I have it to the outlet until I get enough power from that, allegedly. I turn off the switch to suspend all current so I can put it on the remote. Then when I turn it on, the remote will have the power, but it won't actually deplete it until it's being used for something, like blasting me into the past or something, so I can save myself time. So that's kind of how that problem would get solved. So we do have quite a few more problems, of course. Even with this and using tape, even in these sort of best scenarios, how in the world do I get enough current, or how do I get enough power to accomplish what I want? Well, and basically I can't. I can't get enough power to do what I want. So then what? Well, there's some other strategies I can use. So here I'm trying to brainstorm some ideas for how do I solve my limited power issues. So of course if you use a transformer, that's easy, but with this kind of thing and using equipment we already have, we have to get creative. One way we can get creative is to, well, I started thinking about ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. So of course, if you don't know, most radiation that we get exposure to, including 5G signals, are non-ionizing, meaning they wouldn't cause cancer or damage. So since we have non-ionizing radiation, it wouldn't really give us cancer necessarily, or at least not nearly as much as ionizing radiation would. So I started thinking about that, and how would I be able to tie. So ionizing radiation can cause cancer and skin damage. So like for example, in theory, we probably heard that we might be able to get cancer from the sun. I can't remember if that's actually true or not, but I think you probably could get cancer from the sun. And if that were the case, it's probably because it's ionizing radiation, the kind that can cause damage. So infrared is actually a form of radiation, like the kind that comes from TV remotes, but it's non-ionizing, so it wouldn't cause cancer or anything like that. Visible light, thankfully, is non-ionizing too, because imagine if all the forms of light we can see, basically anything that allows us to see it all, imagine if that was cancer causing. Thankfully it's not. We're not very concerned about it. And we have no reason to be, because you don't hear cases about people getting cancer because of too much exposure to light emitting devices like light bulbs or candles or whatever. That's non-ionizing radiation, so it doesn't cause that kind of damage. X-rays are an example of ionizing radiation, if I'm not mistaken. So ionizing radiation is basically, well, in some ways, the reason why it's more damaging is because more power is involved. Essentially, more power is involved with that. So, what if I did some ionizing radiation somewhere in the process? So now I have to think, well, how does that actually help us? Well, because it involves more energy overall, I'm making the excuse that ionizing radiation, it doesn't actually increase how much power we have, but it basically, in theory, allows us to have a higher equivalent power without actually having more power. Basically being able to do less with more. The idea, or do more with less power rather. So the idea is rather than having ionizing radiation actually be more power, it allows us to basically achieve the equivalent of higher power with less power. So you might be aware of the difference between traditional light bulbs and LEDs. Probably notice that LEDs can be brighter with a lot less power. So in some ways, because it's more efficient, you can achieve higher brightnesses with less power, right? Because less energy is wasted toward heat. LEDs don't get nearly as warm. A lot of energy gets wasted towards heat, when if it were more efficient, that could get placed towards the brightness instead. If it wasn't for so much heat loss, so much heat being lost, then instead it would be greater brightness for the same amount of power. That's considered more efficient. So yeah, the basic idea, so I'm like, that's an interesting idea. We could use ionizing radiation. It won't give us more power, but it basically allows us to achieve a higher equivalent with less power. So let's say I only had 5 amps. Allegedly, ionizing radiation can make me do the equivalent, well, amps is a bad example, watts are what power actually is. Amp is more of a representation of how power is distributed and that sort of thing. But let's say you have 30 watts. Then if I involved ionizing radiation, I could allegedly accomplish maybe like 60 watts worth of stuff using only 30 watts because of the ionizing radiation. Basically allows me to do more with less. I don't know how true that principle would be in the real world, but that sounds convincing enough for a video, right? The ionizing radiation doesn't give us more power, but it allows us to basically do more with less power. So this ionizing radiation would give me more power. Well, it'll get me closer to my power requirement without actually providing me more power. The ionization gives me more, it allows me to do more with the limited power that I do have, right? So here I'm actually kind of doing things at a more abstract level, then I get into the specifics. So yeah, ionization will help me with my limited power, but then I thought about it some more and I'm like, but that's still not going to quite be enough power yet. I have almost what I need, but I need something to bridge the gap. So then I thought about this concept of what if rather than using power that's emitted at any given time, I can somehow use power emitted over time rather than all at once. The idea of accumulating power over time rather than, because I can't safely emit enough power at any given time with that multimeter allegedly. It outputs at the rate that it outputs at. I mean, you can do that for seconds or minutes at a time, but I have enough power, I just can't emit it all at one time, allegedly. Well, I have enough power with the ionization, let's say. So you see where we have all these problems and then we're coming up with unique solutions. So you notice how I'm identifying these problems of why it's not realistic and then coming up with creative solutions to make it seem realistic. This is yet another example of playing around with ideas. So yeah, so with the power delivery issue, what if there was a safer way to do it and I just accumulate it or use power emitted over time rather than all at once? Because after all, we are time traveling, so we have access to the fourth dimension of time. What is some creative way that I could use that to my advantage? Well, so as I was thinking about this, I actually came up with a term for this. The idea of using power dispersed over time. The concept that I'm calling that is temporal dispersion. The idea of using power emitted over time rather than all at once. Of course, we had like a power supply or a transformer or something. That would be way easier, right? But using what I already have, I can have these creative problems and solutions and have fun with it. So I can literally think fourth dimensionally. You might remember from Back to the Future, there was a point where Doc was accusing Marty of not thinking fourth dimensionally. He has problems. He almost needs therapy because he's struggling to think fourth dimensionally. But anyway, this is actually something that would allow us to allegedly utilize the fourth dimension because we have access to time travel after all. So rather than using power emitted over time, or rather than using power emitted at any given time, accumulate power over time and utilize that, because why not? So now I'm thinking about how do I accomplish temporal dispersion? Well, so I'm thinking if I were to do this, I would probably, since the multimeter is ultimately what's delivering power, I would have to have that somehow accomplish temporal dispersion, right? So I looked at the multimeter. There's a hole called COM, and I looked at the size of it, and a 3.5 millimeter jack fits in there real nicely. So then I decided to look at the calculator cord, because calculators basically have cords, right? So like if you want to transfer a program or something from one calculator to another, you can use a cord that's kind of like a 3.5 millimeter jack, but not exactly the same. And I'm thinking, what if I could connect my calculator to the multimeter to essentially send a signal? Because after all, calculators are computers that can send and receive signals, like TI calculators. Mine in particular is a TI-85, or else I could use a TI-83, which is a bit more advanced. TI-84 is probably the most advanced of all, but I don't have one of those. So TI-85, I could allegedly connect the calculator to the multimeter through a port that's labeled COM on the multimeter, which I love the fact that that's labeled COM. It stands for common ground, I think, but I think it could be convincing that I'm able to connect the calculator to there. And after all, there is a computer port called a COM port, I think, too. Or a serial port. I forget what it's called on the actual calculator. Maybe like a serial port. But I could connect the serial port to the COM port, which sounds so realistic and convincing. Of course, it's not even the same thing, but it sounds like it would be, so good enough for the video. So what if I send some sort of signal from the calculator to tell the multimeter to do temporal dispersion? So I can write a program to allegedly send signals to accomplish those things, right? So how I'm going to get my calculator involved in this whole mess and essentially write a program. So now I'm liking the opportunity this has. A lot of it reminds me of Theo Joe now. A lot of it also reminds me of, great, there's a problem, how do we solve it? That's a creative solution. So I'm just like randomly brainstorming these problems and solutions. So I have used AI to help me a little bit, but everything I've shared so far, I've come up with on my own. No AI is used yet. I'm really only using AI to get some of the nitty-gritty things that I couldn't come up with on my own. Like how to make some nitty-gritty things seem realistic, right? So yeah, I don't have any of those calculator wires, so what I'm now deciding is if I end up actually doing this video, as of right now, it's pretty likely that I will. It may be in the future when it's already done. I'm still in the writing process, still trying to figure stuff out. But it may be at a point where it's virtually done. I mean, if I'm going to actually do the video, then maybe I can get one of these calculator cords. I think as a little joke, I'm going to call it calculator wire. So basically what you need is some calculator wire. So yeah, that's going to be a little joke. But yeah, anyway, so what if I can somehow use the calculator to send signals that accomplish temporal dispersion? So I don't know how to do it yet, but I'm kind of thinking about things at this abstract level first. So how am I going to actually accomplish these concepts. So I literally went over quite a few concepts, but not even really how I'm going to accomplish them yet. So yeah, so I'll have to figure out a program to write to accomplish temporal dispersion, of course. But for right now, I think that concept is pretty solid. So rather than using power emitted at any given time, I instead use power that's emitted over time. And then what I actually do is, utilizing the fourth dimension, I can make it appear to be emitted all at once when it was actually emitted over the course of X amount of time. Thanks to the magic of time travel, I can make it appear to be using a lot more power than I actually am. So I'm not actually using power emitted all at once, but thanks to time travel itself, I can make it appear that I am. So I'm literally using time travel itself to help solve the problem. See how creative that is? So at this point, I think temporal dispersion will help bridge the gap with not quite having 1.21 gigawatts at this point. Temporal dispersion may come to the rescue when it comes to that. So I think I have a pretty solid plan. What do you think? Well, so basically what I'm going to be doing to solve the power delivery issue is I'm going to use a multimeter to capture the power, wrap tape around it. Actually, the idea of where current goes and stops, that I did use AI's help for. Like, how is it that I'm trapping electricity the way I am? How am I actually going about doing that? Well, so yeah, I'm using a multimeter to capture power. I'm trapping it using the electrical tape. Oh, and as far as that current flow goes, where it only leaves through the prongs, and then actually shutting it off to suspend power, I did come up with that myself, but I came up with it while bouncing ideas with AI. So I did come up with it myself, but during the process of bouncing ideas with AI, I'm not going to quite have enough power from that. So I use ionizing radiation to accomplish more with less power. Or in other words, more with the current power that I can get. And that's still not going to quite be enough. So I'm using temporal dispersion to bridge that gap. So now I got the basic details, and I just got to hone in on how I make that as realistic as I can so that it's convincing enough to work with the film and to make it appear that I'm actually doing it. And by the way, I've also mentally broken down the film to, I'm basically going to be doing a vlog when I show the process of time travel. I'm basically going to be walking through it in the form of a vlog. Well, I'm like, hey guys, I'm trying out time travel for the first time based on research I've done. And then once I do the time travel, it'll turn into a short film. I think that's how I'm going to format it. So I'm doing a hybrid of a vlog and a short film. That's also an interesting format that you probably don't see too often. So yeah. So now at this point, it's about basically honing in on the specific details for how I actually go about implementing these concepts, right? So how am I accomplishing this to begin with? Well, first of all, let's look at the ionization. Well, actually, I probably started out with the multimeter. So I have the general idea. So I think at this point now I'm using AI to get ideas for the little nitty-gritty problems now. Like, how do I do this or that and make this realistic? And to be clear, even while I was using AI, I actually came up with quite a lot of ideas myself still. Like, AI suggested some things, and then I didn't actually take the direct suggestion, but then it led to something I thought of myself. So it's still my own, but AI bouncing ideas back and forth led to that. And then I'm like, why couldn't I do this? And then I'm also using AI to check how realistic everything seems too. Basically getting an unbiased perspective on that, if you will, of how to do whatever in a realistic way. So yeah, at this point I will start figuring out how I trap current with the multimeter. Long story short, I use that tape, electrical tape. AI was also suggesting to use either Kepler tape, which I'd never heard of, or Teflon tape. But AI also later on suggested that electrical tape may even be the best solution for what I'm doing, allegedly. That's what I happen to have, so I'm kind of using electrical tape then. So now at this point, I would be thinking about, now that I know how the electricity stuff works, even when I have tape wrapped around it, current can enter or leave through the prongs of the multimeter. But if I turn off the switch, then it won't even leave through the prongs. It'll be trapped because turning off the switch basically suspends all current, right? So that basically solves that problem. So now about the ionizing radiation, how do I accomplish that? The first idea I came up with was microwaving, using the microwave or something. And at first I was thinking I may end up using the microwave with the multimeter, which obviously I wouldn't really do. I would allegedly do that, but I would not do that with an electronic. Or the tape that I wrap around it, maybe I want to do it with that. Since it is trapping the charge anyway, the ionizing from the tape feels like it would allegedly accomplish what I want. So using the tape, I could allegedly microwave that. But of course, I'm not really going to do anything crazy like that. So microwaving the tape is, well, I would allegedly microwave the tape, but I don't think I would actually do it on camera. I'd basically explain the whole concept of ionization. So I'm going through this whole approach. And I did all this research about safety and then how I would convey safety to the audience regarding this. I did a lot of research with that. And I was even considering talking to a professional electrician about this and everything. But I later on discovered, basically after getting literally every detail figured out regarding the microwave, I discovered that microwaving is actually, so I'd use microwave, which I thought was ionizing radiation, but it's actually non-ionizing. So I did all my research and then I find out last minute, microwaving is non-ionizing radiation, so it wouldn't even work. So here I spent all this time only to find that out. So I'm a little disappointed at this point because I did all this research into safety. What I was probably going to do is I was kind of concerned about it combusting, to be perfectly honest. So I did a little bit of research on how that would work, and I'm pretty sure that if it started on fire because of the microwave, that would be considered an electronic fire, I'm sure. So naturally, from my IT knowledge, I know that a Class C fire extinguisher would be best for that type of fire. Because, yeah, in IT, you need to know all the different fire extinguisher types, or at least the common ones, like Class A, B, C, D, and K, at the very least. But you should also probably know some of the more obscure ones, too. Like the ones that put out lithium ion. That one's kind of hard to come by. It's pretty expensive. Almost no one has that. But if you have a lithium ion fire, you're probably going to want that. So you could use an ABC extinguisher with that, which is a little bit more universal for classes A, B, and C. So that's good for things like wood, plastic. That's what A is, I think. And then B is like magnesium, potassium, sodium, if I'm remembering correctly. Or else I could be mixing that up with D, which B may actually be like grease, oil, gasoline type stuff. That might be what B actually is. I keep mixing those two up. C is, of course, for basically electronics. Then D is for probably the magnesium, potassium, sodium type stuff. So you can get like an ABC, which is a combination of what A, B, and C are. The problem is they leave a lot more residue, and there's a slight possibility that with an electronic fire, it could end up spreading it further with those bits of residue, if you will. So, yeah, so if you were able to get a standalone C, that would probably be best for things combusting in the microwave. I'm guessing, I'm not entirely sure on that. See, that's where I maybe talk to an electrician or a firefighter. I know a retired firefighter, so I could ask them, but yeah. Oh, I hate the leg cramps that happen after a long ride. Been having it for the past half hour. I hate this. But yeah, anyway, so I did all sorts of research on the safety and everything like that, and how you actually want to ideally leave the door closed because there's minimal oxygen and hopefully too little for the fire to survive if it were to suddenly start with the electrical tape. Then I'm thinking about, hopefully it's common sense that you wouldn't actually do this. In reality, I probably would have microwaved something else. May it look like I did the electrical tape, but then I could also have moments of suspense where it could easily start on fire at any time, and there's that suspense about what's going to happen. And of course, you'd want to do it on the lowest power level on the microwaves. There's like this power setting. The problem with the power setting is it doesn't actually reduce the power per se of the microwaves. It kind of does it at an interval where it does full power but for a small interval, right? So I'm kind of using AI research to help discover these things. So yeah, there's that whole idea of suspense. I do things on the lowest power level. As far as how I know when I got enough ionization, I don't really know how I would approach that, other than maybe I just kind of estimate based on how it feels. Like, I guess if it's warm, for example. Oh, I gotta turn right here. So aside from those little types of things and mainly being concerned about safety, I didn't even feel comfortable enough to risk, this is weird. I didn't even feel comfortable enough to actually put it in the microwave myself, and obviously I don't want to irresponsibly encourage risky behavior. I'm certainly not liable for decisions other people make. I'd make that very clear, and I would do a disclaimer: not do this unless you know what you're doing, etc. I've done my research, everything like that. But a lot of it was figuring out exactly how I'm going to responsibly encourage safety, making sure I'm not irresponsible sharing such a crazy idea and that sort of thing. Because that is something I want to make sure I'm getting right. Because if a lot of people were to see this, well, I'm responsible for a lot of people. I'm not responsible for their actions or anything like that, but at the same time, I also don't want people doing stupid stuff on account of something I said or showed in the video. So a lot of the research was figuring out the best way to address safety and everything like that. Because if I didn't do that, that would be kind of insensitive of me. And I'd be kind of a hypocrite too, let's be honest. So yeah, I put it in for X amount of seconds at a time, pay very close attention to it. I probably would have even had a moment where I claim it looks like it's starting on fire and smoldering and that sort of thing. So then I quickly unplug the microwave to stop it. And I'm really prepared. Make things suspenseful. So I made things suspenseful after responsibly and everything like that. So then, as I'm doing this research and basically have every little detail figured out, I don't know if I need to go over all of them. This is a majority of them, though. You can imagine with the back and forth with AI, it would take a little while to do that. Oh, crikey. How's this gonna play out? Think someone may be stuck on the ice. Oh, yeah. Whoa. This is the worst. I'm lucky I just regained control. I'm slowing down as I go down this. This is a tricky hill that I'm now approaching. Also, I'm taking a right turn at the red light where you yield to oncoming traffic. It just turned red, so I need to be able to stop. It worked. Everything worked out amazingly, but man, that was a little bit questionable. Yeah, definitely have to pay more attention to driving now. A comedian in this area actually said that if you can survive winter in this area, you automatically graduate college around here. Because, it's college students automatically graduate if they can survive winter here. Let's hope there's a spot in the lot that I want. Actually, strangely enough, the dream I had this morning was having plenty of spots to park in this parking lot. That was the dream I had. Well, so much for that. That lot is not available. Just like last time I did that voice recording. This one's probably not available either, I would imagine. No availability in this lot either. So now I'm going to have to go to that far one again, just like last time. Well, it looks like that apartment suite right there got all fixed up now. It was torn down recently. This is about where I was last time, which I would have expected. So yeah, at this point, I basically can't use the microwave because it's non-ionizing anyway. I certainly can't pretend that it is ionizing. So now I had to come up with a different solution. Well, fortunately, I thought about what else constitutes as ionizing radiation. There's options like X-rays, ultraviolet. I forget what some of them are. So I'm like, okay, ultraviolet. So then I look, and I happen to have a hearing aid dryer, which is more or less like a cleaning device that uses an ultraviolet light to kill germs and bacteria and that sort of thing. It's pretty much like that except for my hearing aids. It dries up moisture as well. And I looked at that, and I was like, that would be perfect. So then I look it up, and then here, it looked like ultraviolet was non-ionizing radiation as well, which I want ionizing once again. And so I do a little bit of further research, and as it turns out, some forms of ultraviolet light are non-ionizing while others are ionizing, which is probably a good thing because otherwise UV lights, like fluorescent lights, would be ionizing radiation. We'd be concerned about that. But fortunately, it's non-ionizing, so that's good. But then I'm like, oh no, please tell me that my hearing aid thing is a form of ionizing. So I do a bunch of research on that. It's likely that it is, fortunately. So we might be in luck. I did some research and it looks like it is the ionizing kind, thankfully. So then I realized I can put my hearing aids in there safely. In theory, I should be able to put electrical tape in there safely too, right? So if that is the case, and this is actually a blessing in disguise that I can't do the microwave thing, I can worry a lot less about the safety side of things because, well, it's not like a microwave which could overheat, that sort of thing, and potentially cause explosions depending on what's being microwaved, like grapes. And yeah, so that's kind of cool. So I'm still a little bit hesitant at first because, like, how much power is the UV light and that sort of thing. Well, AI has this form of calculation which I'm going to have to validate, but allegedly, if I wanted to get my ionization, so to speak, I'd be putting the roll of electrical tape, and probably the roll rather than just a bunch of electrical tape because it'd be more convenient with the roll. And you may want to dedicate it towards the time travel because it's for ionizing. And of course, if you time travel again, you would re-ionize. So there's something to keep in mind. And then also one of the things I was thinking about with the microwave, by the way, was contamination of food. Like, could the electrical tape release contamination that could contaminate future food in there? Because that could be a valid potential concern. AI thinks it's very unlikely, but it's also saying it's even more unlikely if you then do a thorough cleaning of the microwave itself, because it would probably be regurgitated through microwaves themselves. If anything got on surfaces somehow through the traveling of microwaves, then that could contaminate stuff allegedly. So a good measure would supposedly be to clean the microwave surface. And also, if you are concerned about that, then maybe use a microwave that isn't going to be microwaving food for the foreseeable future. Then you're playing things safer in that way. And yeah, I'm sure I'm missing certain details like that, but I am trying to think of everything I can. So yeah, basically I'd use my hearing aid dryer, and according to the AI's calculations, which I would have to further verify. I would just need about a minute with the amount of power involved. And then, of course, as far as safety goes, I would want to carefully monitor the electrical tape, make sure it's not like combusting. And of course, the ionizing radiation itself could be a concern. So one safety measure I would share is one of the best preventative measures, well, not really preventative measures, but mitigating the risk, is simply limiting the exposure. So in other words, don't do a lot of time travel, at least in that technique. Maybe use like a transformer or something instead. And that way you don't need ionization. But with this approach of ionization, you might want to limit how often you time travel, or else you'll increase your risk of cancer. I forgot what some of the other preventative measures are, but limiting exposure is basically one of the most feasible approaches. Otherwise, maybe do things like wearing these gloves and just protection to protect you against exposure, but it probably, long term, is really where the concern is. If you do it for short periods of time, probably not a problem, but it's up to you how much you protect yourself, basically. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'd be sharing when it comes to safety. But apparently, according to AI, it's more concerned about the heat buildup than the actual ionizing, like I thought. And yeah, basically, trust your gut when it comes to that. If it feels uncomfortable to touch, obviously do not burn yourself. But honestly, if it got that warm in the first place, I would probably not be very comfortable with that. So how do I know if it's ionized? I think my primary clue for that is how much heat gets created from basically the ionizing waves themselves. So like the UV light. So in the case of my hearing aid dryer, the UV light would allegedly produce some heat on it over time. And so would the actual heater from the drying in the first place. Both of those things would. So yeah, I obviously wouldn't really like the electrical tape to heat up very much. So I might even write off that even just a little bit of heat beyond like the natural room temperature would be a sign that ionization has happened, and I just write it off as that, maybe. Or what I do is I just explain the condition that you look for, aka how much heat is produced from, in this case, a UV light. And I kind of judge based on that. And I could also indicate, like, I don't know entirely if I did it the right amount and whether or not that would cause problems or not. There's an area where things could get a little suspenseful. Did I ionize things good enough? Because what could the consequences be if I did not? Well, what if I share the consequences on the video, or I will. But it could be things like I could end up in the wrong point in time, or worse, I would cease to exist. So of course, if you see the video, you know I have this funny little tidbit where I consider the risk that I may cease to exist, and then I'm like, I should probably get my will written so my parents know to sue the UV light company, because that's what's dependent on whether I live or not. And then that's literally all the will is for, too. So, yeah, can you imagine? Because the UV light manufacturer just happened to make a non-ionizing UV light, that causes me to cease to exist, so therefore they should get sued. And then the worst part about it is that may not even be a good enough reason to sue them, because I'm doing something irresponsible like time traveling, and of course I'm taking that risk. So that's what the audience could possibly conclude, which would make it even more hilarious yet. But yeah, when I came up with that idea, I absolutely lost it. That is absurd. So yeah, I would basically have some criteria for how I know when I've ionized it enough. I'm not even going to say how much time I spent on it. It'll vary for everybody, but I'll make a claim like, oh, I think I've done it enough that I think it ionized now, right? I'll make that claim. So, yeah, I think I'll do something like that. And then that's when I'm done ionizing the tape. And of course, I would do that for each round of time travel because I want to time travel pretty much right after it's been ionized. And even if it's a roll of tape, I'd still want to redo it because I could lose it over time, of course. And I need enough for the actual time travel. I think that's mostly what's going on there. I was also considering, since the microwave, I spent so much time on the microwave, I was considering maybe going through that approach. And then I'm like, why is the time travel not working? And then I go through my research, and like 3 days later, as it turns out, microwaves are actually non-ionizing, so microwaves won't work. New plan. We need UV light, blah, blah, blah. So I was considering doing that, but with all the detail I figured out so far, I have a feeling this film is going to get really long. Some people might just want the time travel part itself. I had to avoid going into too many details with the time travel itself, but it's also kind of cool because it shows like I'm being resourceful and everything like that. So yeah, I think that was pretty much it regarding the ionization. Minimizing short-term exposure as far as risk goes. Make sure you do not burn yourself. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all there is with that. I was actually quite concerned about even exposing it to the UV light. But I discovered even after a minute, it barely heats up at all. So I might write it off as a few minutes is what you need or something. Or rather than having some sort of formula, you instead just kind of do it, feel it, do it some more, and keep doing that until it feels like it's warm enough. And warm enough would maybe be just a little bit above what it naturally would be with room temperature. So it should warm up just a little bit. Probably not, doesn't need to do it that much. It should still get the effect. And then also, I mean, the whole idea, if you have a big roll, you have a lot of surface area, so that'll retain heat better, all those things. So as you can see, like all the stuff I'm talking about, it's not so much writing, is it? It's exploring ideas and potential. So yeah, I think we went over the ionization as well as just the remote concept. So as far as the remote goes, it'll do like a form of wavelength entrainment, I guess you could say. Kind of up to you how you want to figure out how to write it off. So yeah, so we'll get into a little bit more detail next time. But of course, I did quite a bit of brainstorming on that. And I'm currently on the brainstorming process for the temporal dispersion part of it. So how am I accomplishing temporal dispersion? The way I'm doing that, I'm really proud of. I will explain more of it later, not to spoil too much right now, but I came up with the idea of using recursion to accomplish temporal dispersion. If you're familiar with the programming concept of recursion, you can probably infer how that works based on that alone. But I'll go over it more later, but basically what I'm trying to appear to do is rather than using power from the present, rather than accumulating power from the present to the future, I had to figure out how to send power from the future to the present. So how do I go about that, right? Well, recursion. And I'll explain more of that later, but I'm basically in that process of figuring out how to do that and how I would allegedly write the calculator program to tell the multimeter to do that. And mind you, even with all these ideas, while I'm bouncing ideas to AI, I have to sometimes correct it on what I'm talking about so that it fully understands, because it has a different perspective compared to what I naturally have, so I have to sometimes correct it. Like something that I feel like would have been implied isn't necessarily. Sometimes that actually leads to interesting ideas, even if not directly the mistakes. The mistakes maybe spark some actual legit idea. But yeah, so next time we'll go over how I'm doing the temporal dispersion. How am I actually accomplishing that? using recursion, which that I did come up with myself. So, yeah. I mean, that's insane. Like, I'm basically using recursion to help me time travel. If recursion didn't exist, then this time travel may not even be possible. Like, that is wild. Like, my mind was just, I was just at disbelief with how this worked. Anyway, I'll talk more about that next time. I think that's where I'm wanting to leave off. We'll have to wait and see. For now, I think that'll be it for tonight. I really should get in Studio B now. It's raining a little bit now. That'll be it for now. So, yeah, thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. And have a good one. Peace. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to continue vocal vlog for a little bit. So let's just jump right in. So it is going to be a bit of a shorter one, but we can continue where we left off with that time travel stuff. So I kind of went over the basic idea for the ionization and how I'm trapping electricity and everything like that. Basically how that's going to go about being done. So like I said before, now I'm still kind of doing a feasibility analysis, but a little bit more thoroughly than I was before. So I can basically find out whether or not I'm still going to be able to do the time travel and everything that I want to right there. So how in the world am I going to accomplish temporal distortion using the calculator now? Well, I came up with this idea, so I kind of talked to AI about it for a while. I'll probably think of some of the initial approaches, but I'll kind of jump to what I remember right now. So we can say that it primarily involved, so I basically have to think fourth dimensionally, right? So the basic premise would be at first that I would accumulate power over time. But, so that's kind of my initial idea. I accumulate power over time. And then if I want to appear to be using the 1.21 gigawatts all at once, even though I wouldn't be able to emit that much at a time, I would have to figure out basically how do I send accumulated power from the future to the present. So rather than accumulating power from the present to the future, I had to figure out how I would send power from the future to the present. So the way I'm going to accomplish that is obviously temporal dispersion. So how do I even go about doing that sort of thing in the first place? So at first I was thinking I would have to accumulate power over time and make myself appear to utilize it as one continuous burst, even though it was actually accumulated over time. So at first I was thinking normally I would accumulate power, basically build a buffer, if you will, from the present to the future of accumulated power. But if I want to send power from the future to the present, then one thing I could do is reverse the order that that happens in. Start accumulating power in the future and going toward the present. So by the time we're in the present, I have all the power I need. But even that would be kind of tricky. So then I thought after a while, I don't actually want to use accumulated power over time. What I'm actually doing, rather than building up power, is I'm emitting power at the natural rate that it would emit at. But somehow I would harness the power emitted over time as one continuous burst, even though it was actually emitted over the course of X amount of time. Nothing actually happened in a burst, but it functions like it did. That's kind of the idea. So it doesn't really happen all at once, but it kind of functions like it did. But the basic idea would be I'm emitting power from the present, from the future to the present. So how would I go about doing that? Do I do something in the future? Does a calculator do something in the future, which is what would send signals? Well, then we got to kind of think about how calculators actually control power emission in the first place. So how do calculators emit power to begin with? Well, there's probably quite a few different approaches, but one thing AI suggested was using PWM signals, or pulse width modulation. That would be what allegedly tells it to release energy at will, basically. So I could program a signal to do that. And the way that would actually work is, so I'm using what I'm calling calculator wire, of course. And according to the AI, which allegedly has access to resources like the programming documentation for the TI-85, you can send raw byte codes over the wire, and that would be useful. We could somehow utilize that basic principle to send and receive signals, right? So we could send and receive signals using these byte codes ultimately. So I'm pretty confident about the communication between the multimeter and the calculator in general. Obviously, I don't know the specifics at this point, but that's a basic premise. I'm pretty confident that I have that somewhat dialed in. So then what kind of other signals would I be sending? Well, first of all, what can I basically do with signals in the first place? Well, I can basically send a signal to emit power, and then I can also do a signal to read how much power has actually been emitted by the device, since there's allegedly sensors on there, right? So we allegedly have sensors that I can use for that. So yeah, to basically break down what I can do over the wire in the first place, I can either send signals from the calculator to tell the multimeter to emit signals, or I can read how much power was emitted and basically see how much power was emitted, which means I can basically tally it up, which may be useful. I'll be right back. Right, so now I'm basically trying to hone in on exactly how I'm going to write a calculator program that does temporal dispersion. So yeah, what I ended up deciding was, rather than using accumulated power over time, I actually have power emit at the natural rate that it's able to do it safely, because allegedly we have enough power at that point, but we can't emit it all at once safely without damaging something, right? So basically what I want to do to work around that is emit power over time, which is temporal dispersion. But utilizing time travel, I can make it look like I'm emitting all the power at once when it was actually emitted power over time with the temporal dispersion. It's dispersed over time. So how do I write a calculator program that does that? Well, so I'm trying to figure out, how do I send power from the future to the present rather than the other way around? Well, of course, I could kind of reverse engineer and do calculations and stuff to figure out the right time. But there's a way to do all that without needing to do any form of calculation, and that is recursion. So you may or may not be familiar with the programming concept of recursion, but if you have like a snippet of code which is put into a function, you would call that function if you want that snippet of code to run normally, and you can actually call that snippet of code within itself. And when you do that, it basically runs again. So while that snippet of code is running, it almost runs in a nested fashion simultaneously. And functions, usually they run until some output happens. When the output happens, the function is done being executed. In the case of recursion, once we have the return value, then it'll go back up one layer. So of course I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to explain that concept in the video. I'm probably going to do that at a high level. Rather than explaining it from a programming perspective, I'm probably going to explain it from like what's actually happening to the energy. But yeah, basically you call a function within itself, and that basically keeps going on and on until some base case happens. And that base case could be anything from, well, it's like a stop condition, if you will. Because if you don't have a base case, the recursion will just happen forever until some sort of limitation is hit, like the amount of memory that's used or something like that. but each layer of calling the function is like going deeper and deeper into a stack. And when you return deep into the recursion, you're basically working your way back out of the stack. That probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, once you understand it, it is actually quite simple, but you have to get these few principles to have a reasonable understanding. But yeah, when you call a function on itself, you're basically running multiple layers of itself. And then once you get to the base case where you don't go any deeper with the layers, then when you return, you start returning that value. Then that value goes into the upper layer within the stack, and then that goes within the higher layer. And that keeps going up until you get to that original function that you started from, right? So why is that concept useful for temporal dispersion? Well, like you see in the video, you probably already know, but essentially it actually allows me to, in some ways, reverse the process of how energy is emitted. So, as I mentioned, it basically, you get deeper into the stack, which is a term used for kind of where things are being executed. You get deeper into that stack, and then you eventually come back out. And so the idea is we'll do the PWM signals for emitting energy over time. And because it's going within the realms of recursion, the end result will end up being, so yeah, basically with the nature of recursion, we can actually emit power over time like we normally would, but then we can return ourselves outside of the recursion layers, essentially. And that will actually result in the effect of power going from the future to the present. So power goes from the future to the present because of the nature of recursion. So it's genius because it looks like we're sending power from the future to the present with the fourth dimension, but technically power is getting emitted from the present to the future. The concept of recursion appears to bring it back from the future when it's actually still accumulated power over time from the present to the future. So it'll look like it's coming back as one continuous burst when it's actually not. But it functions like it is, so yeah, I was basically trying to figure out how do we get power sent from the future to the present. We'd have to do some calculations, but everything is variable, so the calculations could easily be off, which could result in a disaster. But with recursion, power gets emitted over time, and one way you could think of it is as we progress from the present to the future and emit power over time, it's like unraveling a timeline from the present to the future, as I will end up showing in the video. But then, due to recursion, that timeline ultimately ravels up again. You can almost think of it as the timeline captures all the power emitted over time. And then when it ravels back up again, it basically captures all that emitted power in a way and sends that, or brings that back to the present as one continuous burst. So we emit power over time, and then we harvest the power, if you will. The recursion itself, when we return out of the recursion, that's like harnessing the emitted power over time, and it'll appear as one continuous burst of energy. Yeah, when I came up with that idea, I was like very tickled mentally about that. It was a pretty awesome discovery. I mean, first of all, yeah, just the idea that I can essentially capture the power, if you will. It's not actually going into one burst of energy. I'm kind of capturing it and then bringing that back to the present, if you will. And it'll function like it was emitted all at once, but it was actually emitted over the course of several seconds. So first of all, it looks like power gets sent from the future to the present, but it was actually happening from the present to the future. And then recursion, in a way, is what actually brings it back to the present. Well, I suppose in analogy would be the power that's emitted over the course of time until we get to 1.21 gigawatts. It all gets captured in a bucket, if you will. And then the recursion is what, as in the bucket progressively goes into the future as it collects power, right? But then recursion essentially brings that bucket back to the present, just with the nature of it. So first of all, if you were to reverse, you'd have to reverse the process naturally. You normally go from the present to the future in terms of power emission. So then you'd have to figure out, how do you reverse engineer that? Well, with recursion, you technically don't have to. The program itself, the nature of the program itself with the calculator will take care of that for us. It's able to reverse engineer the power emission, if you will. And it's based on the events that actually happened rather than some calculation forecasting what's going to happen and then trying to account for that. It's not even going to be exact. The amount of power that's emitted at any given time fluctuates quite a bit. That's just the nature of electricity, which is why uninterruptible power supplies can be useful. They're basically a power strip with battery backup. So basically it's a power strip that's battery powered, but it can take power from the outlet. The power from the outlet can fluctuate quite a lot. Here in the US, it may fluctuate between like 115 and 125 volts. It could be more or less than that, the amount of fluctuation it has. But with a battery backup, you can make that constant because you're storing power. So if you're randomly emitting less power than normal, then you can compensate using battery storage. And then if you need to charge out the battery, you can still do that. So the battery will pretty much maintain a full level, but if you need to stabilize the level, you could use the battery power directly. Yeah, that was kind of a tangent right there, but the amount of power is going to fluctuate when we emit the 1.21 gigawatts over time, right? The amount of power that can be emitted at one time, it could fluctuate a lot. Like maybe you'll do, I don't know what the number would actually be, but you could do like milliwatts. Let's say you do milliwatts. 15, let's just say hypothetically, you're on average emitting 15 milliwatts per second of energy. I don't know if that's what it really is, but it'll help illustrate what I'm trying to say here. So you're emitting 50 milliwatts of energy per second, but sometimes it might be like 17 rather than 15. Other times it could be like 13, especially since the power source, despite the fact that we're treating the multimeter like a battery, it's technically AC as a power source when batteries are traditionally DC. But the multimeter, since it's capable of both, it can take care of the translation process, no problem. Transformer's built right in, basically. So, yeah, it will fluctuate because it is an AC power source, after all. Batteries could probably be more constant with DC, which is why an uninterruptible power supply can basically mitigate brownouts and stuff, which, from my understanding, has to do with fluctuation in power emission. And since you're storing battery power, you can have fine control over it. If you're suddenly lacking power for a split second, you have a whole battery's worth of power, so you can use some of that to make up for it. And then you can recharge the battery in that process later on too. But yeah, what I'm trying to get at is the output is variable. So if you were to try to calculate like how long it'll take to emit 1.21 gigawatts, the calculation's likely going to be way off. But because of this recursive nature, so that's what would happen if you're going from the future to the present. You have to account for all that and do complex calculation. But thanks to recursion, you can actually do it from the present to the future and bring it back to the present once it's all emitted through temporal dispersion. So no calculations are even required for this, which is why recursion is absolute genius Yeah, oh man, you should have seen how blown I was when I thought of that idea for the video. It's kind of like when Doc Brown and Marty on Back to the Future ran up against unexpected obstacles. Then they had creative solutions to those obstacles. Well, here I have these unexpected obstacles trying to get enough power, which actually, strangely enough, is the same type of obstacles. That most of their obstacles were caused by not having enough power to do the time travel, which is exactly my main problem. So pretty much all my problems and solutions of time travel are related to power delivery. But I basically did my own research, if you will, and came up with my own innovative solutions. And of course, for some of the very specific details that I wouldn't have been able to come up with on my own, I used the help of AI chatbots. I used Google Bard in particular for this particular project. But yeah, I pretty much came up with the whole foundational idea of how I'm doing the time travel myself. But then for nitty-gritty details to try to make it as realistic as possible, I bounced ideas with AI. And I still came up with some of them on my own, even with the bouncing ideas, because they might say something that's not quite what you're looking for, but then it leads to an idea. If you're mentally blocked when trying to have ideas like that, bouncing ideas with AI can kind of help unblock that. So some of the ideas I think I did take directly from AI, but most of them were actually natural unblocking from bouncing ideas with AI. And I still came up with the ultimate idea, but some of the things AI said triggered those ideas for me. So that was kind of cool. So like, for example, I don't know anything about calculator programming or how you would go about sending raw signals over the wire. So the AI helps with little things like that. Like, how would I send a raw signal in a realistic way? But yeah, so of course there is a cost with temporal dispersion. So it will appear that power is emitted all at once, but it might be accumulated over the course of, let's say, 30 minutes or a couple hours. During that time, I can't time travel again because the power has to be emitted. So the way that actually works is, even though it will look like the power was emitted all at once, it'll be accumulated during the time travel itself. So basically the program that's responsible for power emission, that program will run while I'm at a different point in time until all the power, the 1.21 gigawatts, has been emitted. However long that takes, no calculations required. It just senses how much power is emitted at any given time. Then the calculator will tally that up until the 1.21 gigawatts is achieved. And once that's all tallied up and achieved, then recursion would essentially bring that to the present where I would have done the time travel. I may have already traveled to the past for like an hour or two by the time it actually gets back to the starting point of where I did the time travel. And that's the thing. So it can't fail. Because if the power emission fails during the time travel itself, well then when I try to travel, I won't have enough energy because that process failed. So if I'm able to successfully travel to the past with temporal dispersion, it's because I was able to successfully let the program run during the time travel as long as it needed to run, with no fail or interruptions or accidental disconnections or anything like that. Because if any of that failed with the natural events, then I would not have succeeded with the travel, right? So if the natural events would have led to the power accumulation not succeeding, then the travel would not have worked. I would have been stuck in the present when I tried to travel. But if the natural events let the program run successfully, then the travel should work, right? So now what happens if the travel works and then all of a sudden the power emission fails later on? And I basically alter the timeline, if you will, because I failed to emit all the energy. So yeah, basically what's happening is the program will keep running until all the energy is emitted. So I may be in the past or the future, but power is still accumulating while I'm in the past or future until the 1.21 gigawatts is achieved. That's the basic idea. And bouncing ideas with AI is how I came to an understanding of that idea. Like, I had a basic understanding, but then AI helped me further understand what was going on. Like some of those very specific details, like the fact that... So actually, I came up with the idea myself to let the program run until all the power's been emitted. Because I was like, okay, how do I approach the problem where... Because obviously I will have a refractory period before I can time travel again, right? Well, how does that limitation manifest itself, right? So I had to figure out a convincing way to do that. I was bouncing ideas with AI because I couldn't think of how that limitation would manifest. If it didn't manifest in a realistic way, we would have a paradox, right? Well, so despite the fact that recursion brings all the energy into the present, and when it looks like we had our successful energy, 1.21 gigawatts within the present, the program is still running because it hasn't actually accumulated yet. Once it has accumulated, recursion, and the nature of recursion essentially sends it right back into the present. So even though it looks like, so I was like, what actually makes the limitation happen where I can't time travel again until it's been emitted? Because by the time the energy is sent to the present, the calculator would basically be done with the program, right? So then how would the limitation manifest? Would the calculator just error out if I tried doing anything with it? Or would it freeze up and just simply not respond at all until the refractory period would theoretically be over for time travel? So that's kind of what AI had for ideas. And then that led me into thinking, well, even though it looks like I have the energy already, it's still being emitted for X amount of time into the future. So therefore, even though it looks like I've already used up my energy, the program will keep running. And the reason why it's able to keep running even though I've already appeared to have used my energy is because of time travel itself. Because it gets sent from the future back into the present, right? So that, in a way, that alters the present, but during the energy accumulation, it will not have altered yet. So therefore, the program will keep running even after I've already done the travel with all the energy and everything. Time travel itself is the reason why that works the way it does. It might seem confusing that the program would still run after I've already done the travel, but it also solves that paradox problem because energy is still getting emitted at that point in time. Like when I go into the past, it might still be emitting for hours before I've emitted the 1.21 gigawatts. Who knows? But because the recursion does happen sometime in the future and links to the present when I'm doing the travel, it'll look like it's already done, but the program still needs to run despite that. And obviously, if that fails, we'll have a paradox. So let's say that the calculator battery died right in the middle of that temporal dispersion. That would be one way it would fail. Or the multimeter battery itself died because, I'm capturing power, but that's not what actually powers the multimeter. So the multimeter could still go dead even if I have captured power. And that could cause the temporal dispersion to fail, right? Well, if that was naturally going to happen through the natural course of events, then when I try to travel, I just simply won't have enough energy. I think I'll have some energy to beam myself whatever was collected, but if there's not enough energy, then it simply won't work because the natural events led to that already. So in a way, the future will have already happened in a non-linear fashion, which is why, so with the natural events, if it would have failed with the natural events, then there we go. The travel won't work. And obviously, if that does fail, even with that, there's a slight chance that I may end up going into the wrong point in time because a wavelength is something that's still valid for beaming, but it's not the correct one, so maybe I'll end up in a different point in time where I'll cease to exist. So that's an example where the stakes would be high if it were to fail. So if you're doing time travel, you'd make sure that those common failures would not happen. Make sure that none of the batteries would die for the multimeter and the calculator. So like if it takes 3 hours for the calculator to run the program, then I won't be able to time travel again for another 3 hours, right? But the program had better successfully run throughout that entire 3 hours. And if it would not have successfully run with the natural events, then of course when I do time travel from the present moment, that will not work. So basically if the time travel doesn't work, that'll get foreshadowed because either the power was accumulated or it wasn't through natural events. And of course, if it was accumulated through natural events and then all of a sudden it fails because I accidentally altered the timeline, that'll be a paradox, obviously. And of course, it probably wouldn't be known what happens because, well, anybody who it's happened to may no longer exist, or maybe they're stuck in the past or the future and it wasn't documented. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that the consequences is unknown, because if it was known, that obviously means it's happened at least once, unfortunately, and somehow miraculously got documented accurately. I suppose accuracy would even be a problem, wouldn't it? Because people would make assumptions like, okay, this person's not coming back, but all they can really do is jump to conclusions then, right? An outsider who would try to report this missing person. So yeah, I mean, basically if you can make all that successful, the paradox can be avoided, but there's always a chance that paradox could happen. Isn't that wild how all these paradoxes can happen with things that I essentially made up? I mean, that's wild for even me to think about because, I mean, this goes kind of deep where there's certain risks that seem very realistic and they could easily happen and certainly possible for them to. Somehow with concepts that I made up, like the TV remote to blast infrared for wave entrainment of myself, combined with ionization for doing more with less power, and temporal dispersion to help bridge the gap with still not quite having enough power. All those things combined, that's unbelievable. Just how detailed things get and how realistic it can seem, especially within the realms of the film. I'm trying to do a nice sci-fi blend with reality. I'm trying to do a nice blend as much as I can with that. But yeah, so if the time travel doesn't work, then obviously the natural events will have failed to accumulate the required power through the natural events. And then if it suddenly gets altered later on when it was actually successful through natural events, that would create some sort of paradox, which hopefully we can avoid. And I think I will avoid that because I certainly could make that rare thing happen as I play around with ideas, but what I'll do is I'll have the travel itself, the travel concepts themselves succeed nicely, almost too perfectly, but then the actual mission that I'm doing within my time travel, saving myself time, that will go wrong in pretty much every way possible, right? So the travel itself will be nice and ideal, but the events within the travel will be everything goes wrong, pretty much. I lose track of time literally every time I travel to the past and end up running into my past self, basically, which who knows how vast the consequences are, right? So yeah, so that solves that problem of how does the refractory period manifest itself. It manifests itself because the program has to keep running until all the power is accumulated, even though I've already done my time travel. So it solves that problem. And if I accidentally shut it off in the middle of the process, for example, well, then I just altered the timeline by mistake, and we could have a major paradox. So it's important to be responsible, make sure those things don't happen. So that's kind of where I'm actually at as of right now. I haven't figured out much more than what I just shared. I may have missed a few nuances and initial ideas before I landed on the final one, but I think this is kind of a nice overview with my thought processes and sort of my perspective outside of the official film, which was obviously curated to be a short film, structured the way it is. When there's actually a behind the scenes, if you look at things from the real world perspective rather than the film perspective. So this kind of provides the outside perspective of that from the producer. So yeah, now what I'm trying to figure out is how I write the program. So I think what I'll do is I'll write a program that would theoretically do that recursion and all that stuff. So basically, so then it's like, how does the recursion in the programming lead to recursion of energy itself, right? I don't know if I can really make that entirely convincing. Basically, we're just going to write that down to the fact that all of the energy emission signals were sent from the program itself, and the program itself had the recursion. So when you recurse out, then the energy will have been emitted, or whatever you call it, emitted. The energy will have been emitted at that point. Because yeah, like how does the recursion of a program lead to the recursion of energy from the multimeter? Well, it's kind of hard to make that realistic, of course. Because how does PWM signals that just happen to happen within recursion do that? Because the PWM signals could have been in a loop instead, right? A loop rather than recursion. So how does recursion even change anything from a programming perspective? It technically doesn't, but we just write it off as the program does recursion while signals were sent, so therefore the energy emission will reflect that recursion. And then what actually gets returned when we get to the base case? So what is the base case within our recursion, which is where the recursion will eventually stop? If we don't have a base case, it'll keep going on forever and ever, which is a problem. Well, it stops when the tallied energy gets to 1.21 gigawatts. And then what do we actually return? Well, I don't think we really need to return anything. We can write it off as, since the PWM signals were sent within the recursive calls, the energy emission itself will therefore reflect that. Almost like voodoo dolls would theoretically reflect real movement and signals and all that sort of thing, like you see in shows with voodoo, right? So the way energy gets reflected with how the program is structured is almost like voodoo, if you will. But yeah, we just write it off as it, since the signals were sent with the program during the recursion, the way the energy is emitted will directly reflect that. Obviously, that's not entirely realistic, but I think it's convincing enough that it still works for the short film. So, I mean, it's obviously hard to get things 100% realistic, but it's kind of fun to get it as close as I can, though, if you know what I mean. I think that's about as close as we can get it for that. So, like, what goes in as an input for the function, and then what gets returned out? Well, I think the input would probably be the total energy emitted, the tallied energy. And see, that makes it less realistic as well, but obviously the concepts are really complicated that most of the audience may not be all that familiar with the concept in the first place. And trying to explain it would take minutes on its own. So therefore, I'll pretty much just show the program and the fact that recursion is happening and focus more on the perspective of what the energy itself is doing. I'll try to explain recursion from the perspective of the energy emission rather than how the program is structured. Otherwise, the film would get way too long, and that's actually a good thing because it kind of helps with that lack of realism and reality within that specific aspect. So obviously, not having a return value is kind of unrealistic probably, and then just how you store a variable that just simply tallies the emitted energy read from the multimeter. How does that make the multimeter behave the way it's supposed to? Well, so that's unrealistic, technically speaking, but I think it's close enough that we can write it off the way I just shared, that the energy emission reflects what the program does. Obviously, it wouldn't really work that way. That's quite unrealistic. But because of the complexity of the program, I'm just going to focus more on what the energy itself is doing, and then we can write it off as that, right? When we look at it from that perspective, suddenly it can almost seem more realistic from that alone, because the principles sound really solid from a theoretical standpoint. But when you link the programming to that behavior, that's what's unrealistic. But since the programming is so deep that it would take way too long and sway away from the main point, I can just focus on it from the perspective of the energy itself. And the logic doesn't fall apart nearly as much when only looking at it from that perspective. So that's how I'm solving that problem, with it not being so realistic. And as for the period where I can't time travel until all the energy is emitted, the program has to run. And that puts the stakes really high too, so people like it when the stakes are high, right? So the program has to keep running until all the energy is emitted. And time travel can't happen until that's succeeded. And I'm screwed if I screw that up. It could create a paradox. The worst thing that would happen is when I try to travel, the natural events will just simply prevent it from happening, and hopefully I'll still be in the present. Otherwise, I'll be gone. My parents will allegedly read the will. Wow. Oh, no. Now I'm just realizing, so the will is originally for the UV light is non-ionizing. But in this case, what I also need to add to the will, the battery company, the battery company itself, because the battery died and basically cost my own existence. Oh, that is so messed up. So that's an idea that I literally just came up with, or a realization I just had. So yeah, that could be a problem too. But anyway, with the way the program's written, it's not entirely realistic and convincing just how that works, right? But that can be solved by focusing more on what the energy itself is doing, because that's all the audience is going to care about anyway. How do I explain recursion from the electrical perspective, or the energy perspective? And then I just simply show the program. Programmers will understand it, but non-programmers will maybe be able to follow it at a high level. When I say high level, I mean an abstract level. And it basically reflects what's happening with the energy. So as far as they're concerned, it's all great. So that's kind of how I'm addressing that particular problem. So now I'm trying to figure out, as far as like the input to the function, it would probably be the total energy emitted, which is not that realistic, but I technically would need that. If I need to have my total energy throughout the whole recursion, I have to pass it in as an input. So, of course, when I first call it, it would be a 0. Then in the future is whatever it's tallied up to, until the base case of 1.21 gigahertz, or gigawatts. And then, yeah. Ooh, I just thought of something else. Do you think that gigahertz or megahertz could be useful when trying to explain why ionizing radiation works the way it does? Maybe the explanation would involve the gigahertz involved and how that changes from what it naturally is without the ionization of the tape. The gigahertz, somehow that translates to being able to do more with less energy. See, there's another idea that I never previously thought of, but it could be absolutely relevant. That could be a pretty interesting point. But yeah, so since most of the focus is not even on the program, but rather the principles that are actually happening, the tangible results, we really don't need to put much focus on the program itself, so therefore I think it's okay to return nothing. It's fine. What would we even return anyway? Because it's not like we can put actual energy in a real variable in the programming. It's not like we can capture energy in a computer variable that's stored in memory. So, yeah, I think just simply returning would be good enough. Especially since we kind of write off the idea that the energy flow mimics the way the program's written. With that combined with the minimal focus on the program itself is why I think it'll work. So I think the way I would actually execute this is I wouldn't really run the program on the calculator. I'd make it look like I'm running the program that I wrote, when in reality I'm just going to be logging stuff on the screen most likely for the purpose of the film. But that's probably what's really going to go on. That program will not be shown on the film at all. So I'll probably have the title of the program I'm running. Well, I'll have a title for the alleged program that I'm running, but it's really what's being used to create the visual output on the calculator itself. Because I may want to visually see how much energy is emitted and stuff like that. So I would almost have like the theoretical program, which would be shown on camera, and then the actual program that I run would simulate the energy emissions, since I'm not really doing energy emissions, obviously. So that simulation program is I would make it look like I have a program. The program has this specific name, right? So you name a program on a calculator. What looks like the actual program with what I declare as the actual name in the short film is actually referencing the simulation. So therefore, when I show what the theoretical program looks like with the recursion and all, that program will be named something entirely differently. But of course, when I open up the program to show everyone, I won't show the whole opening process because, or at the very least, I won't show the title of what's what. So what looks like the actual program is actually the simulation. The actual program that I show on camera has a whole different name than what I'm actually running. So yeah, that's kind of how I think I'm going to approach that. So I'll have a simulation program, which is what actually runs behind the scenes, and then a theoretical program with the recursion, which would be shown on camera, and consolidate the principles. I write a program just to consolidate the principles, but it isn't actually used. Oh man. When you make films and stuff, you do weird stuff like that, and it's actually justifiable and everything. And it's hard to explain why. But yeah, so that's the idea. FYI, you may not realize this, but when I paused this recording, I actually ended up getting a new ergonomic mouse for my computer. I've had RSI-like symptoms, especially when I do long sessions over multiple days. I tend to notice it the most. Most of the time it's not a problem, but the symptoms really suck when they happen. I mean, how do I compare this? There's like many other things I would rather experience than these symptoms that I'm getting in my hands sometimes. The only examples I can think of are ones I'd rather not even share on the recording because it might not strictly be appropriate. But anyway, so when I pause, I actually got a new ergonomic mouse that I'm going to try out. And the reason I got it is because the mouse I had, it has this weird issue where sometimes if you click once, it'll click like 2 or 3 times with a single click. That's really annoying. So I ended up getting a new mouse with the same model because I like that mouse. Well, now this new one is starting to have those issues again too. And I went out of my way to make sure no food gets in there or anything like that. I think the button is actually faulty in the mouse design. And since I've had those RSI-like symptoms in the past, I figure when I get the next mouse, may as well try an ergonomic one this time. So the one I got was some Logitech ergonomic one. I think it's called like ergo something or other. I could check right now actually. So Logitech ergonomic wireless trackball. That's what I'm trying. Looks like it comes with another unifying receiver, so that'll be nice to have another spare unifying receiver. I'm gonna link it with my existing one, of course, so I can use the same receiver with my current keyboard and everything. But yeah, so I time traveled to get this. At the beginning of this recording that you're listening to, I didn't even have this mouse yet. And now I have it. I got it in the middle of the recording. How's that possible? Time travel. The kind that's naturally occurring for all of us. Yeah, when you record things on digital media or even analog, that shows time travel happening because you got a past moment captured in that medium. How is that past moment captured when you're never going to have access to that actual moment ever again? Well, the time travel that we naturally experience. That's how the world naturally progresses, the natural form of time travel that we have. But yeah, so I wonder, so those kind of changes that have happened recently, I wonder if I want to reflect that in the time travel, where somehow we see I have this ergonomic one in the present, but in the past I have the one that I currently have set up at this time. Because I just got this ergonomic one. I don't have it set up yet, of course. So yeah, I just thought I'd point that out because that happened during this recording while it was paused. So yeah, so what I need to figure out now is more specific details. Once I get them figured out, that kind of dictates whether the video is even feasible. Because if I can't figure things out and it's basically impossible, then I can't do this video. But I think I figured out enough, as I've clearly shared here, that I think the video is doable in a relatively realistic way, in the way I was hoping to. So now that I've established that, yeah, I can now get into more nitty-gritty details that could potentially prevent things from happening. Like, how am I writing the program in a realistic way? Is that even possible? Well, yeah, after talking to AI, it sure seems to be. I can use byte codes to send signals to and from the calculator. So the way I'm approaching that, I'm going to have to figure out what byte code means what, if I want to be realistic with that. Basically, I'm coming up with a cover story for how the time travel, if we consider time travel like a lie, I'm basically coming up with a fully fledged cover story so that I'm prepared to answer basically anything people could ask me, right? So I fully understand this lie, if you will. But yeah, and then I can kind of make things as realistic as possible with that. So what about the way I'm approaching the signals? Well, there might be some alleged signals that the multimeter itself has, and I simply work with those. Otherwise, worst case, I may have to make up signals, and I'd have to try to do it in the most realistic way I can, right? So that's what I'm figuring out now, what those signals are that I would put in the actual program that'll literally be shown on camera. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Basically consolidating the details for writing the program. And then I'm going to come back to the TV remote concepts and consolidate the idea of how the TV remote signals translate to certain points in time, right? Like, how do I make that realistic? So I'm basically punching a bunch of numbers on this TV remote. So that's another problem I actually skipped over by mistake. How am I actually doing the time travel on the TV remote? Do the numbers correlate with points in time? Basically, how do I enter the point in time that I'm going to? Well, I think at an abstract level, there's a specific wavelength for any point in time I could possibly want to go to. There's a very specific infrared wavelength that'll take me to that point in time. And I would use the TV remote to somehow allegedly achieve that frame rate, the wavelength. And yeah, but then there's a problem of if you press a button on the TV remote by default, infrared signals will get sent. That's not going to be specific enough for what I want to do. So I'm going to probably, one thing AI suggested I can do that I'll probably end up going with is creating a buffer of some sort. So the TV remote will have some sort of buffer. I can get all the information I need to input for my wavelength, aka the point in time that I'm going to. And then I send that as one combined signal as the right wavelength, right? So I'm going to have to figure out how do I go to certain points in time. So on Back to the Future, you can literally set that with this 7-segment display device. You can just simply put in the point in time and somehow that miraculously works. Or in Bill and Ted, you punch in a specific phone number looking at the Circuits of Time book, or whatever you call that. How do I approach that with the TV remote now? It'll be something with the wavelength that's emitted, obviously. And I'll probably have to create a buffer so I can put in multiple numbers first. And I don't know what I'm going to do for a buffer. It's possible that worst case, the calculator will somehow get involved with that too. Worst case. And somehow I send the signal through the power source itself. I don't know. I don't know how I'm approaching that. I'm sure you're in the future when I've already got that figured out. Because you have fancy technology that allows you to be further in the future than I am currently at right now. You time traveler. But yeah. So yeah, that's the basic idea. So I had to figure out how to approach that problem. So once I get the programming figured out to where I actually feel confident about it, then I'll figure out that TV remote situation. I more or less got stuff figured out regarding the ionizing. Temporal dispersions figured out pretty good. Yeah. I started writing the script and then I basically have a bunch of blanks for these things I'm figuring out. Now I can fill in a lot of those blanks, which I haven't done yet. But now that I've done this research, I can fill in a lot of these blanks. So like for example, how do we know if I've done enough ionizing for things to work the way I want? Well, you'd normally have to factor in the wattage of the UV light and all these different things, how close things are. But I think rather than getting all complicated with that, I actually just realized this right now. Rather than getting complicated with the specific wattage and everything like that, one thing I could actually do is just simply monitor the heat and feel it every so often. And then once it gets to a certain point, then it's been done enough. And of course, with a slight risk that it hasn't, but that would be the way to approach it, because otherwise you can get into complicated stuff with wattage, and you look at the wattage of this and you have some algorithm that translates to how much time you have to ionize things for, and factoring in distance and the power, everything like that. But if you just like kind of felt the heat resulting from the UV light, that would be the alleged way to know. That's just way simpler, right? You feel it rather than trying to do all these complicated formulas, which was part of the original plan, by the way, with complicated formulas. Feeling it's way simpler. So that's what I'm going to do. That's a good idea. I just decided that just now as we're talking. That's why I'm doing this recording too, because I've been thinking about this a lot recently, as you can tell, I'm sure. And I figured while I'm doing that, I may come up with ideas during that process. That's another reason I'm recording this. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. In a future recording, maybe we'll go further once I've time traveled into the future to where it's time to do the next recording, right? because I am time traveling in real life. I started this a long time ago, didn't I? And now I'm basically at the end of the recording. How did I get from the start to the end? And then how did you get from the start to the end if you were listening to this? That natural time travel that happens. That's how. So yeah, time travel may sound paradoxical or whatever, but we do it all the time. We're just doing a different form where we're basically gaining more control over our time travel, essentially. So yeah, I think this is a good place to wrap it up because I think I pretty much covered where I'm at with that. Who knows how the other details will pan out. Also, I don't have a calculator wire yet, so once I feel confident about that side of things, then I'll order one, probably. And I think the size of it will actually fit the COM port nicely. It won't fit perfectly, unfortunately, but if I wrap it around with the electrical tape, then it's convincing that it's properly connected. And of course, it goes in the calculator properly, which is convenient. So until I'm pretty confident about the programming side of things with the calculator, which in some ways I have my hopes real low with that, but once I'm confident with that, then I'll order some calculator wire, and then that'll work for the video. So of course, 3.5mm jack sadly won't work. I don't even need to send real signals. It just has to be good enough for the video, so yeah, I'm going to get some calculator wire for that. Acting as if it's this wire that you cut up to the length you need, and then you splice things and all that stuff. I'm acting as if it's raw Ethernet patch cabling. You just grab however much wire you need with that sort of thing, and then, yeah. So I think that'll be a good wrapping up point. So thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did, and looking forward to talking to you in the next one. Peace. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Welcome to another episode of Vocal Vlog. So let's just jump right in. Sorry, that was kind of a weird way to phrase it. I meant today we're going to do another vocal vlog, so let's just jump right in. What a great start. Anyway, I think we'll start off by continuing the time travel discussion because I've done a fair bit since the last raw discussion. So since last time, I've worked a bit on the programming side of things, basically figuring out the programming logic and just how things are going to work overall. I've also worked on the TV remote buffer situation and found a nice solution for that, which if you've seen the video, you probably already know what it is. I've also come up with the language for the TV remote buttons too. I kind of want to talk about that because that was a really tricky process trying to derive at where I got myself at. And of course we finished that, then we're pretty much caught up on it for right now as far as the pre-production goes. So regarding the programming, that got really complicated for a long time. So since last time, I got the calculator all situated. So this is a little bit embarrassing to be honest, but given the circumstances, I think this is the best way to deal with it. So I tried to get my calculator out and use it, but I ran into some major problems. So when I turned on my calculator, it did not turn on at all. And I assume that the batteries were dead. I mean, I just replaced it like a year or two or maybe even 3 years ago. And I hadn't really used the battery much since I replaced them the last time. But when I put in new batteries that literally just came out of the package, those ones are no good either. And then I remembered, of course, my TI-85 calculator has a really dumb problem where sometimes I have to pull on the spring, otherwise it won't make contact and there won't be any continuity with the batteries. So I realized, yeah, that's probably what's happening again. What a pain. I did have that problem before. Basically, taking a pliers and pulling on the battery spring that wasn't getting contact, fixed it years ago. So I assumed I had to do that again. The only problem is no matter how much I adjusted the spring, it would not fix itself. So now I'm like, oh no, now I'm not even gonna have a calculator that I can use in the video. That sucks because I was planning on so much and now the calculator is basically useless. So what do I do at this point? So I'm like spending hours trying to get this fixed, mind you. And it feels absolutely worthless. Feels like I'm wasting a lot of time. With the very few free time I have, I'm literally trying to get a battery to make contact with a spring. That is not a good way to spend time, especially if you have limited free time. That's not the way you want to be spending it. And then there's also the possibility that what you do isn't going to work at all, so then it feels like a complete waste. Great. I didn't even anticipate this issue at all. So I'm struggling with the battery. I just can't get the spring arranged just right so that it's making contact with the positive end of the battery. So, and I don't really have very good access to the spring, so here I am fooling around with the spring, not even really knowing what I'm doing. And I ended up taking the calculator apart so I had better access to the spring. It's very tedious, right? And I'm wishing I didn't have to waste time on this stuff that doesn't feel like it's even going to work. So then I'm thinking about the possibility that I may not end up getting it fixed, so I decided to have a backup plan in place. I decided, this is embarrassing, that I would maybe end up getting another TI-85 calculator if this one doesn't work. Because for those of you who don't know, the TI-85 calculator is by far my favorite calculator of all time. Like, I've tried a TI-83 and 84, and I have to say, the 85 is by far my favorite. It just is. I like the simplicity of it. I mean, it can do some pretty, scientific stuff, but, I'm sure there's some limitations that would prevent it from being, the ultimate calculator, of course, compared to some newer ones, but those things don't affect me, right? So, and the other thing I really like about it is the key response time. The amount of time it takes when you press and release a key. I just like that feedback that it has as far as the response time regarding the key presses. I've done a TI-85 before, or TI-84 before, and the response time for key presses I think sucks a lot. You try to press numbers and then it doesn't register if you press it too quickly. The TI-83 has that problem as well. The TI-84, I believe. The TI-85 does not have that problem at all whatsoever. The key response is just off the charts, I would almost say. But yeah, when I press a key on the TI-83 or 84, the key register just takes forever. So I have to practically wait a second before I press another key because it might not register, then I have to re-enter stuff, and it's such a pain. But the TI-85 does not suffer any of that whatsoever. Why would newer calculators struggle with that so much? It's aggravating. So, yeah, I have multiple reasons why the TI-85 is my favorite calculator. I don't need to keep going on that forever. But, yeah, if I could not get this one repaired, basically all the problem I'm having with it right now is literally happening because the spring is not making contact with the battery and it's coiled around. I'm thinking maybe the end of it is kind of coiled inward rather than outward. Maybe the end has to come in contact with the battery or something. So I'm having trouble with the angles. I end up taking my calculator apart. So yeah, I'm having a hard time basically getting access to the spring so I can bend it the way I want. I end up opening the calculator so I can get better access. The spring eventually comes out. Basically, the solder undoes itself because it's such a thin spring. And, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, in case this doesn't end up working, which is a very strong possibility, I decide I'm going to get another TI-85 calculator if I can't fix things here. So I was looking online, and I found a pretty good deal on eBay. So if I can't get the spring fix, I'll just jump to that. And the temptation to just jump to the eBay option is really strong because that would mean I wouldn't have to waste any more time on this. But I had this feeling I may be able to resurrect it if I could get the spring to make contact. So I figured out how to get it access to the battery. I just had it in there thinking it wasn't making any contact. I tried turning it on. Obviously, I kept trying things and turning it on over and over again. But yeah, eventually it wouldn't turn on, so I set it down. I'm about to go to the other room to grab something. I'm also looking at the CMOS battery, thinking about getting that screwed back in since I took it out. And as I'm screwing it in, I see smoke suddenly coming out, and I'm like, at first I'm like, there's no way that's happening because I'm struggling to make contact with the battery. I'm thinking there's no way, right? But then I look and I'm like, no, there's definitely a way. So I'm trying to get the battery out as soon as I can. And holy crap, the battery was burning hot. So yeah, I was like, okay, that's it. I'm getting another calculator. I'm going to plan B. If that's not a cue to stop, I don't know what is. I wouldn't be surprised if I could still get it. But I'm like, no, not worth any more time, especially after what happened. And it started to smell. There was that burning electronic smell. I've had that happen a few other times on laptop before. It wasn't even my fault. The laptop was just probably already fried as it was. So trying to get a peripheral connected caused it to suddenly smoke. So yeah. Also, I kind of burnt my thumb a little bit from that too. Like, it was irritating me just a little bit, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Like, I think it's pretty reasonable to conclude that I should just get the new calculator. It just smelled like something was burning just now while driving, which is the last thing I need when I'm thinking about the calculator. Fortunately, that smell is disappearing, so it's probably somewhere behind me. Yeah. So as for what actually happened, I have a feeling that the same battery charge came in contact with itself. It's only supposed to be opposite ends that come in charge to complete a circuit. And it's possible that somehow the same charge got involved. I don't know how that would have even happened necessarily, but it could have to do with how the spring was positioned, most likely. So yeah, I ordered the calculator on eBay for a pretty good deal. And I decided in the meantime, since I wanted to make sure certain programming concepts were possible, because I'm kind of doing a feasibility analysis at this point, and I want to make sure I can do the kind of stuff I want in the first place. So in the meantime, I decided to get this TI-84 emulator directly from Texas Instruments themselves. Like, they made an emulator that pretty accurately emulates a TI calculator. And I know that that's a thing because I tried it back in the high school days. So I have used the emulator several years ago. And I was kind of hoping there's like a TI-85 option. There wasn't. But I decided it was close enough that I can kind of do a feasibility analysis and just get an overall idea for how I'm going to do certain things. Like writing output to the screen. So here I am trying to get familiar with the TI calculator programming. I'd done just a tad of it years ago in high school. So I'm a little familiar with it, but not super familiar. Like, how do you save variables and call functions and stuff like that? And then displaying output. Because what I'm kind of hoping to do is display some output and then have it refresh on the same row of output, so it's not like creating a whole bunch of new lines as it updates the output. It instead replaces existing output with updated output. So that's kind of what I decided to do. I'll just kind of sum up my findings because I don't need to go over this forever. But basically, there's a function called output on the TI-85 calculator. It's called output, but without a secondary U. It's like OUTPT. It basically does the same thing. And then you put a parenthesis in, which I was a little bit confused on trying to get things working. Pretty much any function I put in wouldn't actually execute. And then I discovered you have to have some lowercase letters in there too. On the TI-85 calculator, it's pretty easy to type in lowercase letters. You basically do so alpha is how you type in letters in the first place. Then on the TI-85 calculator, you just have to hit second alpha. And you'll notice that the text indicating the second function on the calculator, alpha is lowercase, whereas on the original button it's uppercase. And that makes sense because One was meant to represent uppercase letters, the other is lowercase. But then when the functions were not working and I just kept getting syntax errors, I discovered that on the TI-84, if I hit the program button, it'll give me a bunch of functions. And I found the output one and stuff, so I just put that in there. All of a sudden it worked. So you do output, and then in parentheses you give it 3 arguments. The first argument is basically the row that the output should go on, then the column, and then the actual output itself, which can either be a string, a number, a variable, or an expression. So it's very flexible on what you can actually output. That's how I'm doing output and having it update itself. Pretty straightforward. So that's pretty exciting. That alone gave me quite a bit of reassurance for how the program is going to work. So then I'm wondering, how do you store variables? Well, I typically do it using the store function. So you know how you can like save to memory, you store, then like M1, M2, M3, whatever. You can also do that with alpha type variables too, so you can store things in A through Z as well, which is kind of cool. What's really interesting about the store function is on the TI-84, you specifically have to toggle alpha mode so that it types letters. Whereas on the TI-85, it automatically has alpha mode already triggered. So I actually do like some of the default behaviors better than the way TI-84 handles it. I just like some of the default behaviors a little bit better. But either way it works, that's the main point. So within the program itself, you want to use that store function. That seems to be how you do it based on what I can tell anyway. I don't know any other way. So if you have an expression, you basically execute the expression and then store that result in whatever variable. So like if I wanted to increment the variable x by 5, then I just simply recall x plus 5, store that in x. That's how you do that. Pretty straightforward. Return works pretty much exactly as you would expect. And then I discovered regarding timeouts and stuff, unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be any timeouts. So timeouts sadly aren't possible. So I did a bunch of research on that, and apparently, so mind you, I am having AI help me a little bit with some of the programming. It is worth pointing that a lot of what AI shares about the TI programming is inaccurate. Like I'm using Bard to get help on TI calculator programming, and most of what it says is actually inaccurate, surprisingly. So the way I deal with that is essentially looking at the manual for the calculator. So I found the TI-85 manual and then also the TI-84, and I can kind of look in there, guess certain functions, and yeah. Something that's also helpful to look at is catalog right on the calculator itself. So you hit second catalog. That provides pretty much all the functions you can use in programming all together. It's like a whole catalog of it. So that comes in really handy. But yeah, I see nothing related to timeout. Like there's no sleep, no timeout itself, no delay, no nothing. So from what I can tell, based on TI-84 functions, there's 2 ways that I can deal with a timeout. I can either use the getTime function, and then basically I can retrieve the second based on the system clock, and I can check when it changes from where it was before. That tells me when a second has elapsed. If I want to get more than a second, then basically it gives me an hour, minute, second array, and if I look at the second, I can check when it changes. I'm not necessarily checking when, because we could have the rollover issue where it goes from 59 to 00, but the way to deal with that is just check when it changes. It doesn't matter what it changes to necessarily, just that it changes in some form. That's all I'm really checking. So yeah, so that's more or less what I'm checking. Oh, how perfect. Remember last time when I mentioned a vehicle was basically timing things perfectly as I was going to Studio A. Well, I'm about 40 miles away from Studio B, and I just happened to get at the stoplight at the exact same time as that same vehicle going to Studio A. This is like over an hour away from Studio A. We just happened to get at the traffic light at the same time from different directions. What are the odds that would happen twice on these voice recordings now? Like, seriously. These are ridiculous odds. Well, we're at our meetup point, so I'm going to conclude this for now. We'll talk on the way back. So, see ya. Right, so I believe I was just talking about figuring out the calculator programming logic and stuff, and basically trying to figure out how to do everything. So, as I mentioned, there's no delay or timeout of any kind, which makes things a little bit difficult. So there's like two different ways to deal with that, basically, as far as I'm concerned. There's a function that returns the hour, minute, second, and I could check when the second changes, which would ultimately allow me to map out how long a second is on the calculator, basically. The implementation of that would be a little bit complicated because adding that mechanism on the calculator would be a little bit hard. And if I want to do something at an interval quicker than a second, well, I technically can't using this metric. And also on top of that, there's basically no way to actually do that on the TI-85 because it doesn't have that function where you can basically get the time. It just doesn't exist on the TI-85. So you're kind of screwed if you want to do that. So my only other option is to technically use a loop to stall time, basically. So obviously iterations on a loop can only happen so many times per second, and that could act as a delay. Basically a loop that does nothing. That's really my other option. So what I determined was, on the TI-84 emulator at least, if I were to do iterations about 23,000 times, that takes about 1 second. So basically, however many seconds I want to delay, I do about 23,000 multiplied by the number of seconds that I want to have a delay for. Which my concern about that is the accuracy, but I don't really have any other choice. And besides, that other mechanism where I get things 1 second at a time is too complicated anyway. Because I'd have to write my own function that effectively delays a certain amount of time, which would be really complicated. So I'm just going to have to hope that the timing is pretty consistent and just work with that. What I also determined was basically trying to figure out how to call functions on there. I determined that there is actually no way to create or call functions. That's one of the things that AI had massively wrong. It's implying that it's easy to create functions on the TI calculator, but it absolutely is not. You have to create separate programs, and you can call those programs within your main programs. And yes, you could do that in a recursive nature too. So as far as recursion goes, I can recursively call programs. So I have to write another program for each function that I want to execute, and I can recursively call that. There isn't really a way you can pass in arguments, unfortunately. But remember how I was talking about the way you store variables? You use store. That's global across the whole system, so passing variables is really like using that store, and it can just globally be accessed across all programs. That effectively accomplishes passing through variables or whatever. So I kind of have no choice but to do that, and that's fine. So I have a way to access the variables, and I did a test recursion on the emulator, and I can do recursion. It does work, just so you know. So that's kind of a relief, isn't it? So I got variable access figured out, recursion figured out, and yes, the recursion, like I said, does actually work. And I found that on the emulator, I could do about 300 or 400 layers of recursion before running out of memory. So I'm not going to be able to recurse nearly as many times as I want to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have things actually happen in a loop and then do about 300 or 400 layers of recursion. So I'm going to do as many as I can while still feeling safe that I'm not going to accidentally go over. So yeah, basically to compensate for the layers of recursion, I'm going to loop the rest of the time. So how frequently do I want to do things? Well, I think that's, so like I'm doing a PWM signal, as you're aware. How frequently do I want to do the PWM signal? Well, I think I'm going to do it about 60 hertz. 60 hertz is normally only involved with alternating current, but first of all, that's the same number as what the refresh rate is on most displays. And it's that refresh rate, if you will, of the alternating current, the amount of times it alternates, basically. And I know that direct current is involved here, but they're the translation between alternating and direct current. And with the way PWM signals get sent, I'll talk to you about the PWM thing first though. So as of right now, I'm going to keep it really simple. I don't want it to sound super made up, obviously, but 0, 1, and -1 are really the only kind of PWM signals I can send. And I think it makes perfect sense too, though, because 0 gets interpreted as false, so therefore that's like an off-duty PWM signal. So when you send a signal using the send command, which is not available on the TI-85, it's only on the TI-84, you give it basically one argument, which is what variable do you want to send. And in theory, it sends through the link cable, which is how I'm connecting my calculator to the multimeter. But what I figure is, since the link cable is effectively hooked up to the common ground on the multimeter, I consider common ground kind of like a reservoir for remaining stuff, essentially. And when there's a false signal sent through there, the multimeter will treat that sort of like an off-duty PWM cycle. So of course, PWM is just kind of like a signal that's either on or off, if you will. That's how I control power emission through the multimeter. And common ground is the way it ultimately connects. Since ground has remnants, it makes sense that that can be used. So 0 gets interpreted as false, which is like the equivalent of an off-duty PWM cycle. Multimeter will treat it as such. 1 is true, or an on-duty PWM cycle, so signals will get sent. So typically you have a duty cycle, I think, with a certain percentage and stuff, but the way I'm treating it is it's either full duty or no duty. There's nowhere in between. The complexity of everything just wouldn't allow for that. So I'm keeping it simple for that reason. And then -1, it's kind of like it just sends like a very raw signal. And basically, yeah, it'll basically, using the get command, if I use the send command under the get command on PWM, it'll sort of treat it like it'll basically get whatever comes back when running the send command. And so common ground, as I said, kind of has remnants that are left over at any given time. So usually, as far as the multimeter go, the remnants that would get left are essentially the reading. So the reading that you see on the multimeter itself, like how many volts it is and that sort of thing, that's pretty much all that would get left over. We could say that common ground sort of picks up EMI and those kind of things. So therefore, when doing a get send with -1, it'll pick up the multimeter reading because that's a remnant that's sort of sitting in common ground. And because the multimeter is a digital device just like the calculator, I don't really have to do any special translation for it to be treated the right way. It automatically comes back as an integer, if you will, or a real data type. So it can get treated correctly, which is kind of cool. So it may sound arbitrary and made up, but I have a reasoning for that arbitrary thing. So 0 sends a false signal, which is like an off-duty PWM signal. 1 is true, which is like an on-duty. I'm not doing anything in between. It's either emitting or at the natural rate, or it's not emitting at all. So I can have continuity with the multimeter, but if an off-duty PWM signal is being sent, then no power is actually getting emitted by the multimeter. So the calculator being hooked up to the multimeter controls how much power is being emitted, as we discussed earlier. So I could probably just tell it to do an on-duty PWM cycle once, and it'll be fine, but I'm going to do it 60 times per second just to make sure it's always on duty. And then it's kind of pulsing in a way, even though in reality, I probably just have to set it once and then it's on until it's shut off. But also the fact that we're sending raw signals that aren't really programmed and no one would ever actually use it in this way, so it's not designed to be used this way. Sending it all the time would give me the correct behavior. So that's kind of how I'm going to treat that. So by using a send, that's how I'm sending the PWM signal. It's either a 0, 1, or -1, which is just kind of represents everything that's in common ground. And the meter reading is what's always going to be there. So of course, if I want to read the amount of power as a correct unit, I will have to translate. The power that's being emitted also gets read. And of course, in reality it wouldn't, but that doesn't matter because it'll be wrapped around tape, because that's how power gets stored. You won't even be able to see what's happening. So therefore, I'll allegedly have a calculator program that tallies up the total power emitted from the outlets. So I'll talk about the rate and everything, but first of all, a problem that we have now that I have my new TI-85 calculator is there is no such thing as send nor get. There's no function at all. No way to do that with the TI-85, but what I decided I'm going to do is I'm just going to write it out manually and pretend that it does exist on the TI-85. Because it does exist on the TI-84, which is nice, but I don't want the fact that it doesn't exist on the TI-85 to ruin the whole thing, because, I mean, that's not even anything to do with the purpose of the film. The purpose of the film is to do that time travel and play around with the idea in ways that I want to convey on camera and everything like that. This is a minor thing compared to what the whole objective is, so therefore it's only fair to not make a big deal about it. So there is no get send on the TI-85, but there is on the 84, so I'm using the correct syntax. It's just the gotcha is on the TI-85 there is actually no such thing, but it'll function like there is. So of course, regarding the raw signal that I'm reading, I will have to translate it into watts or gigawatts, because I'm reading it as that. I'm trying to harness 1.21 gigawatts, as you're aware. So what is the actual data rate now? Well, I'm kind of basing it off of how much current flows through it when we're reading from the outlet and everything. So the outlet would be emitting 120 volt 10 amps here in the US, or else it'll be 240 volt 5 amps. And regardless, the wattage is the same. It'll be 1200 watts. And it's kind of hard to know if it's like per hertz or per second, but if a digital meter were to tally up how many watts are going through and it tally things for like 3 seconds, that would probably end up being 1200 times 3. Of course, there's a little bit of fluctuation, especially with AC as a power source, but that's fine. It'll be really close. So I think the unit of charging would be 1200 watts per second, because the wire on the multimeter is 18 gauge and it should be able to handle 10 amps no problem. I mean, it goes through while we're reading stuff, so therefore in all directions that should be pretty safe and natural. So as far as power emission goes, that's a little bit of a tricky one. So when I look at the TV remote, which is what I'm allegedly powering, it's 1.5 volts. So if you were to, so what I was thinking of doing was keeping the amperage the same, but changing the voltage with the DC. And again, the reason why I don't need a special transformer going from AC to DC is the multimeter can natively handle both of them, so translation is therefore automatically happening. As far as that whole power emission stuff goes, voltages, everything's automatically translating. So now the rate that it would get emitted to the remote would be 1.5 volts, and I was thinking maybe 10 amps. And then I was considering, I thought it was maybe 12 volts. With DC, I'm often used to seeing 12 volts somewhere. And I was kind of hoping that's what it was. But I discovered that even with 12 volts, 10 amps, that's 120 watts per second. And if I need 1.21 gigawatts, do the math. You'll realize it'll take about 116 days to get to 1.21 gigawatts at 12 volts. And I think 18 gauge can technically handle more than 10 amps, but by design, I don't think it would naturally go more than 10 amps just because of how things are designed. Multimeters are not typically designed for power emission in this way. Obviously, this is a fictional concept when you really look at it, but that's why I think the amperage would stay at 10. Otherwise, it could probably go to like 16 or something, because 18 gauge wire I think can handle 16 amps or something like that. I forget how all that pans out, but it could handle a little bit more amperage. But then remember, that 116 days is with 12 volts when the TV remote is 5 or 1.5. 1.5 volts, I don't even want to know how many days that would take. That would basically be my refractory period, if you will, before I can time travel again. So that's the problem with that. So power emission is going to take like 116 days. At first, when I did the math, I thought it was going to take about 2.8 hours, but that's at a more ideal rate. 2.8 hours is at a more ideal rate. So that's a bit unfortunate how long it's going to take. But what I've also decided is I'm obviously doing ionization, which means that I can accomplish more with less power. And I've decided that the reading that I'm getting isn't the actual power, but the representation of the power I'm accomplishing. Doing more with less power, right? Well, because of that, the actual rate is going to be a little bit faster due to the ionization that I'm doing. So I'm going to use ionization to bridge the gap, because I would consider 2.8 hours pretty ideal. I mean, not only is it reasonably quick, but also it creates a little bit of suspense, because I have to be able to emit power in 2.8 hours, otherwise the time travel wouldn't work. And also, I can't travel again until those 2.8 hours are up, so I'll have some waiting around if I have to time travel again with the 2.8 hours. So yeah, so I decided it's going to be 2.8 hours with the ionization. And as far as how long I'm spending effectively charging the multimeter, I'm not going to be real specific with that, because that would take forever too. But I'm just going to indicate like, hey, I've done it long enough that now I have it all charged and that sort of thing, right? So yeah, now as far as the PWM signal goes, I'm going to send that about 60 times per second. And yeah, so I'll be tallying up the total storage. So again, I'll be constantly reading how much storage is emitted at any given time. Besides, when I'm tallying up the amount of power emitted, how frequently am I supposed to tally that up? Well, it's probably going to have to be quite frequent if I'm making it somewhat realistic. Oh no, I think I missed a turn a while ago. Great, I missed a turn. It's dark outside and navigation's a little bit trickier. But yeah, so basically how long it'll take for all the power to get emitted is going to be 1.21 gigawatts. 2.8 hours based on 1.21 gigawatts and 0.000012 gigawatts per second at whatever rates. So yeah, the reading that actually happens will be wrong, but it'll be what we're accomplishing with ionization. The calculator will pull in the readings and it'll display the 1.21 gigawatts eventually once I get there. So yeah, basically I'm going to send duty cycles as every 60th of a second, so I'm going to have to figure out how many iterations that is roughly, and just hope for the best with how close I am. So yeah, everything's happening after like a 60th of a second, and the amount of times I'm looping is going to basically compensate for the number of recursion layers I can't do. So I calculated exactly how many times I'm going to have to iterate if I'm iterating 60 times per second, and I have to do it for the 2.8 hours. I got the exact number in the calculations, the exact number of iterations. I then figured out, okay, I could do this many recursions, so therefore I'll loop this many times, which that may seem a little weird how energy can still get recursed, but the way that allegedly works is I'm going to also use ionization to basically say that's how that difference is handled too. Also, because of the loops happening within the iteration or within the recursion, it still counts as recursion too. So that's how I'm handling that. So yeah, return does actually work. I tried return on a program and that works exactly as expected. I got the recursion working too, by the way. Not the official recursion for the video, but on that emulator I decided to test out the concept. And I have a tested out concept that in fact works. Like the concept actually works, which is pretty nice. So I got a timeout figured out. I got variable access figured out. I got functions and passing through arguments. I'm really just calling programs and using global variables across all the programs. And yeah, I did the actual recursion to tally up a variable and it actually works. So the principle really does work, right? I'm not even making that up or anything. The concept really works. Well, I did a horrible parking job here. Well, it's still fine. I'm inside the bounds, I think. No, I have to redo it. I'm just about it. That makes me feel better. Alright. Making one stop before I'm back to Studio B. Yeah, that timing could not have been more perfect, given that they went about a little over an hour away, and I went about 40 minutes away. And yet we end up at the one intersection before our destination. We end up there at the same time coming from different directions. That's wild. Those perfect timings tend to happen when we don't try to make them happen. That's what it seems like. So I'm sure there was some other programming nuances that I can't think of right now. Well, so there's that get send, which doesn't work on the TI-85, but I'm going to manually type it out so it looks like it does. Behind the scenes, I'm going to be running a whole different program. I'm going to have another program that reads the readings from the outlet, so I know when I got to my 1.21 gigawatts. Yeah, the calculated programming is very low level, though, compared to most languages that I'm used to. It has like a go-to and everything like that. But it's been an interesting learning experience, so I will say that much. I think I pretty much covered everything regarding the programming. So I gotta go, but when I come back, I'm gonna remind myself that I'm now gonna talk about the TV remote buffer situation, how I'm handling multiple number inputs, and then what the actual TV remote language is. Actually, I'm gonna sum up how I'm handling the buffer situation because it's actually quite simple. So I think I demonstrated it in the video itself, but at first I was thinking that maybe I could relay some of the signals that are being pressed one at a time, which would be tricky. I might need mirrors and all sorts of crazy stuff, but I'm keeping it simple. All I'm doing to do a TV remote buffer is doing an off-duty PWM cycle. By default, it's off-duty, but I'm going to send an off-duty signal just to make sure that it is, in fact, off-duty. And then, if I'm doing an off-duty PWM cycle, but I also have continuity, meaning the multimeter is hooked up to the TV remote, but doing off-duty PWM cycles, then anything I press through EMI and stuff will get sort of suspended, and the signal will still, or the button press will still kind of be hanging there. And then once an on-duty PWM cycle gets sent, then the combined signal with all the buttons combined will get sent as one signal. I kind of like that because, first of all, it solves that buffer issue. You see how I was about to say suffer, then solve buffer issue? Isn't it weird how the mind does that sometimes when it's trying to formulate words? I think it probably somewhat ties with automatic versus manual thinking. So most of the stuff we do, like driving, I've done a lot of driving, so I don't put much thought into it. That's why I'm able to do the voice recording while driving. And to clarify, driving is still taking a priority. And thanks to artificial intelligence, I can automatically remove moments of silence. You may not believe this, but out of all the recording that you're listening to in this one, there was actually more silence than the actual content because of how much I was focusing on driving. Sometimes I'll pause for like 3 minutes at a time, but you have no idea because AI removes it so seamlessly and automatically too, which is incredible. Right there, I just had a 10-minute pause. It may have felt instantaneous for you, but it was actually 10 seconds. 10 seconds is what I meant, not minutes. There we go. The automatic versus manual thinking. My automatic thinking failed again. So what I'm getting at is driving is automatic thinking because I've done it quite a bit. So that means I can do the voice recording too, which is somewhat automatic thinking as well. So kind of what allows me to do both of them at once, but I am prioritizing driving and doing very long pauses between each statement that I'm saying. So typically when we learn stuff, that starts out with manual high-calorie thinking. We have to put a lot of effort into it. When you first learn to drive, it can be a little overwhelming because you're learning everything and it's manual thinking. As you get used to it, it becomes automatic thinking. You barely have to put any effort in it, depending on the situation, of course. But in general, especially if you're driving around with no traffic and there's no like hazards outside, it's pretty much entirely automatic thinking. You don't have to put much thought into it. But as I'm talking here, I'm not really putting much thought into what I'm saying, if I'm being perfectly honest. So I can do that pretty seamlessly, but occasionally the automatic thinking will glitch out. Like what I was saying was solving the buffer issue. I accidentally said suffer as I was forming words. There's an example of automatic thinking malfunctioning. It's pretty rare that it does, but it occasionally does. I just think that's really fascinating. I think the human mind is fascinating, just how certain processes work and everything. Anyway, sorry, to get back to that buffer issue. Yeah, doing an off-duty PWM signal will basically capture all the button presses because we have continuity, but nothing's actually being emitted. So due to things like EMI, the signal kind of sits there, if you will. And then when an on-duty PWM signal gets sent, then it comes as one continuous blast. What I really like about that is I'm actually using the calculator to basically hit OK on the TV remote, because then I start sending on-duty PWM signals, and that will send me back in time. So on the calculator, I have this press enter to continue. I think that's even better than hitting something on the remote. I think it's just more exciting. The fact that the calculator is required to actually send a signal with a TV remote, I just think that's cool, you know? I think it's epic. So yeah, that's how I handle the buffer situation. I love the fact that the calculator is required, because really the program, the first layer of recursion starts once I hit enter and everything begins, right? So I aim the remote towards myself. Once I hit enter on the calculator, the remote will beam me to a different point in time. So there's how I handle the buffer situation. So when I get back, then we'll start talking about the TV remote language for going to a certain point in time. Kind of questioning when we get that all tonight, because it's possibly going to be a long discussion. I don't know. Maybe I'll just sum things up a little bit. Then it won't be too long. Alright, I'm gonna go in and then I'll be right back. Get to Studio B. So see you in a bit. Right, so now we're going to get into the TV remote language that I'm using. So there's a lot of ways that this could go. It's kind of hard to figure out exactly what I want to do regarding the TV remote language. because there's a lot of different options I could go with. I want to come up with something that actually has sound, like reasoning, and it's not just something that's made up. Of course, I could have like a 1 represent like 1 minute into the future, that sort of thing. Then I use a minus to go into the past. I could do something like that where the time is relative, but the way I'm treating it is the infrared is blasting me at very specific wavelengths, and there's a wavelength for every point in time, right? That's kind of how that works. So I want something that has absolute time reference rather than relative. That way I can also make a calculation, and the calculation will work at any point in time in theory. And I think that's a reasonable way to assign a specific wavelength to points in time. And I want there to sort of be concrete reasoning for why you do this wavelength at this time and that sort of thing. So then I started kind of looking at the frequency of remotes, and it's surprisingly difficult to find that kind of information online. Like, you'd think it wouldn't be so difficult to find that information, right? Well, it is. So there's frequencies like 38 kilohertz, 40 kilohertz between all the different brands and everything of TV remote. And then I also learned the difference between all the number presses and stuff isn't necessarily... So like the difference in TV remote brands isn't really easy to find. So then all of a sudden I started thinking I'm going to have to do different numbers depending on which brand I'm doing and account for that. And trying to find the specific frequency for like my remote, for example, based on the model number and stuff, really tricky. I tried doing like an FCC ID lookup, because the FCC here in the US at least would probably have information about the frequencies used, the specific infrared frequencies. It's really tricky, and I couldn't really find anything very useful with that. If you have like a universal remote, that could affect things. And then there's all these different codes with like universal remotes. You have like a 5-digit code or something like that. I was thinking maybe that could tie in, but that's also too complicated. Nothing particularly useful from that. And then the other thing about the difference in frequency, from what I can tell, between each button is not really wavelength, but rather pulsing frequency. It's more about how it pulses and stuff. And the TV can understand unique pulsing signals. You probably know that if you do like one TV brand, then you do it on another TV of the same brand, and it somehow works because the infrared is the same for them pretty much. So then I started thinking, so there's a lot of information online talking about like a spectrometer or using something like that so I can read the exact frequency. Then I also thought about the fact that my old LG G4 phone has an infrared input. So is there a way to like do specific readings besides just programming an app to emit signals? Well, there's nothing very specific with that, unfortunately. So, but I think you can do some programming using some Android libraries, but I'm not going to go that route. And AI just assumed that I might. And it acts like this is what you do. And AI is like really bad at maintaining context as well. It loses context so easily that you basically have to give it context again if it loses it. And then you have to kind of recognize, like, okay, this answer is happening right here, but it's pretty clear that some context was lost, so I have to be mindful of that, take it with a grain of salt, treat it accordingly. So then I decided I was trying to get some ideas from AI, like what is something logical I could base a number on? Most of its ideas I didn't naturally like for one reason or another. It forgets that I want to have absolute reference rather than relative. There's another example of where it's kind of a pain. So one idea that AI had that I kind of liked was that epoch concept. You probably know that computers have basically a number of seconds elapsed since January 1st, 1970 at midnight. That's the way computers keep track of time, basically. The number of seconds that have happened since the beginning of 1970, which is where you might hear about like the 2038 problem. something that's going to happen in 2038. We're going to have an integer overflow with that number of seconds since 1970. Right now we're fine, but in 2038 we're foreshadowing that problem. If you want to learn more about it, I would look it up, but it has to do with that very number. In theory, who knows what 2038 is going to look like regarding that. I could just use my time travel to go into the future and find out. Well, no. Obviously, since I'm not actually time traveling, that's not an option. I could time travel in my dreams, have that be a dream goal, and see what the mind conjures up, which may or may not be accurate, but it'd be interesting to see if the mind comes up with anything interesting. Our dreams are sort of like a biological form of AI. If we consider like machine learning, the mind is always picking up stuff throughout our day, and then if you run that through our biological AI, the dream is like the resulting output, which is heavily influenced by what happens on any given day, as you can imagine. And then what's gone on throughout our whole life is probably influencing it in some way too. Anyway, not the point here. So the epoch value, right now we're probably at just over, a little over 1 billion, somewhere around there. Not sure exactly where we're at. But why don't I Google it right now, just to see if we can get the exact number. And of course, time zone may have fluctuation with it too. Current epoch time, I just did voice search. Right now we're at 1,699,751,472. That's the current epoch time. So that's how many seconds have passed since January 1st, 1970 at midnight. So I have that maybe be the number that goes in the TV remote. So I don't entirely like that idea, but what I like about it is the fact that it's absolute reference and it's linear, so math should be relatively easy. But what I don't like about it is the fact that we're just using some arbitrary human-made-up number. I would like to do some sort of number that is linear, basically has all the properties except the fact that it's made up and doesn't have the limitation that you can't go before 1970 and that sort of thing. I started to feel like I would need to make up stuff since I can't figure out like the difference between TV remote frequencies at 38 kilohertz and everything like that, 40 kilohertz between another brand. So I'm doing a lot of what feels like aimless research. And then I thought about, remember when I talked about how fast light travels and how if we had a light switch for the sun down here, it would take about 4 minutes before it actually takes effect because of how fast light travels, the whole light years and everything like that. I'm thinking maybe I could have that involved in some way because that would be linear. It would be absolute reference like I want it to be. And then I decided, where would it begin? Then I was like, we could have it begin based on like the Big Bang, which is like the true beginning. It's shared another constant, basically a number that represents time past. There's a couple other constants that scientists have used. One of them has like 1,000,000 hertz per second or something like that, which is that same unit measure frequency. Oh, I thought of what the constant was. Planck time, Planck. That's supposedly the smallest unit of time or something like that to be represented scientifically. But it wasn't quite what I wanted when I looked at it. But then I thought about the Big Bang, which is kind of, in some ways, considered the beginning of the world formation. So I decided, I think that's what I'll do. I'll kind of base it off the Big Bang and time since then. So, of course, the problem with that, looking at it now, is we don't actually know exactly when the Big Bang began. We just don't know. Scientists have estimates, but we don't have an exact number. But I'm not going to let a little thing like that ruin it. So I will probably end up making up the exact number. Actually, why don't I go over how the number is derived based on the Big Bang and frequency or whatever. So the idea right here, I don't know if this is entirely realistic, but I don't think I'm going to come up with anything better than this. And yeah, I don't want a little thing like that to essentially ruin the whole film, because it's not even the main point of the narrative. The point is I just want to experiment with cloning myself in really fun ways. That's really why I'm doing this, let's face it. But then the way I'm accomplishing time travel is also very unique and I would say thought-provoking. It certainly caused me to think about it for many hours and days. As you can see, I've literally been going over details about this. Somehow it's leading to me learning about programming on the TI calculator. I mean, this is bonkers, isn't it? How can a time travel project lead to all that? Crazy. But aside from having a unique concept for accomplishing travel, the way I can experiment with the actual travel itself, I think is what'll be really fun. In fact, I just finished, so now that I got the basics figured out, I've been kind of working on the script again. I just finished writing the first draft of the script today. Pretty much everything. Now I just have to do some refinements and then I can start shooting, finally. Well, I gotta also do the programming yet, too. I haven't done any official programming with the calculator, but once I do that and get the script written, I can finally start shooting the video when I'm ready, which I am extremely stoked about. I've been putting in way more time than I care to admit into this, but I hope we have something fantastic as a result of this. You're probably in the future because you time traveled yourself and hopefully have a positive answer to this. Please tell me it turned out well. Well, honestly, that's for me to decide because I really just want to see the results myself. I don't care if anybody else does or not. If I'm happy with the results, I don't care what anybody else thinks about it, to be honest. I'm really only doing this for myself, if I'm being perfectly honest. Anyway, to get back to the actual number, I don't know if the number is realistic. I'm trying to make it as realistic as I can. Make sure that things don't sound made up and everything like that, too. Because even if there are some fictional concepts, it wouldn't sound super made up necessarily, hopefully. But yeah, as far as the language goes, I decided I'm going to base it off the Big Bang, and then I just talked about the speed of light traveling. I want to factor that in. So, according to AI, the number of hertz, so I'm trying to figure out the number of hertz for 1 second, then I can use it to figure out however many seconds I want to travel to since the Big Bang. I also want to clarify that, well, from the sounds of it, the Big Bang isn't necessarily like a singular event. It's more of a thing that sort of happened over time, from my understanding. So when I say 1 second, I really mean 1 second from sometime within the Big Bang. Who knows when? We won't actually know. I don't want to get hung up on the technicalities of that. But the formula that we determined was the speed of light divided by the wavelength somehow. And I'm like, that might work really well, actually. So the speed of light is about 300 million meters per second. I would actually take the exact number, probably 299 million. You'd think after the number of times I've seen it so far, I'd have it in my head at this point, but I don't. It's basically 299 million something for the speed of light, meters per second, and then divided by the wavelength. Now, what wavelength are we doing? Well, we're using infrared, and I'm doing wave entrainment, so the idea is there would be a unique wave over time with a frequency, and then as time passes, somehow that would go up. So therefore, then the number would go up too. I don't know how realistic that is, but it's good enough for me for right now to get the film going. But anyway, so the wavelength of infrared, if you were to look that up as well, is like 800 nanometers to 1,000,000 nanometers. That's basically the range of it. So here's the thing. Because of how high the number is, there's technically multiple numbers that can represent the same second of time. In fact, there's probably millions of numbers that can represent that. Because it's like 589 billion or something. Well, so basically, if I take the wavelength, since the number is so high, I have a margin for what probably still constitutes as the right thing. So I take the start and end range of infrared, average it, which is about 500,350. And that's in nanometers. So for the formula, we need it to be in meters. So we convert that to meters, it's really tiny. So if we take the speed of light divided by the average infrared wavelength in meters, or meters per second or something like that, then you'll get like 589 billion or something along those lines. That would represent the number that you punch in on the remote for 1 second after some time within the Big Bang. Right now we're in like trillions or quadrillions of seconds into or since the Big Bang. So you multiply that million or billion number by whatever we're at now, and that's a long number to punch into the remote. It might even be like 50 digits or something, but I think it's a solid concept. So whatever that result is, that's the number I punch in for time travel. I think it makes perfect sense. So that's what I'm going with. So now I have a solution for that too. I like it. So, I mean, think about it this way. So it factors in infrared in some way with the formula with wavelength. It factors in the speed of light, and that can represent a thing happening over time. So you combine an over time concept with infrared. It makes sense that you could do math with that and an amount of time to get some unique number to get basically a unique infrared signal on the remote. And then I blast myself at 1.21 gigawatts, and I'll end up entraining myself with that unique signal into whatever point in time I want, basically. It's all based on the speed of light, which of course there's a little bit of fluctuation with the speed of light. It's not necessarily constant, but like I said, there's multiple numbers to represent the same point in time. So therefore I have a bit of margin. And I think there's enough margin that'll still be accurate. Worst case, I lose like maybe a minute of accuracy or something like that. But it might be accurate down to the second, since there's millions of numbers that actually represent the same second, if not billions. So there we go. There's a TV remote language. Now that I got all the basic logic worked out, I pretty much have all the exact details worked out, pretty much. So that means I can start writing the script and modifying it. There's so much I had to change because of how much I now realize about how all this works. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at now. So now I'm basically writing the script, and then I'll start shooting pretty soon. Shooting the video. And hopefully it won't be long before we end up having a final product. But I'm really excited about the way it's progressing. So yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up right there. There's probably some nuances with the programming that I'm forgetting. I did also write pseudocode, by the way, because I'm writing in a language I'm not familiar with. So writing kind of a template for how the code is structured might be really helpful. So I could focus mostly on how do I do this specific thing in code. I'll probably be showing the program on camera. And I'm sure there'll be some gotchas with how things are structured, so I'm going to have to probably fake certain things to make it work on the film. There's some specific details that aren't going to add up for one reason or another, but since there's so many of them, I can probably gloss over a lot of them and it'll work just fine. Also, because we don't have the exact point since the Big Bang, but we have kind of a range of where we are. We have like a margin of error with 21 million years or something, which honestly, given the whole thing, is quite impressive that scientists allegedly were able to figure that out. But of course, it kind of puts a grip in the video. But you know what? I'm going to take that range, and then I'm going to kind of make up some number within there. And since we don't have an exact number, I'm going to instead put some hidden Easter eggs in the actual numbers that I choose. Like, there'll be some hidden Easter eggs of where some of the numbers actually derive from. So all the numbers where I go to a certain point in time, there's a few hidden Easter eggs, just so you know. I have a rough idea on what they are, but I don't even know what they are quite yet because I haven't gotten that far. But if you want to try to figure out how I got the time travel numbers that I got, I encourage you to try to figure it out, because there will be some hidden Easter egg embedded in how I arrived at the numbers that I have. Then I can have a little bit of fun with it, and at least I can make something out of it, since we don't have an exact time. So yeah, the only hint I'm giving you is the numbers with the time travel have some hidden Easter eggs of where they've gotten derived from. See if you can figure out the hidden Easter eggs. You'll have to do a little bit of math, but yeah. I'm just going to say that there are hidden Easter eggs. I'm not necessarily going to say what they are. Someone's probably going to end up figuring it out, though, I'm sure. Anyway, that's going to be it for now. I should probably get in Studio B because I'm now there. I got the parking lot I want, so that's pretty nice. For now, that's going to be it. So, I hope you enjoyed this vocal vlog. I certainly did, or at least hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, if not more. That's probably how I should do my outro. I'm not sure yet. Anyway, that's it. So, thanks for listening and have a good one. Peace. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today, we're going to continue vocal vlog. So, let's just jump right in. So, it will be a little while once again because we're going from Studio B to Studio A, which is about an hour and a half apart, roughly. So, let's just get into it. So, I think we'll start with the time travel stuff, and then we'll continue on into some of the other topics that I wanted to talk about afterward. So, regarding how the time travel film is going at this point, it's not too bad. I actually have the script basically all written at this point and figured out pretty much all the logistics for it. So last time I was kind of talking about the TV remote language. I'll maybe kind of finish up on that to start with. So yeah, basically I picked 3 points that I want to time travel to. Those are like the 3 main moments that I'm traveling to save time. And it's allegedly based on when I know that I happen to not be home, so therefore I won't run into my past self. Now, the times are probably not entirely accurate with the real world, if we're being honest. I mean, I try to be as accurate as I could, but I never really kept track in the real world. But I think as far as the film's concerned, it's fine. So obviously we don't know how far we are from the Big Bang, so in order to get a number calculated, we do need to know where we are since the Big Bang. So yeah, in case you're not aware, the number for the time I travel to, basically the number that I punch into the TV remote for the unique infrared signal, that's all dependent on where I'm going relative to the Big Bang starting point. So I think the Big Bang isn't necessarily like a singular moment or anything, and we don't really know when that moment is, so how am I calculating this number? Well, I decided, since we do have a rough estimate, I decided to pick a random hidden Easter egg, and technically this is 3 hidden Easter eggs in one that has to do with, here's a hint that, so in the comments section I'll have a couple hints. Here's one that I don't think is in the comment section of that video, in the pinned comment. So the 3 hidden Easter eggs have to do with where the year was derived from. Since we don't know where that is, I figure I may as well make some hidden Easter eggs out of it, because why not? Because that's really all I can do at this point, since we don't know where we are relative to the Big Bang. We have a rough estimate, but what I essentially put down is based on what we know and deriving it from a hidden Easter egg, essentially. So in order to figure it out, you will have to do a little bit of reverse engineering to figure out what the hidden Easter egg is. I'm just going to say it's a 3 and 1, and it has to do with numbers and where the year was derived from. Yeah, I guess here's another hint that I may have left on that video. The actual year that I'm basing things off of is the same year, because it is all in 2023, but of course the year I'm referencing since the Big Bang, it's not factoring in like BCE or AD or anything like that. It's allegedly since the Big Bang, again, derived from the 3 hidden Easter eggs. There is a website, a space-related website, that basically lists an estimated range of where we are approximately based on what scientists have figured out. I apply the hidden Easter eggs to that, and that's where the year comes from. And then the date is all based on the same year. I really just take the year, then I tack on the day from there, right? So yeah, obviously, I had to basically figure out two things. What represents 1 second since the Big Bang, allegedly, and then how many seconds since that Big Bang do I want to travel to? Then I basically add those two things together, and I've got my TV remote number, which you see on there. So again, first I'll go over how I derive the number of seconds since the Big Bang. And of course, the Big Bang, like I said, is technically not a singular event, but I can't make this work without treating it that way. So I just say that it represents a second after somewhere within the Big Bang starting point, like whatever that may be. And I allegedly have that all figured out. And I would think it would be something specific. Like if you were to get realistic with it, it could be something specific because, I mean, there's a singular point in time for virtually everything. Like this moment right now, this is the only time that ever happened. Like this moment can only ever be referred to this particular moment. There's never like an overlap with another moment for when I'm recording this. Except we each have our own consciousness, so that might make it seem like there's other moments, but I mean, from the perspective of the world, the frame of reference of the world, there's not. At least as far as our reference can see. So, as far as I'm concerned, the remote number, there would really only be one number. Well, actually, because the remote number is so high, there's technically multiple numbers that can represent basically the same second, since a second represents such a high number in the first place. But it is still different points in time. It's like down to the micro and nanosecond level, which is really precise. Like as far as we're concerned, it's the same thing, but there's a tolerance, of course, and a certain amount of precision involved with the exact moment. But as far as I'm concerned, there's one thing representing everything, right? So the moment that I would go to is represented by a single number. So I have a year, which again is derived from the hidden Easter eggs and stuff. But based on the moment I want to go within that year, you can imagine that I would tack on. I basically convert, so I have the year, and then what I want to do from there is basically tack on the month, day, hour, minute, and second. So essentially what I have to do is convert everything into seconds. So essentially I have the year, which I can convert that year into a number of seconds. And we do need to keep in mind that leap years are a thing as well. So when we try to convert the years to second, the number of days is not exactly the most straightforward thing because we got leap years, as you're aware. 365 days most years. When you add like 31 plus 28 plus 31, about January, February, March, and so on, right? When you tally all that, you can't just say 365 or 366, and if you were to try to average it out, that would obviously be one approach. So, because we have 365 day years, but every 4 years it's 366, so you can imagine you can take an average. It would technically be like 365.25, because over the course of 4 years, then you add another day. And that could probably work, but we could have an odd number. We could be in our third year, for example, before leap years, so we might be a couple years off as a result of just working with the average. That would be kind of hard to figure out based on the average alone. It wouldn't necessarily, I don't think it would give us the precision that we want. I had never necessarily worked out that math. So the way I treated it is since the very beginning, that's where the 4 years starts. So basically year 4 since the Big Bang, as far as I'm concerned, that's the first leap year. Then 8, then 12, then 16, and whatever. So basically what I did was, since it happens every 4 years, we can basically multiply the year that we're in by 1/4, or in other words, we can divide it by 4, and that'll give us the number of leap years. That represents 25% of the years so far. So basically, 25% of whatever the year is 366-day years. So we have to account for that. And then 75% of it is 365-day years. And if we have an odd number where we're not directly on a leap year, then it acts kind of as a remainder, if you will. So what you could technically do is divide the year by 4, round it down, and that'll give you the number of leap years. And then if you use the modulo operator, which returns a remainder, that should give us how many extra 365-day years to tack on. So like 2023, technically that's an odd number year. I believe that's the 3rd year. So we have one more year before leap year as of 2023. That's like year 3 of 365 days. When we go into the next year, 2024, I think that's a leap year if I'm not mistaken. So that's a 366-day year. So, of course, this concept is how some people can die at an old age of 25, right? How is it that 25 is an old age? Well, leap year. But anyway, yeah, so 2023 has a remainder of 3 years. So however many 365 days you would normally calculate, when you round it down, that should give you the number of leap years, but then the rest of it is 365 days. You can tack on an additional 3 years because it's a remainder, and that goes towards the 365-day count. I apologize if I'm making things confusing with the math, but of course that is kind of required to figure all this stuff out. Now, the year 2023 has a remainder of 3 years, so we have 3 extra 365-day years. However, the alleged year since the Big Bang is not, it doesn't have any remainder at all. So, yeah, so the real year would technically have a remainder, but the alleged year since the Big Bang does not have one of those remainders. So yeah, what I did is I took the year based on the hidden Easter eggs, divide that by 4. That's how many 366-day years there are. And we know that a day is 86,400 seconds. So we could use that fact to help calculate how many seconds into the year we are. Oh, by the way, remember earlier when I read the epoch value, it was like 1,690,000,000 something. Well, now it's 1,700,000,000, I believe. So we just hit 100 million milestone, like literally seconds after I read that original number. So that's kind of a special point in time, technically, at least as far as the computer world is concerned. Because again, the epoch I talked about in the past, that's how many seconds have passed since January 1st, 1970. That's how computers keep track of time. Because computers, let's just say they don't natively work with date formats like they do with numerical representation. So you have that epoch value, which can mathematically get converted into a date. But since computers don't natively work with dates, it's easier to just keep track of the number of seconds since that starting point, January 1st, 1970 at midnight. As far as computers are concerned, that's its Big Bang. At least computers that go based on that epoch value. Anyway, the epoch is not really related to this, although it kind of is a little bit. The epoch is basically the computer's starting second. But our starting second that we would punch into the remote for the infrared wavelength is based on the Big Bang. And it allegedly happens due to the speed of light and wavelength. Because I'm doing light entrainment. And I'm using the concept of how fast light travels, which I kind of already touched on before, but yeah, anyway, so I was talking about leap years when trying to calculate the number of seconds since the Big Bang. Leap years would kind of affect the number, so in order for me to address that remainder thing, I basically take 1/4 of whatever the year is, aka I divide the year that I'm at divided by 4. That's how many 366 day years there are. So I can then convert to days since I know how many day years there are, basically take the year number divided by 4, then I can multiply that by 366, since that's how many 366 day years there are. Then I can subtract that divided by 4 number from the year, which will give me the number 365 day years. You can skip ahead a little if you don't want to try to understand the math, but then I can convert that. I take that number times 365, then I can add those two results together, and that's the number of seconds based on the number of actual days since the number of years. When I convert the year, basically all I did there was convert the number of years to days, factoring in leap years. And now that I have that value, I can figure out how many days there are. And I have added the singular second value. But then depending on how I want to do the conversion, I may end up converting that number of days that I now have to hours. So I multiply that by 24. I've got the number of hours. So actually, that's not necessarily what I did. So I converted the year into seconds. Well, I converted the year into number of days by figuring out how many 366 day years we got and 365 day years. Add them together, that's the total number of days, right? So then I can probably multiply that by 86,400, and if I remember correctly, that represents midnight of the beginning of that year. So let's say my year was 2023, which it's not, it's much larger than that. I convert that into days, factoring in leap years, multiply that by 86,400, and if I'm not mistaken, that gives me the number of seconds since midnight of that particular day, or of that year, rather. So then whatever date I'm targeting, I want to add that point in the year. So it's kind of hard. Well, I probably shouldn't go over this for too much longer because I think I'm creating a lot of confusion, and I'm thinking about this on the spot, especially while driving, which is not great. But yeah, I basically converted the year into seconds using something similar to what I just described. You can figure that out yourself if you really had to do that. And then based on the date within the year, like you remember from the video, my first date was September 22nd, 2023. And the 2023 is irrelevant. There's another hint, because my calculated year since the Big Bang is not that, so it's that number derived from the hidden Easter egg instead. So at this point, I basically want to convert, since I have the number of seconds since the beginning of that particular year, I now want to basically convert the actual date and time into seconds. So that's how I would break it up. So September 22nd, 2023, that's, if I remember correctly, that's 265 days. I could be wrong about that, but there's something like that. So then I'm trying to figure out exactly how many days I want to do, but then I think about whether the date is inclusive or not. It's not inclusive because if I look at the behavior going from January 1st to January 2nd, January 2nd at midnight should be 86,400 seconds, right? January 2nd at 1 a.m. is that 86,400 plus 3,600, which is an hour. So that's how many seconds that would be. So January 2nd at 1 a.m. is 86,400 from the 1st to the 2nd plus another hour, which is 3,600. So 86,400 plus 3,600 will give me number of seconds since the beginning of the year, January 2nd at 1 a.m. That's the behavior that I like, and that's using non-inclusive dates. So when you count how many days there are, the target date is non-inclusive. So I believe that makes September 22nd 265 days. If it's inclusive, then it's 266. But like I said, the non-inclusive behavior, based on going from January 1st to January 2nd, is the behavior that I want. So when I go non-inclusively all the way to September 22nd, that's non-inclusive, so that's 265 days. Okay, now I've converted the month and day into days alone, right? So I can multiply that by 86,400 to get the number of seconds since midnight of September 23rd. So technically, to get the midnight of September 23rd, I could do from the beginning of the year to January. You know what I just realized? I think my actual number that I currently have at the moment may actually be incorrectly calculated, because the year, according to the year number, is actually a leap year, and I counted it as 265 days, non-inclusive, but that's not factoring in a leap year. It should be 266 days non-inclusive, or 267 days inclusive, but I'm targeting the non-inclusive behavior, so actually it should probably be based on 266. I'm just realizing this. My actual remote number may be incorrect because of leap year. So in a way, I want the inclusive behavior if it's leap year, the non-inclusive behavior if it's not leap year. I suppose that's one way to think of it. Non-inclusive of a normal year represents a non-leap year, and inclusive of a normal year, that's factoring in leap year. So yeah, I think my current numbers are actually wrong because I didn't factor in leap year. So I think all I have to do to the current remote number that I have is add an additional 86,400 multiplied by 1 second of representation. So the time since the Big Bang, that second gets converted into hertz, which I think I'll go over in a little bit, but I want to multiply 86,400 times that and then add that onto my current number. And I think that's what it's supposed to be, factoring in leap year. So I could correct that, or I could also do a plot twist and forget to include the leap year, and then all of a sudden I end up 1 year behind. I still had Studio B a year ago, so I'm still the one that owns that. But can you imagine if I targeted a time when the previous tenant lived there, or the previous tenant used Studio B? Can you imagine? And then honestly, at that point, I might not even know who they are, so I'd probably just grab one of my random friends and have them pretend that they're the previous tenants. All because of leap year. Wait, no, it would just cause me to be a day behind rather than a whole year. Never mind. It would just cause me to be a day behind, not a year, so never mind what I just said. That'd be a splendid way to run into my past self, though, especially if I was... Oh, that would be a good way to lose track of time. That's an interesting idea. Because I'm a day off due to leap year, I allegedly lose track of time because what I thought was this day was a calculation of the day before or the day after. I'm not even sure which way it goes with leap year, but I think it's the day before. Anyway, then I lose track of time because of that. I don't think I'm going to go that route because I'm going to lose track of time anyway, because I get so immersed in what I'm doing that it's fine. I'm going to correct the mistake now. You literally just witnessed that. I calculated this number like a couple weeks ago, maybe a week or two ago, and you're witnessing a mistake I just realized 2 weeks later, basically. Man, if I never did this recording, I bet I never would have detected that mistake. Because, yeah, the current year, you could also argue the current year is not a leap year, but, again, it's based on that Big Bang starting point, so that is a leap year. That could throw off the calculation, too. I suppose I'm going to want to give that as a hint for those who want to try to reverse engineer the hidden Easter egg. Maybe I'll reveal it in a post-production recording. This is like a pre-production recording, so for now I'm not going to. Or else I'll just wait until somebody actually figures it out. and then the answer's out. Crikey, I never realized that mistake right there. But yeah, not to worry. I can just take 86,400 times the 599, I think it's like million or billion or something like that. Just tack that on to what I currently have. That way I don't have to redo literally everything, because the time and everything is still going to match. So anyway, to review the calculation, September 22nd, not factoring in leap year, 265 days. So I take 86,400 times 265, and that'll give me the number of seconds to midnight of September 23rd. Then I need to take the time, the hour, minute, second, convert that into seconds as well, and add that on to the day converted into seconds. So I convert month into days, then add 23 to it. Well, maybe I add 22. That's 265 technically. I don't have to convert the month into days. I just know it's 265 days when counting from the beginning of the year, because I take 31 for the first month plus 28 plus 31 plus 30 plus 30, or I'm confusing myself. 31 plus 28 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 31 plus 30. Actually, that last plus 30 is September, and I don't include that. Instead of adding 30, I add 23, and that should be 266. But since I want the non-inclusive behavior, because going from January 1st to 2nd, non-inclusively, that's 86,400 seconds. Otherwise, inclusively, it's 172,800. That would represent midnight of January 3rd, not the 2nd. So therefore, I want the non-inclusive behavior going all the way up to the 23rd. So 265 days times 86,400. That's the days converted to seconds. And then I'm going to add the hour, minute, second to that number. Since the hour is basically the 3:45 or 4:45, 3:45. So then I take 15, that's 15 hours when looking at 24-hour format. So right there, I can take 15 times 60, which will convert that into minutes, add 45 to it. So now I got the total number of minutes. And as far as I'm concerned, the second is exactly 0 for now. I'm not even going to worry about that. I don't need that much precision, so therefore I can convert the hour, minute into seconds, then add it on to the seconds derived from the number of days times 86,400. So now I have the actual second based on how far into the day I am. Then so I tally those together. Then I tally that onto the year and the number of seconds, factoring in leap year, right? And then that's the number of seconds since the Big Bang starting point. And the TV remote number is based on the speed of light in meters per second divided by the wavelength of infrared, or to be more specific, the average wavelength. And that's like 589 billion or something like that, I forget. So I take the average wavelength, convert that from nanometers to meters, and then I have a really large number. Then I multiply that by the second that I calculated based on converting the year to seconds, then adding the month, day, hour, and minute to seconds as well. I multiply the large 589 number, which is hertz, times that specific second. Then I have the large remote number, which is like 20 septillion or something like that. I forget exactly what number, but yeah. And of course, what I have right now, as of this recording, is not factoring in leap year. I think it probably should. I have a feeling that those who try to figure out the hidden Easter egg when reverse engineering it, they might forget about the fact that it's a leap year that we're dealing with, even though 2023 is not a leap year. If you listen to this recording, you'll know, hopefully, aka I hope you're paying attention to that particular moment. But honestly, you could almost get away without reverse engineering it, because I obviously invented the hidden Easter egg, then based a year off of that. So you could technically reinvent the hidden Easter egg and see if the math checks out going from start to finish. I will say that it relates to what the number is. The hidden Easter egg is related to numbers. That's all I'm going to say. And there's 3 of them. And they're all baked into one thing. So they're not like 3 separate things necessarily. Okay, that's enough hints, I think. I literally just walked through the process somewhat. So I will add the leap year in, because I probably should do that. Otherwise, I want the non-inclusive behavior. I want the non-inclusive behavior based on leap year. So yeah, that's where the TV remote number comes from. Enough ramble about that. I have the actual numbers figured out now. Although I have to add a leap year, or I have to add an extra day to my current calculation. I can add a day flat. I don't need to factor in the hour, minute, or anything, because I've already got that in my calculation. I just have to add 86,400 times whatever the 599 number is. That's it. So as far as writing the calculator program goes, that wasn't too bad. It was mostly based on the pseudocode. I don't know if I actually went over the official process, but all the programs are now written. And it's basically shown on the calculator. I don't know if I really need to go over any of that, because it should be fairly straightforward. But I think I kind of explained how it works anyway, if I decided that it's not too long. And maybe I want to cut down on the time by not explaining the program so thoroughly, because those who maybe understand programming will have a better idea, and those who don't can try to figure out how to copy and paste on the TI calculator. I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I also have a program that logs the emitted energy, or the amount of energy I've captured from the wall outlets. Which, for those of you who are wondering how much time it actually takes, it's about 2.8 hours to capture all the energy from the wall. And of course, temporal dispersion will probably... No, capturing from the wall I think actually takes like 20 or 30 minutes if I'm not mistaken, something like that. I can't remember. But then the temporal dispersion should take about 2.8 hours, roughly, based on my calculations. And that was, I don't know if I mentioned where that stemmed from. That was basically stemmed from the fact that from a wall outlet we have 120 volt 10 amps. You multiply them together, you'll get the wattage. That's 1200 watts. And I think that represents per second. Because if a meter were to tally up how much energy was emitted, then I think it does it per second. It'll do about 1200 watts per second. If the rate is limited by the outlet itself, which makes sense for a multimeter, it's reading all that, so therefore that much current is allegedly going through it. And therefore we're allegedly capturing that much. So that's 1200 watts per second. The amount of time that takes is going to be 116 days, I think. That might be where that number came from. Like, how long did it take to get from 1200 watts to 1.21 gigawatts? Also, I was originally saying 1.21 gigawatts, which is from Back to the Future, but they keep saying 1.21, so that's how I'm going to say it. And they pronounce it as gigawatts, but I'm used to units like gigabytes, and there's a couple other ones, and I'm used to pronouncing it as giga, so I'm going to pronounce it as gigawatts. But I will say 1.21 gigawatts. If you convert that into watts, that's where the number came from. At 1200 watts per second, it'll take about 116 days. A little bit more if you get more precise, of course. Oh, great. My hearing aid battery is low, so it could die during this recording, which means suddenly I'll stop hearing. There's literally a rest area right in front of me, I think. I should technically use that to replace the battery, but I think I'm going to be fine until I get off the freeway, so I might just find an area to go over. I don't think I'm going to do it right here. I want to do it at a more convenient area out in the country. The sound of my voice may change when my battery dies, just FYI. That's because I sort of calibrate my voice based on hearing it. And when my hearing aid battery dies, suddenly I'm not going to be able to hear my voice nearly as well. So It may sound a little different when the battery dies. Guess we'll treat this like a little experiment. I saw one battery that works yet if this one dies, but it's on my bat here. I may talk about that someday, and I've mentioned somewhere, probably on YouTube, that I'm going to be making a video talking about my hearing loss journey. That may also be out by the time you're listening to this. This audio recording that I'm currently making is not getting released until the time travel video gets released. So it's possible that the hearing loss journey may also exist by the time you're listening to this recording. But yeah, without being able to hear my voice, can't really calibrate it. I think that's something that we all take for granted. That is shooting star? Crikey. Okay, if it is, then I made a wish. If it's not, then it won't apply. All I'm going to say is if saying a wish makes it not come true, then I'm just going to say that it relates to what I was just talking about. But yeah, regarding the calculator programs, yeah, so the 1200 watts per second. So obviously I'm using ionization, and as I mentioned in the video, the actual power reading will factor in the ionization. So like I said, it's basically allowing us to accomplish more with less power. But I said that it allegedly skews the reading based on how much power is represented rather than what it actually is due to the ionization process happening. So it just happens to skew the reading by what it represents. I don't know if that's entirely realistic, but it sure makes things convenient, so I'm just going to go with it. It's a little bit difficult to argue that, actually, I think. Like, ionization is a form of radiation, and we know that radiation can screw up sensors sometimes. Like, if you're trying to read something, I'm sure there's been known situations where the reading gets affected by radiation. I mean, like, a compass can get all screwed up if there's a strong magnet nearby or something. As far as I'm concerned, the ionized radiation, through similar principles, causes the voltage reading to be skewed. And we're just allegedly grabbing the reading from the multimeter. But yeah, the rate that it happens is kind of based on 120 volt 10 amps here in the US. In other areas it may be 240 volt 5 amps, or maybe even something else altogether. But regardless, it's about 1200 watts per second. It'll allegedly be whatever your power reading is, since multimeters conveniently have readings built into it. I actually just realized this. Because multimeters conveniently have the reading built into it, that actually makes it convenient to tally up how much energy we've captured. Good luck doing that on a transformer. I mentioned a transformer as an option, but I don't think you can tally things up as easily as my method, which is more complicated, having to ionize duct tape and roll it around. But yeah, so basically what I did was change multiples of 10, because so the remote itself is 1.5 volt. So as far as I'm concerned, the remote would naturally get 1.5 volt 10 amps. But do you have any idea how long that would take? I think it takes a couple years to emit 1.21 gigawatts at that rate. So I'm gonna maybe overload it just a little bit and go with 12 volts. And then of course ionization will make it even faster yet. And as you convert the watts to gigawatts and then multiply it by about 100 or 1,000, so increasing multiples of 10, then you will calculate that it'll take about 10,083 seconds, 0.333. That's how long it'll take to emit the 1.21 gigawatts at that rate. And that's at a rate of 0.000012 gigawatts, which is based on like 12,000 or 120,000 watts. Which, yeah, that seems like a lot, but we're just going to write that off as ionization is bridging the gap. Speaking of which, I'm going under a bridge pretty soon. But yeah, it's bridging the gap. So that's where the amount of time basically comes from. I just wanted to share where that derives from. So of course, the program that I show on there is not the actual program. You might notice a program called test, which we can write that off as I do a bunch of tests on there. But for right now, that test program actually represents the real energy emission program. And what the real program does is it generates a random number within a certain range. And so there's a bit of natural fluctuation in how much energy is emitted. So for every 100 watts, there's a 10 watt fluctuation, aka a plus or minus 5 watt fluctuation. So if we're dealing with 100 watts, that's plus or minus 5, because divide 100 by 10 and you get 10, and then plus or minus 5, because it's on two sides, two, like positive and negative, divide that by another 2, plus or minus 5. So if it were 1,000 watts, then it would be plus or minus 100 for my random number for what I'm actually outputting. So obviously I can't really read signals from the multimeter, but I have realistic sounding reasons for it. As far as a film's concerned, it'll work. So there's a little bit of sci-fi stuff in there, but I try to make it blend with reality as much as I could. The rest of the program, I think I pretty much explained. I explained how I take the absolute value of gigawatts because I cut out the prompt in the wrong way and the voltage reading will be negative. So we got 10 amps, of course. Over the 18 gauge wire, we're going to have 10 amps when we have it on the 120 volt setting. Like, we could probably go up to about 16 amps with 18 gauge wire, but obviously multimeters are not designed to emit energy in this fashion, so by default it'll likely handle 10 since it's not even designed to do what we're doing right here. So that's why, as far as I'm concerned, we're dealing with 10 amps. And then the voltage reading will get translated into wattage, which the calculator does within its program for the outputs. It allegedly does that with the program I show on camera, and it does that on the other program too. So yeah, that test program, the one called test, that's the actual program for emitting energy. So where I write my emit enter function, I replace that with test when I'm actually running it. But yeah, if you follow the logic I made it so that the output looks like it's following the logic. So yeah, the program that I show is technically useless because I'm not really running that, but that is how it would work in principle if all these principles actually were to come together in the real world. That's pretty much all I can think of regarding. Okay, good. I'm glad that burning smell went away. First I was thinking maybe my brake pads are rubbing up against the axle thing. I mean, it's not good for whoever has that burning right now, but I'm just glad I don't have it. So yeah, that complicated code on there is taking the voltage reading, factoring the fact that we're using 10 amps, and converting that into watts, which then gets converted to gigawatts. And that eventually gets tallied up. Oh yeah, that's right, my hearing aid battery's low. It just reminded me again. Hopefully I'll be fine until I get off the freeway. Sometimes when it does that low battery thing, it can last for hours at a time still. Other times it might die within like 20 minutes or a half hour. So yeah, I think the rest of the program is explained in the video, hopefully. So you see how I have that outer loop, which allegedly factors in the ionization according to my calculations, but of course I'm really doing it because I want to do memory management and limit how much recursion I do. But since I am limiting the recursion and it factors in ionization, I'm still allegedly doing enough recursion that I'm still going to end up returning all my energy. That's more or less how the program works. As far as like the capture energy, that works pretty much exactly the same as the emit energy. The only real difference is the rates. I don't have a pseudo program written for that, but as far as everyone's concerned, I do. Oh yeah, so as far as generating the random number for the actual output program, the RAND function, RAND, so on the TI-85, I go to second catalog, and then I can just hit the key representing alpha R, which is what RAND starts with. And then I can use that function, and what that does is it returns a number that has like 10 decimal places of precision or something like that. kind of like what Java does with its random function by default when you're not using the integer-friendly one. So I multiply that number by whatever the variation is. So, like I said, for every 100 watts, there's 10 watts of variation, aka plus or minus 5 watts. So the amount that I multiply the rand variable by is all based on that variation factor, and then I offset that by a certain amount. And I'm not rounding up or down, but I think that adds even more randomness to it because there's decimals of precision. Of course, it's not truly random because there's some sort of algorithm happening behind the scenes to generate the random number, kind of based on a seed that goes into an algorithm. That seed's probably derived from something, and then that's why randomly generated numbers are not truly random, because you could replicate the behavior using forensic strategies. It's not truly random, but it works fine for us. It works fine as far as this is concerned. There doesn't need to be that variation, but I think it's kind of nice that there is. Yeah, so the pseudo program just generates a random number, converts that into gigawatts, and it's kind of based on how long I want it to take to get to 1.21. And I actually factor in how quickly it adds up on the calculator, because my artificial delay may not be exactly 60 times per second like I want. So, since it's a relatively consistent rate that it adds up, I base it off of what that's doing and then extrapolate that to how much time I want. So, of course, when I do a jump cut, when I tally up my captured energy from the outlet, I'll be tallying that up. So, of course, I'm not really going to wait 3 hours. I'm going to change the variable that I initialize as 0, then rerun the program, and then that emulates waiting for X amount of time. So yeah, not too bad. So I got the programs written, I got the remote number figured out. So of course we need a reminder. The way I'm able to punch in all the numbers on the remote is the fact that I have continuity with the multimeter, but I'm also sending an off-duty PWM signal at the same time. So there is a circuit basically going on, but there's no energy being emitted, so not even enough energy to do like a battery powered remote press, right? So therefore it'll end up getting suspended because we have continuity, so it can kind of cycle in there as one combined signal, and then the on-duty PWM actually gives it energy within the continuity, and therefore the signal will get sent. So I hit enter on the calculator. That's what makes it actually emit with the way I have it hooked up. It's amazing how the calculator is solving multiple problems. It solves the remote buffer issue, and the remote buffer issue is being able to punch in multiple numbers and have that stored, right? So it solves the remote buffer issue. It also solves the issue of what actually starts it and does temporal dispersion at the same time. Pretty crazy. So yeah, I've got the program written, the actual ones, and the pseudo logic ones. The remote number figured out, although I have to adjust it for leap years now. And then the other thing I needed to do before I was officially ready is the sheet where I've calculated 1.21 gigawatts, where I'm like, according to my math, I got 1.21 gigawatts. So you're probably wondering how I could have derived at that on a math sheet. Well, what you're seeing right there is actually a concept called substitution, which is a mathematical concept that allows you to solve for variables. And substitution, so like if you have two equations and two variables and you want to solve for those variables, substitution is one of the ways you do that. So you solve for one variable, then you plug that in to one of the original equations, and then you can solve one variable as an actual number, as an actual constant or coefficient. Constant. Solve it as an actual constant. Then you can plug it in to get the other number. So when you're solving for equations like that, for however many variables you have to have at least that many equations. In fact, I think it has to be exactly that many equations, because if you have too many equations, then it just adds complexity to it, and you have to make sure your solved variables conform to all that. You can't even do that. So substitution works well if you have 2 variables. You can do it with 3 variables as well. It works kind of like the elimination method, which is something you may learn in math class. You'd eliminate a variable. With 3 variables, it's not too bad, but you can still do substitution with 3 variables, as you may be aware. Well, I made it to my exit without the battery dying. Nice. But yeah, so basically what you're seeing on that math sheet was essentially using substitution on 5 variables. So obviously, because I have 5 variables, I need to have 5 equations. The best way to solve for it is technically using something called Cramer's rule, which involves matrices. Solving for the variables is much easier using that. In fact, I've written a program that actually uses Cramer's rule behind the scenes, and it can parse equations and solve for them, which means I could do basically as many terms as you want. So you can have 10 variables, 10 equations if you want. That uses Cramer's rule, which is kind of weird to say because I just finished watching Seinfeld for the 2nd time today. And obviously, you know, one of the main characters, it was my favorite character on that show by far, besides George, Kramer. But yeah, Cramer's rule with a different spelling. Starts with a C, not a K. That would be a better way to do it, but obviously I need to make it look like I'm doing really advanced math to calculate the 1.21 gigawatts. So I did this experiment several years ago. If I tried to solve for 5 variables using substitution, that could easily take up multiple sheets of paper. So I tried doing that as an experiment years ago, and I got kind of stuck, so I just gave up. Yeah, it's kind of a tricky process because you basically have, so since you're solving for 5 variables and you have 5 equations, you have to use pairs of equations to whittle down to 1 variable, which could easily take up a sheet all by itself. And then once you solve for that variable, you have to do the same thing for another variable, then another, then another, then another, and then you can plug that into some original equation. So basically you have to do some math and derive equations by combining like terms when solving for variables. I would look up how substitution works for 2 variables and then 3 if you're curious about how that works. Then you basically can extrapolate that to however many variables you want. That could take up many sheets of math paper just to solve that one problem. So I started this years ago. So in case you're wondering, those starting equations on the first side of the paper, you notice that I'm trying to solve for A, B, C, D, and E, right? Well, if you actually did the math, you would get A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 1, and E is 7. That's what it originally is. And when I gave up on it, I flipped the page over and I had like 3 or 4 lines worth of math work on there. And basically given up at that point. So what I decided to do was make it so that when I solve for E, I get 1.21 gigawatts. I make it look like the math actually leads to that. And the way I accomplish that is when I create the equations, I can like make up the variables ahead of time. I'm like, E is 1.21. As far as the other variables go, I decided to actually base them off of realistic factors. Even though it's not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things, it's based off of realistic factors. So it's like I'm really doing the math, and it's hard to argue that. But yeah, since I originally had 2, 3, 4, 1, 7 for my variable solutions in the past, I decided that on the second side, the first line on the second side of the paper is actually derived from the first side, so there is a little bit of continuity in that sense, going from the first side to the second. However, only that first equation was derived from the second side, so on the second side, the variables are equal to different things than what they were originally equal to, because I want E to be 1.21, right? Well, So what I did was, I have that one equation, so as far as I'm concerned, that's the only equation right now. And if I have 4 variables, that means I need to have 4 equations to solve for them. The reason why you need that many equations is because you could try to solve for a variable and then plug it in, right? You could solve for a variable and plug it in. Basically, it'll be an expression. So let's say you have variables A and C in an equation. Well, you can put C on one side and then solve for that alone, and C will have A in the solution. You can plug that into the original equation and get actual quantifiable numbers. However, if you use the same 2 equations to solve for multiple variables, then the variable you're trying to solve will end up canceling out and basically become 0. So that's not really possible to solve for, as you may or may not be aware. So basically, for every variable you're solving, you don't want to use the 2 same equations to get that variable eliminated. You want to use different pairs for each and every variable you're solving for. So like if I'm solving for 3 variables, then I may want to use equations 1 and 2 for one of the variables, but for a different variable I want to use equations 2 and 3 rather than reusing 1 and 2 for that other variable that I'm whittling down. I mean, basically using substitution, it's a process of whittling things down to 1, plugging that into the original equation, and then whittling that down further. It's almost like a pyramid triangle in some aspects. But yeah, so since I had just one equation stemmed from the first side, I decided I would make up some more equations. And the variables A, B, C, E were actually numbers that were kind of based on other factors that are involved, like the amperage. So like A is actually 10 if you were to solve for that variable. A is 10. And then I had B represent the ohm resistance for battery, and I basically took the number of ohms for a battery and the outlet and did some math with that to determine what B is equal to. So B basically represents the ohms involved with this, the resistance. C represents the gauge wire, so that's 18. And then E is like the energy, which is 1.21. So I basically, since I only had one variable, I created another equation that helps eliminate variables as efficiently as possible, because the number of steps could have easily been way more than it actually was. So the way I minimized the number of steps while keeping it somewhat realistic was creating equations that help eliminate variables. And yeah, using substitution, if you actually go through the legitimate steps, you will get 1.21 for E. In fact, there's like 8 or 9 decimal places of precision. So I could almost argue that that's what the real number is. I know Doc Brown was saying it's 1.21 on Back to the Future, but what if it was slightly more specific? Well, we can almost argue that I calculated that more specific number. I mean, we don't know for sure, so it's alleged, but not proven necessarily. But yeah. So yeah, if you actually follow the math using substitution, E really is 1.21. Of course, I made that up artificially, but I made it look like I actually used math to figure it out. Those starting equations I kind of made up so that it would lead to what I wanted. And that way I have a bunch of legitimate looking steps. Because yeah, E really is 1.21, at least with how I have it set up on there. But on the first side, it's actually 7. Because again, I was just trying substitution with 5 variables. But yeah, when I tried figuring that out, I had a whole bunch of trouble initially. Because apparently, like I said, for each variable you're solving and whittling down to, you have to use a different pair of equation. Otherwise, that variable will end up canceling out when you plug it all in. I learned that the hard way when I was trying to figure this out, and I wasted a lot more time than I was hoping to. But yeah, regardless, I made the steps as legitimate as I could, but if you actually look at it, the inconsistencies is on the first side, E is actually 7. That's what I made it up as when I was trying out substitution with 5 variables, which would probably take like 2 or 3 sheets of notebook paper front and back. But yeah, when I went to the second side, the very first line on the second side of the paper where I have the solution, that was derived from the first side. And then I just made up other equations and pretended that nothing else exists, but made it so that E is 1.21. So since I eliminated B through elimination, I just had a couple, just to minimize the number of steps, I had a couple other equations with 3 variables. So all those steps is really what it takes to solve for 1 variable in an equation with 3 variables. If I solve for the other variables, I'm going to need more than just that back side. And that's with a 3 variable and 3 equation situation. So there's just 3 terms right there. But if there were 5 terms, then you can imagine that it would be way longer. The amount of paper that I need pretty much grows exponentially for however many variables I'm solving for. But yeah, I was able to take an old paper that I used years ago with substitution and use it for this. So that's what the math sheet is. I'm not actually figuring out the calculation, but I'm using substitution, which makes it look like I'm doing complicated math. I'm quite proud of how it turned out, to be honest, because all the mathematical steps are legit, except for the fact that I made up equations on the second side, and the fact that I predetermined the variable so I could create the equations in the first place. But those steps that I used to solve for E on the backside, those are the legit steps for solving E. Like, if you follow along, those are the real steps. So there is quite a bit of mathematical accuracy on there. But, of course, I made up the equations that I'm solving for. So, yeah, I just needed something that would make it look like I did a bunch of math that actually solved for what I want in the end. And substitution seemed like one of the best options for that, especially given the complexity and everything. Okay, so I'm actually about to turn on to Studio A, the road for it, so I'm going to change the battery real quick. I don't want to have to do that when I get in Studio A, so I pulled over so I can do that. Right, so now I got the battery changed, so everything is good. I still have to change the other one. They both die around the same time, but I could wait for a while. It's not even low yet. So yeah, that's basically where the math all came from, in case you were wondering. So there is legitimate steps if you were to really follow it, which is, I think, the coolest parts. Yeah, at first I did not use 2 different variable pairs, and E kept canceling out when I was trying to solve for it, so I was going to fake the answer toward the end initially, because I didn't want to figure out what I did wrong, and I was going to have a 402.2, and then 403.23 or something, and then there's a 76E and minus 76E, which again, E cancels out right there, but I was going to make it so that there was a 75E, then all of a sudden E equals 1.21 in that situation, like 402.021 versus 402.2, which I fake to 403.23, so it's 1.21. Yeah. And then I realized I need 2 different pairs of equations for each variable I'm solving, and then sure enough, it stopped canceling out, which was nice. So I made up another equation so that it didn't cancel out, and it worked. So that's pretty much where I'm at now. I'm basically writing I pretty much had the script written at this point, so when I have time to record, then I can start recording at this point. So that's kind of exciting, but I'm not going to record for a little while at this point because I've been spending a lot of time on it, and to be frank, it might take weeks to record at a time, and my hair may grow quite a bit. So I want to pick a time when I can constantly work on it pretty much for days in a row. So yeah, so that's my logic there. I can work on some of my other projects in the meantime, I may practice some of the logistics, like how am I doing some of the close calls when I run into my clone. I'm going to work that out, maybe certain camera angles I'm not sure about, some brief visionary feasibility analysis. I guess you could call this a visionary feasibility analysis. Make sure that the kind of stuff I want to do can be done. Just get a rough idea for that. Maybe practice the script just a little bit. I like the idea of using spaced repetition. I don't want to practice too much or anything, but yeah. And then if there's anything I want to strip away to make it more simplistic, I can do that. To make the video shorter, which I may still do. I stripped away quite a bit of stuff already, but I might want to go further on that. And then yeah, well, I'm at Studio A now, so I'm going to wrap up and we'll continue talking when I go back to Studio B. So for now, thanks for listening. Have a good one. Peace. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to continue vocal vlog, so let's just jump right in. So I'm just going to mention one thing real quick about the time travel film at this point right now, and then we'll continue talking about other topics. So the thing I wanted to talk about is, of course, I already mentioned that I'm basically taking care of the logistics for right now. And then when it's most convenient for me to film for days in a row, that's when I'll start the filming process for the film. But one thing I wanted to mention real quick was regarding how I handle cloning myself and that type of stuff, because there's one thing that's a little bit different from the Zoom video, for example, and I kind of wanted to cover that here because I'm probably not going to anywhere else. So first of all, when it comes to basically memorizing my clones, I have mentioned in the past that when I clone myself, it's best for me to make it as spontaneous as possible. But for a short film like this that's super structured, it's a little bit tricky with the spontaneity. If it was something dedicated toward the cloning itself, then I could make it so it encourages spontaneity, and I will have to keep that in mind when I basically write the script for it and stuff. But since this is a short film where the primary thing is not really talking to my clone, of course I'm going to be talking to my clone in this film because we run into each other at one point. So there is a point where we confront each other, and so the cloning part becomes very relevant right there. But since I'm doing the film and the cloning is not the primary thing, it kind of does have to be a little bit more structured, especially with how I set this up. However, I do have one thing at my advantage that I did not have while doing the Zoom cloning video, for example. I'm not using a computer, so there's not a whole lot of unknown variables involved, other than basically one clone kind of follows the lead of another clone. That's really the only unknown variables that are involved, and one thing is dependent on how all that goes. Whereas with the Zoom video, that's a variable, an unknown variable as well. But another variable that's unknown is using the computer, because you never know how that's going to go. So there's a lot of unpredictability when it comes to using a computer on a screen share when cloning. So one thing that I wanted to do during the Zoom recording, for example, was to record my clone on audio ahead of time. However, that does have a problem, because again, with a screen share, the timing, because of the variables involved, the timing fluctuation can be quite a lot. But when you're just talking between the clone, the timing fluctuation isn't going to be nearly as much, and it's something that you can work with relatively easily. So yeah, because of the variables involved with the Zoom call, in the case of the Zoom call, the timing can fluctuate a lot. That's why. However, with this, the only variable involved is how the voice of the other clone goes. So really trying to time it with the communication itself, which is almost always the only variable involved. But the Zoom video added a whole nother layer of complexity because of more unknown variables, which can fluctuate the timing a lot. But what I'm trying to get at is, now that I'm doing this video which only has the timing of the clone talking. That's the only variable involved with the timing, and it doesn't really cause the timing to fluctuate all that much. This is a situation where I could record audio of the clone ahead of time, even before I start the first clone. Then the first clone could go based on the lead of that audio recording, and then the second clone could go based on what the first clone did. So the first clone goes based on pre-recorded audio of the scripts. Then the second clone goes based on the first clone, which went based on the pre-recorded audio. On the Zoom video, I could not do that because of the complexity. So it would be best if everything were spontaneous and I didn't have to do any of that, and I could pretty much do it all spontaneously. But yeah, like I said, with the structure of this video, I can't really get away with that much spontaneity. The script needs to be pretty much scripted for the most part. There is a little bit of spontaneity that could happen, but it's a very structured form of it. Whereas in general, especially the video revolved around it as the primary thing in the first place. Like when I showed my alter ego their computer, or I did that Zoom call, that primarily revolves around the whole cloning thing. Whereas in the time travel film, that's not even the primary factor, so therefore it needs a little bit more structure. But since I'm only relying on the variable of the actual talking, I can do the pre-recorded audio, and I don't have to worry about the timing being way off, because the fluctuation will be very minimal. If I screw up because of that fluctuation, I can totally start over again. But if more variables were involved, it would be too much of a pain. I'd probably have to change the audio on the spot. I kind of talked about that in the behind the scenes Zoom video, which that's linked in the description of that Zoom video of my primary channel. Or it's also the unlisted videos worth watching on my second channel's homepage. If you look at that particular playlist, you will find it there as well. So yeah, basically when I practice the lines of the clone, which I will have to do a little bit because of it being structured, when I practice that, I'm going to record the script, just do an audio recording just to kind of base things off of, so I don't have to do it in my head. I could do it in my head, but I'd have to spend a lot more time getting the script down to get to that level. But since the timing isn't going to change much, I have available at my disposal the ability to record audio with minimal time fluctuation with the actual recording versus an audio recording. Of course, when I record the audio, I'm just reading the scripts, mainly for reference when I record one of the clones. I'm only going to record audio for one of the clones, but I think I will record the audio for both clones for practice purposes. Then I can practice both clones based on the audio recording, since I won't have any real clones yet. And then when I get it down to a level where I have minimal memorization required during the actual shoot, then I'll stop and basically do it during the actual shoot of the video, and then that should go pretty well. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to mention how I'm doing that, which is different than I mentioned on the Zoom video or pretty much anywhere else, since I'm not relying on variables where I'm doing stuff on the computer, which could fluctuate the timing a lot, especially if there's like typing involved and everything. Over the course of like 30 minutes, there's bound to be fluctuation somewhere within that. Plus, I'm only doing this for 3 minutes compared to the 30 minutes on top of that. Well, 3 minutes is my estimation. I don't know how long it'll take, but it will be pretty short by comparison to the other videos. So I've got that at my disposal too. It's not even going to be very long to begin with. I mean, it will be long for some people. They're doing the cloning concept for the first time, but compared to what I've done in the past, it's like 10 times shorter at least, if not more. So that makes things way easier as well. Less time spent on it, especially for something that has to be structured in the first place. I definitely want to do one someday where pretty much everything is spontaneous and we're just following like a bulleted agenda. That would be cool. Because then we can literally have a genuine flow of conversation despite being the same person. I would love to do that someday. It's likely going to happen when I'm brainstorming ideas about something. Like something that I think a well-diverse audience can basically jive with. If it's technical, then really only technical people would be able to jive with that, right? So if I do anything like that, it would have to be something that isn't super technical and a lot of people could happen to relate to when watching. So it would have to be something of that nature. So yeah, to practice the clones, rather than just like looking at the script and going over it in my head, like I have to do multiple rolls, which kind of makes things a little tricky. I could just record the audio, basically reading the script at around the pace that is going to happen in real life. And then from there, I could practice using that. I think that will make it go a lot faster as well, because it is almost like I'm practicing in production in some aspects. It's easier to do it for this kind of thing than anything else because, yeah. As for everything else, since I'm doing kind of a vlog style, I could have some of it be spontaneous, or at the very least, the script could be like more of a loose script rather than word for word. Like if I could make other wording work, that's fine, as long as I don't introduce mistakes as a result of that. So I will be closely monitoring that as I'm producing it. It's kind of tricky when it comes to removing information because I do want to make the video not too long just because of the complexity and the whole point of it. Honestly, I would say the real reason why I'm making this is to avoid running into my past self. I think that's the real reason why I'm making that video, not the whole process of time travel. So I would like to spend minimal time going over the process, but I do want to go over enough details that it matches reality as much as possible. So that's kind of the whole point of this. Pretty much all sci-fi time travel will, of course, have some fictional concepts that make it work really well. But I'm trying to make it work really well with realistic concepts. So there's a lot of details involved with that. So I have to be diligent with what I keep and what I get rid of. Like, you know, the concept of kill your darlings. Well, that's the idea. Like, you record a bunch of footage, but you only end up using a tiny slither of it. Even if you have other bits that are good, but it makes the video, like, maybe too dragged out, even though it is good stuff. Because you want to, like, maximize retention, so maybe you want to take some of that stuff out. You have to maximize retention to the biggest audience possible. If that's one of your goals, then yeah, you have to be very diligent with what you keep and what you get rid of in that case. And it's a little bit tricky to do that for this because I need to keep enough details to make things realistic. It can be tempting to just leave out details, but especially if I come up with a creative solution to make something realistic, I want to be keeping that in there if I can. So like, for example, I talked about the whole microwave thing, where I was originally going to microwave the electrical tape to accomplish ionization. I spent so much time getting all those details down, especially the safety ones. I've already talked about that, but I have to basically not even include anything about that in the film, even though I spent days doing research on all that and planning it out. I had some really good ideas, but unfortunately, because microwaves are actually non-ionizing, I can't include that. I was even thinking of going through the whole process, assuming that microwaving is ionizing, and then the time travel doesn't work. Or there's some crazy plot twists, like I end up at the wrong point in time. And then I'm like, what went wrong here? And then I do research, and it turns out microwaves are actually non-ionizing. So I could have done some plot twists with that, but that would make the video drag on and on. it probably drags on quite a bit with what I already have. You can imagine that if I included microwave related stuff, how much more it would drag on. Would you rather have that or not? I would imagine you're going to answer no, because there's already plenty of stuff as it is, even with me stripping away details. So yeah, kill your darlings. It's basically the stripping away of details and footage to prevent it from dragging too much, right? Even if you spent all this time with this footage, if you want to maximize retention, you have to get rid of certain stuff. As for these audio recordings, I'm sure there's quite a lot of stuff I could technically get rid of. Well, I'm getting rid of silence already, so does that really kill your darlings at that point if there's silence that I'm getting rid of? Especially if I'm using AI to get rid of it for me. Because yeah, all my pauses, like I had, even in the last half hour, I had probably like a couple pauses that were even a couple minutes long. But you had no idea because AI removed it and basically cut it in a way that feels natural because I messed with the threshold and stuff. But yeah, I hope that concept of kill your darlings makes sense. So I kind of have to do that to strip away certain details so the video doesn't drag on and on forever. But it's kind of tricky to do that if I need to make sure that everything makes sense. So like with the calculator program, I can see myself elaborating on a ton of stuff, but I kind of want to minimize that. I mean, I will probably do that thing where I say like, now I'm going to explain how the program works real quickly, so if you want to skip to the next part, I understand. But see, even something like that may actually cause people to, they'd rather just click off the video and watch something else or do something else than to skip ahead. And then you lose people that way. So there's that aspect. Or I make it so simple that everybody can even watch the programming side of things. So how do I want to play that, right? Do I include enough details so that only programmers can understand like details that they would need an explanation for, like where my logic is coming from? Or do I explain virtually everything and the programmers would probably be the only ones that wouldn't skip it anyway? So it's kind of tricky even balancing that aspect, because there's logic in there that I feel like would require an explanation for some to understand. Or do I just make it so that only the programmers can try to follow the logic and make sense of it, right? How do I want to play that? So I'm only mentioning this because trying to find a balance is a little bit tricky. That's another behind the scenes tidbit. I'm trying to strip out as much as I can get away with, pretty much. I've done that a fair bit already, but I have a feeling there's a few more things I could strip out. And then there's also the aspect that I want to explain this detail, but then it becomes relevant later on. And maybe it doesn't have to be explained until it becomes relevant, if that makes sense. But there's also that aspect too. Like if you wait on this detail until it actually becomes relevant, then you could do a whole bunch of time saving that way. Like even though it would logically make sense to explain the detail right here, it doesn't become relevant until this later area, so therefore it might actually be better to wait to explain it until it actually becomes relevant. That may end up being a better approach. I have no idea how it's going to end up turning out with that, but I am going to have to be strategic and factor in those things. Like on Back to the Future, for example, when we learn about these complicated concepts, we don't end up learning about it until it becomes relevant. Like that's a genius way to make things flow. And for a video like this, it is actually kind of difficult to make things flow in that way. But honestly, I am probably going to want to go through that again and see what I can get away with stripping out or just making it relevant. So like as of right now, my ionization processes, I actually start that process way before I'm actually going to use the electrical tape. And I mentioned, as of right now anyway, that you want to wait until you're actually ready to time travel before you do the ionization. However, I'm starting early on because that's kind of how I have my flow set up. I may end up wanting to change that. I may have already changed that at this point. when you're listening to this. I'm not sure. So I don't know how I'm going to approach the programming thing yet, but it probably already exists, so no need to explain it any further. And then there's the other aspect of the detail that I do want to cover and try to fit in. Do I actually need to do that? Or do I do something similar somewhere else where that could be implied, so therefore I could take out that detail and quite a bit of other stuff that would normally stem from trying to elaborate on that detail? It's a tricky process. The whole point of that video is actually, it's just a really good excuse for me to clone myself, honestly. And I can have fun with it because I'm trying not to run into my past self. There's a lot of opportunity right there to get really creative and have fun with it. Like a lot of the tidbits on there, you'll probably be able to tell that I had quite a bit of fun with it, just because there were so many opportunities that I could do. Any of the funny or unexpected tidbits you see on there were obviously opportunities that I got to play around with and have fun with, basically. So there's quite a bit of opportunity for that. Honestly, that's about as much as I know about the video at this point in time. There's probably going to be some more pre-production stuff yet, but I think as far as the pre-production stuff goes, I may end it right here and continue on with my other normal recordings. So for the pre-production listeners out there, that's it for now. So for you guys, thanks for listening and have a good one. Hope you enjoyed as much as I did. Peace. And here's the other thing. I've made a few videos that involve me saving time. So like my time travel, the original plot is so that I can save time, as you're aware. I'm originally doing the time travel so I can save time. And then the Zoom call, I'm doing that so I can save time as well. So you can believe that basically any film that I make revolving around saving time, you can believe that in the real world, it did very much the opposite of that. I spent a long time doing that Zoom video, for example, even though the idea was to save time. In reality, I wasted way more time than I could have possibly saved when getting technical about it. So you could literally be like, well, there's another time-saving video. Oh no, how much time was wasted this time? Yeah, that could literally be a typical reaction, like, a new time-saving video came out. Oh no, how much time was wasted this time making that video? That should almost be your guys' instinctual response. Anytime you see me do a time-saving video, that should be your response. How much time was wasted this time? Trust me, I'm just in the writing process of the time travel film, and I wouldn't be surprised if that took way longer than any of the other productions ever going to take. So yeah, like I'm spending way more time than I want to spend on this time travel film, but given the circumstances, it feels worth it for what I'm actually trying to accomplish. So I'm just putting up with that sacrifice. Also, this kind of has an opportunity for being one of the best videos I've ever made, like, of all time. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to make a video better than this one, if I'm being perfectly honest. So just because of where things lead, I'm going to also try to shoot for that. At this point, I'm going to try to make it so that this is, in fact, the best video I've ever made. Because in the past, I've had some really cool aspects of videos that I've really enjoyed. Like, I just think they're cool aspects, but if you look at the original video, it's not the kind of video that can really be public. It's just not going to work for one reason or another. Like, I've been able to take some really cool concepts from videos, and I'm just bummed out. I'm literally torn that I can't make it public because of how cool it is. But there's a lot of elaboration and explanation required because the original video is probably complex. But it's too complex that it's too late for me to curate it for a public audience. What I could do is take excerpts from it, maybe, that has those cool little bits in there. But what's really cool about this time travel film is a lot of the cool concepts that I've done in the past that I can't really make public just because it's not going to work for a public audience. This time travel film actually has the opportunity to feature a lot of those cool concepts all in one video. So, like, for example, I mentioned Theo Joe, the YouTuber that used to make satirical videos, and I've had some ideas like that myself. And I probably incorporated some aspects in videos here and there, but for one reason or another, I just can't make it public because it's not curated for a public audience. And it's either going to take up too much time to curate it, which again, time is valuable because videos are not my primary thing, or else it's too late for me to curate it no matter how much I try to. If I try to curate it, it may ruin my video in the first place. But I need to do that in order to make it accessible for a public audience. So a lot of these concepts I'm just not going to be able to do, right? But in the time travel film, I have ways to do it. So like the Theo Joe video, or the Theo Joe concept of being satirical, I'm doing that quite a bit in this time travel film because what's making the time travel possible? Well, wrapping electrical tape around a multimeter to capture electricity, that's a very Theo Joe-like concept. Like his videos in the past really are in that type of style. And then the fact that I'm using a calculator to control power distribution, that's very Theo Joe-like as well. And the fact that I'm using recursion to control energy flow, making energy flow in a recursive nature. And then also the math that I showed to prove that the power requirement is 1.21 gigawatts. That's obviously a reference from Back to the Future, but the way I derive at the 1.21 gigawatts, that's also Theo Joe style as well. But I've incorporated a lot of Theo Joe style into this video to make it work the way it does. Like the concepts are obviously fake, but there's explanations where the fakeness aside, you could totally roll with it, and it's very entertaining and hilarious and intriguing as well. Like some of it makes you think. Like I've wished I could make videos like that. And unintentionally, this time travel film provided a lot of opportunity for that sort of thing, which was not intended, but it happens to provide that opportunity, which is pretty cool. So yeah, and then I've also had other cool tidbits in various videos that just can't be public for one reason or another. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to do another vocal vlog, so let's just jump right in. So it'll be about typical hour and a half length. I'm going from Studio B to A. Otherwise, let's just jump right into it. So the first thing we'll do is I'll catch you up on the production side of the time travel film, and then we'll continue the other conversation that we had. So recently I've been more or less basically working on the last things I need to do before I can actually start the film production. When I start filming, I kind of want to be able to do everything all at once if possible, at least from a filming perspective, because some things might take a little while to film, and it technically is taking place over the course of one day. That's kind of the idea. Within the film, I'm going to all these different points in time, but I should be able to do that all within the same day at my natural present point in time, right? So yeah, because of that, I do want to try to be somewhat continuous with the filming, where I film pretty much all parts within, I'm hoping, maybe a week or two. That's how long I'm guessing it'll take. Usually things end up being double what I estimate, so hopefully, but I do have a feeling that it's probably going to actually top out at about 2 weeks, hopefully. So as of right now, production will start in about a month. That's when I'll have some consecutive time to work on it. So I estimate that I'll probably be spending roughly 8 hours a day on it, maybe. I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, basically what I've been working on in the meantime is practicing certain things that I'm not really sure about, like some of the funny bits that are on there. I don't know. So I kind of gave myself confidence on how I'm going to do the funny bits, and I had some original plans that I had to change based on how it turned out. And then I also practiced a little bit of the cloning as well to kind of get an idea on some of the angles and just kind of thinking about where I'm going to be putting my camera, because there's some places where I'm not even sure how I'm going to approach it. Like, for example, the scene that I'm planning on doing while I actually run into my third clone. Like, I don't know, I didn't know, like, which door I was going to exit, and if I was, regardless of which door I was going to exit, there's going to be some overlap. Because normally with cloning, the way that kind of works is you split the frame, and you can do it in pretty much any shape you want. But splitting the frame is one of the biggest things that you can do with that. And it works best when they don't overlap. Otherwise, you either have to do some strategy or some trickery overall. So I just kind of figured out how I'm going to handle certain things regarding the cloning process, especially things that I'm not even sure if they're possible, but I feel pretty confident on it now. Then I also did some exploration with visual effects too, because obviously I'm going to be doing this infrared effect, which I think is really going to be a signature part of this video. Like, I think it could literally become an iconic thing. The infrared blast could literally mean time travel to some people, depending on how it takes on. So I just kind of figured out, obviously you probably know that I'm using DaVinci Resolve now instead of the Adobe Suite. What I kind of liked about the Adobe Suite when I was trying that out back then was it uses a layer-based system, whereas if you want to accomplish the same thing in DaVinci Resolve on the Fusion page, you'll be doing a whole bunch of nodes, which are kind of like layers, and that could take a little bit of getting used to if you're not familiar with the concept of nodes. I may have already covered this to some extent, I don't know. But yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to, particularly if you're used to layer-based system. I mean, if you're not used to anything and you're learning one thing, then learning nodes might not be too bad. But if you're very used to layer-based systems, where everything is done in layers like in Photoshop or After Effects, then it will probably take some getting used to. But yeah, I am getting relatively confident with the node-based system now, which is crazy to say. But yeah, Casey Ferris has some really useful videos online. I decided to take a couple of his courses as well, because he's been incredibly useful in my journey of learning DaVinci Resolve. And since I anticipate probably using that indefinitely rather than switching to something else in the future, I kind of want to learn how to be efficient in it, kind of like what I did with Premiere and After Effects at one point, using auto hotkey and whatnot. So I kind of, if I'm going to be using that software, I may as well learn how to become really proficient. So I took a couple courses that allows me to also support Casey Ferris. And I think his teaching style is just off the charts amazing. So it provides an opportunity for that. It's kind of a win situation for me in pretty much all aspects. But the stuff that he provides online, you can probably get away with, especially if you practice using it. You can learn those basics from Casey Ferris and then just get experience. Like if you're trying to do something that you're not really familiar with, just get experience with it. And then all of a sudden you'll get to a point where you can kind of do things without having to get much more experience to accomplish a task. And yeah, I say learn the basics from Casey and then just start using it. Be familiar or be prepared to have to spend a bit more time on it initially. But once you start doing a bunch of stuff, then man, you will start to definitely getting used to it and not giving it that much thought eventually. I'm probably still at a point where I will have to give it a fair bit of thought, but I'm thinking of maybe doing a live stream in a few months sometime where I did this hologram effect one time, which you can find in my unlisted videos worth sharing playlist. And I'm thinking of replicating that effect that I did in DaVinci Resolve Fusion. Like after I get skills from doing this video, like more skills, and actually have a place to apply concepts, I'm going to try to replicate the hologram effect in DaVinci Resolve from start to finish. Well, first I'm probably going to get permission from the people who I got that hologram effect from, first of all. I'm sure they're going to be okay with it. I basically got some preset off of Flatpak Effects. That's a YouTube channel, Flatpak FX. And yeah, I basically adapted their hologram to what I wanted to do. And I did a few other things as well. I think it would be kind of interesting to challenge myself, almost like a programming challenge, except I'm challenging myself to make this hologram effect and do all those things from start to finish, where there's going to be a fair amount of unknowns. Then I can kind of walk through my thought process, and I'm kind of hoping to give people confidence in Fusion and that node-based system by showing it. So I'm going to try to be somewhat verbose with my thought process. I think that would be kind of cool. I certainly don't want to reduce Casey's audience or anything, though, by doing this, but I mean, I'm going to be promoting Casey's channel big time on that stream, I'm sure. I mean, even if you don't really want to learn much new about Fusion, I still think he's a cool guy to watch regardless. Yesterday, I believe, I watched a mini documentary on his channel about trying to make an animation in 1 week using only DaVinci Resolve. Like, no other software was allowed, and I thought it was a really interesting mini documentary. So yeah, I watched that just because I'm not really familiar with how animation works, but they kind of gave some ideas on how animation actually works. So I mean, of course they didn't show how to animate or anything like that, but they definitely showed the kind of stuff it entails. So I thought that was really fascinating. But yeah, I mean, even though there are courses that are kind of expensive, you can definitely, I think you can get away with the free stuff that's on YouTube. But if you do feel like supporting Casey and want to learn really thoroughly, then I would definitely recommend the beginner and possibly advanced Fusion course, where you can kind of learn, particularly to learn about the in and outs of green screen, because there are a ton of nuances regarding green screen in Fusion. I mean, there's like a whole science to it, as well as 3D stuff. Like, that's primarily why I decided to also get the course, so I could get a much better understanding of the nuances with green screen, because it kind of annoys me right now, because I barely know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm botching it just to get something working, and then I almost wish I hadn't done it at all, because it didn't turn out nearly as great as I would have liked. Sometimes I just run my video in OBS and record it through, just so I don't have to deal with trying to get green screen down, since it tends to work. OBS tends to work with almost everything with virtually no configuration when applying a green screen filter. But I think it's time for me to understand green screen, so I'm taking this course to get familiar with that. I haven't gotten that far in the course yet, but yeah, primarily green screen, and then the nuances with 3D and particles and things like that. And maybe even some expressions, because you can do expressions just like you can with After Effects. In fact, Casey does have some videos on his primary channel. He recently made a countdown timer, and I believe that involves expressions, if I'm not mistaken. And it's extremely similar to how it's done in After Effects. And there is even a pick whip, so if you like the pick whip in After Effects, Fusion has that as well, believe it or not. It has the same concepts. And now that they have a magic mask in Fusion, that's like the rotoscope tool that's in After Effects. It functions virtually the same as the rotoscope tool, but it actually has AI incorporated into it. So, but you do need the studio version, sadly, but I ended up getting the studio version because I'm thinking long term I'm probably going to keep using it indefinitely, assuming that Blackmagic doesn't jack it up to the point where I'm annoyed and feel like I have to switch to something else that's got a one-time fee. I really hope it stays that way, because there really isn't much else like that, especially to this level. There are certain things I hate about DaVinci Resolve that I just like Premiere better for, but I've learned to just get over those things, and now I don't really care much because I've gotten really used to the DaVinci Resolve workflow, and I really hope to keep using that long term. But yeah, anyway, why I'm bringing this up is, I'm sorry, I kind of did go off on a tangent a little bit. That's basically the editing software where I'm going to be doing the effects and stuff. And if you want to like get a little bit more familiar with what I was just talking about, you can look that up or make it relevant in your life if it's not already. But yeah, like I am going to do a live stream someday, at least I hope to, where I try to replicate, hopefully this isn't another one of my abandoned ideas, but I'm going to try to replicate the hologram effect in Fusion. I think there's so many concepts that are going to be incorporated that the vast majority of Fusion concept could be learned within that video. Like, I'm going to try to be somewhat verbose with my thought process so that I'm not just like doing things and then it's like, what did I just do there? I'm going to try to make it so that it makes sense what I'm doing, hopefully. And maybe if people request, I don't know, I'll provide maybe some of the footage that I used, especially if you want to try to follow along. And then, yeah, doing the live stream will be like honest and flow in somewhat of a realistic way, because if there's mistakes, that will be incorporated in there. Because I'm probably going to make mistakes with my thought process, and then hopefully by walking through my thought process, we learn how to essentially overcome that. Because the thought process will lead to overcoming those mistakes. But honestly, I would argue that using Fusion, it's like once you get the basic concepts, then it's kind of comes down to trial and error until you have a masterpiece. That kind of is what it comes down to. Like one time, like when I was first applying this concept, I basically made a scoreboard assets using Fusion, and I used a ton of nodes for that, but I feel like I did so much trial and error and I barely knew what I was doing. But it's one of those things where you just do that a bunch, then you get good. Alright, ramble over about that particular thing. So yeah, basically why I brought this up is I wanted to kind of get an idea on how I was going to do the beam effect, because I'm like, okay, am I going to be able to figure this out without suffering and struggling too much, wasting too much time? Well, so I just did a little bit of exploration. I didn't fully create it, but I just kind of figured it out at an abstract level, like maybe I'll do this and then I'll do that until I'm confident on what I'm doing, essentially. I'm like, I think with that approach, that will work. But I'm also at a point where even if that doesn't work, I'm now confident that I will be able to figure it out with relative ease once I start doing the VFX side of things, including the cloning and then also the infrared blast. Of course, I'm going to try to make it look like it's really coming from the remote, which might be a little tricky. If you aim a remote at a camera, you will see infrared on that camera, even though the human eye can't see that. But I'm going to try to make an artificial version of that so that I can exaggerate it to the point where it allows me to time travel. But yeah, I don't know 100% how I'm going to do it yet, but I've done enough exploration that I feel more confident in my ability to figure it out. Like, that's really what that exploration was. Getting confidence in my ability to figure out how I'm going to go about doing things at mostly an abstract level. So there's a couple things I don't know, but I'm confident that I'll be able to figure out those things that I do not know. I wanted to get to that level, and I feel pretty confident with that now. So now we got the cloning aspects that I pretty much am figuring out at this point. I'm more or less figuring out how the cloning works. So I've been practicing that scene where I confront myself, essentially, because that's really the only place where we're talking, and that's probably going to arguably be one of the most difficult parts of the video, at least recording it. So I kind of talked about the whole process a fair bit already, I think. I've given tips on how treating everything like a rehearsal, first of all, don't ever like have a final take. I've gone over a lot of that, so I'm not gonna do that again, but I'm gonna go over some stuff that I kind of figured out since last time, because last time I never actually practiced any of that yet. So is there anything new I discovered since I practiced, or maybe something that even contradicts what I said before? Well, first of all, I want to reiterate on how important it is. So obviously it's one thing if the whole video is essentially the cloning part, like my Zoom video, or the part where I showed my alter ego their computer. Like, that's pretty much the whole point of the video, the primary piece. Whereas in this time travel film, the clones running into each other is only a tiny slither of the main important points and gist. So you can imagine that since the cloning part is really just a tiny slither of the main video, you can imagine how it's kind of important for me to keep it really focused and structured. It's kind of difficult to spontaneously structure it because it could kind of get off course. And I kind of mentioned, if possible, don't script out the whole thing and be as spontaneous as possible. But it might not always be easy to do that, especially if you need to kind of make it structured, minimize potential mistakes that could get in there and those types of things. But yeah, despite the somewhat more structured format, I think it's still pretty important to practice things relatively loosely. And I'll share a trick in a little bit that I found incredibly helpful for doing this. I've never actually done this before, but now that I've applied it, I definitely think this is the way to go if you have to practice a slightly more structured approach for this. But I still think it's kind of important to not get it exact. Again, I'll maybe go over more details related to this when I share my trick, because in my mind this is one of the only ways to do it, to practice for the structured approach. Now, one other tip that I find incredibly useful for this is spaced repetition. So the idea of spaced repetition is obviously you have to rehearse for it, but if it's possible, try to minimize how much you do in a single session and do it over the course of time. Because spaced repetition, I think it definitely has some magic abilities. Because, yeah, as you do everything in one session, that could cause the mind to eventually become cloudy over time. And even if you get stuff down really good where you can practically recite it from studying in one session, stuff is going to disappear over time. And then all of a sudden you'll have a little bit more work to do in certain areas anyway, despite how much effort you try to put in memorizing the whole thing in one session. Like, there's only so much detail you can consolidate at one time, usually. If you have an eidetic memory, then it might be a bit of a different story, but I definitely do not. I mean, numbers tend to stick pretty easy for me, but I don't know if that necessarily means I have an eidetic memory, necessarily. I mean, sometimes it is kind of questionable, and I do wonder if I have an eidetic memory every once in a while, though, because sometimes I'll recall numbers, and I'm like, where did that come from? Or maybe I'll have to recall a number for a certain thing, like, I don't know, the credit card number or the bank routing number, and then I'm like, when did that get in my head? Or if I need to type in an IP address to connect to a device or something like that, I just start typing, and then I'm like, why did I remember that? I didn't even memorize that or anything. I mean, like, when it comes to words, I'm like probably below average on that. I've done some word tests where you have to memorize a list of words, and then you learn some sort of memorization system afterwards, and you memorize a list of words again. Then you do a lot better with that system. But when I do it without the system, if I have like a minute to study 10 words, I'm maybe going to get 1 or 2 of them. Whereas quite a few other people seem to be able to get like 4 or 5 or something like that. When it comes to numbers, I'm pretty good, but when it comes to words or faces and names and that sort of thing, I am the worst. I would be a really bad doctor because I'm bad at remembering names. But anyway, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. Like, when it comes to memorizing a script, though, for whatever it may be, I'm pretty bad at that. If I'm, like, preparing for a presentation, I've had times where I would literally practice for 3 or 4 hours because I felt like I wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. And then if I lose my train of thought, I'm screwed, or at least that's how it feels. I mean, if I'm able to get away with doing it as spontaneously as possible, that's definitely my jam right there. But yeah, when it comes to memorizing more structured things, I'm not actually that great at it. Or at least it takes me a lot of effort to achieve that. But spaced repetition, that's the original point I'm trying to make. Spaced repetition is incredibly useful because, I mean, it was definitely useful when I was studying pi, for example. You probably know that I studied 5,000 digits of pi at one point, and something I wish I would have definitely done more is spaced repetition. In fact, I did try to get to 10,000 digits, but I didn't really employ spaced repetition. Trust me, if I've taken like an extra 20 or 30 minutes per week to do spaced repetition, I would have been able to achieve the 10,000 digits with not that much more effort. See, I did study 10,000 digits, and I had quite a bit of that down at one point. But if I would have done some spaced repetition with the overall digits while I'm studying specific digits, man, I'm telling you, I could have easily done the 10,000 digits for Pi Day that year that I aimed to do 10,000, but only got 5,000. Spaced repetition would have literally been my friend right there. Like, why I think it's useful is because even if you do try to remember everything in a session and you do manage to get everything, like all the pi digits or the script or whatever it is, there's gonna be things lost over time, and then you're almost like, I studied that? That doesn't seem familiar, because that's how much the mind literally forgot. That can totally be a thing. But spaced repetition, since you're gonna forget stuff over time anyway, you may as well shorten your sessions and then spend that time towards more spaced repetition. And then it consolidates a lot better than it otherwise would. I mean, they always say, like, don't cram last minute. I mean, I am really bad when it comes to cramming last minute, and I feel like I have to do that. Like, if I was studying for a test or something, I just feel like I have to cram last minute. I feel like even if I did try to study early on, I don't really know what I'm supposed to study, and then, yeah, it feels like a waste of time in that regard. But, yeah, no, spaced repetition definitely has its merits in my mind. Not only because you're reinforcing things more, like just overall rather than all at once. Like, even if you do something for several hours, you're gonna still forget most of that over time. And even if it seems like it's impossible to forget at that time, you're gonna probably lose most of it to the point where you can literally only sum up all those hours that you felt like you remembered so much of before. Now, that depends on people's retrospective memory, of course, but in general, that's probably how it's going to be, especially when you're not trying to remember experiences for later. However, if there was like a more spaced repetition involved with that, then it's probably going to be a little bit more consolidated overall. And then the other reason why I think spaced repetition is useful is because when you try to remember something, some things are going to be quite easy to remember, but other things the mind has to work a lot more at to be able to remember some given thing. And the benefit of not being like super thorough and then doing spaced repetition over time rather than all at once is you start to get an idea on what the mind is good at remembering and what it generally needs to work on. That actually allows you to prioritize certain things, because when you're studying in one session, you really don't get an idea on what the mind can easily memorize and what you need more work on. By doing spaced repetition, it gives you a really good idea on that. And then you can actually prioritize things and waste less time by focusing less on the things that come easy to the mind and more on the difficult things. If you do spaced repetition multiple times, then some things will repeatedly be difficult, and then it's very apparent where you need to work and improve what you're remembering. If you study all in one session, you're just not going to get that. Even if you can get everything in one session, well, in like a day or two's worth of time, some things will just kind of fade, or some detail will be lost, at least, where you have to kind of work at it to bring it back to the mind, despite all the effort you put into a single session. So spaced repetition, you may as well just do it over time anyway, and then you can get an idea on what the mind can easily remember and what it can't. And then, of course, in some ways, you'll feel like you're actually getting more repetition by doing it over time, even though it may actually be the same amount as a single session. And then things are just consolidated more that way too. So why this is relevant is remembering the script for the clones that I'm doing. Rather than trying to remember it in long sessions, I do spaced repetition with it, like very on and off. And I try to keep it brief with each study session as well, because I do still want to have some spontaneity with these things. And then, because I almost feel like, for me, like with the clone stuff, I know that I'm studying the script and stuff, but I almost feel like I'm not doing it for the sake of studying and remembering the script, but rather to get into the mindset of what the clone interaction is all about. Because, yeah, if you do the clone, I would almost argue that there's a mindset associated with that. And the more structured it is, the more important it is to be familiar with the mindset that will come with doing the clones. I mean, like if you're talking with friends or family, for example, you don't really have to put a whole lot of effort into the mindset that goes with that. Because you can just kind of talk about most topics usually without like preparation of getting into the mindset and that sort of thing. You can just mostly do that spontaneously. But if you're cloning yourself, there's a lot of tricky stuff that can go with that, especially if you are trying to do it spontaneously. I would argue that for those, you do mostly have to kind of get into a mindset, unless it's one where the whole video is a clone and you have a structure where it's very loose and spontaneity is extremely allowed. In those situations, you don't have to hone into the mindset of the clone very much. But, I mean, for the Zoom video that I did where I called myself on Zoom, I did some pretty complex programming stuff in there, and I'd say I kind of had to get into the mindset of that. But I do feel like I still could have done that without scripting it, and I think I already kind of talked about that earlier, so I won't go over that again. But yeah, even though I'm memorizing the script, I'm not doing it for the sake of remembering everything we're saying, but rather to get honed into the mindsets. And I feel like if that's your goal, to get into the mindset rather than memorizing every word and everything, I think spaced repetition is the best way to get into a mindset that's not natural without practice, and where you want to be spontaneous and natural. I think spaced repetition is really the only way to accomplish that, while also keeping things really natural too. Like, I don't really think there's a way around it, and I don't think there's a better way to accomplish that than spaced repetition. So yeah, I don't think I can emphasize the importance of spaced repetition enough. Yeah, the mind, when it takes in a lot of information, some of it will just get lost, and then some of it gets kept. But spaced repetition, you're literally going to have many different perspectives with each session, and then it could be a lot more effective to remember stuff. So yeah, with Pi, I did mostly long sessions when spaced repetition would have been way better. Trust me on that one. And then when I combined my current set of digits with the overall digits, I should have done spaced repetition on that also. Not just what I'm focusing on, but everything overall. At least once a week. I thought I was saving time by just focusing on my chunks and then combining all my little chunks of digits together into one. But actually, I would have saved time by doing spaced repetition with everything at least once a week. Even though I'm well into the thousands, repeating everything that seems obvious, it's not actually all that obvious over time. You do kind of lose that. I mean, like right now, for example, I might be able to do 1,000 digits still to this day, even though I haven't studied it for years. But I can't go much beyond that. I may also do some more Pi Day videos, by the way. Like ones where I don't have to study. Because I still do know quite a bit, so there's quite a few cool things I can do with it yet. That I might have a few more Pi Day videos doing some of those other things that really don't require much studying. But yeah, I mean, even learning a new language, I think there's going to be a lot of merit in doing spaced repetition with that too, I'm sure. Like you maybe do a single session that covers everything at least once, but as you're consolidating it, that should be split into spaced sessions or repetition, in my opinion. Like I've studied thousands of digits of pi, and trust me, that is one thing I would have done a lot differently. And I have done it a little bit. Not nearly as much as I would have liked though. So yeah, I mean, if you want to understand the mindset of clones without memorizing it and still encouraging spontaneity, spaced repetition is probably one of the best ways to achieve that. That's why if you can prepare for it months in advance, that can be really helpful. But like how much you space it would obviously depend on the scenario. But if you can space it relatively quite a bit, then I would strongly encourage that. So if you have a week to study for something like the cloning or whatever, I would maybe get the overall gist and the extremely short-term memory in one session, but where you could still easily forget most of it in a single day, and then basically space it out from there. I'll give an example of how I did that recently using this trick that I'm about to share. I think now I'm at a point, now that I've emphasized spaced repetition enough, I think I'm at a point where I could share that trick that I'm talking about. So since I had like basically a 3-minute script, what I decided to do was take an audio recording of that script. And what I previously did was I recorded one of the clones while leaving space in there for the second one to talk. And then I recorded the second clone while leaving space for the first one to talk. I don't like that, the way of doing that. I don't recommend doing things that way when recording audio to basically reference them. What I would recommend, what I did in my case, I feel like I should give some context, but I'm going to kind of go over it one step at a time, and all the context will eventually come into place. I mean, basically, I like to record them and then reference them, which I think is useful for practicing. I think that's all the context you really need to know before I delve into this now. So, yeah, what I found really useful was I basically record both clones in a single recording. I just kind of narrate it more or less what the script is. It's mainly going to ultimately be used as a mental reference later on. So I just record the whole script, one clone after the other. And if I previously split each clone into 2 separate scripts, I want to combine that into one continuous script rather than 2 separate ones like I may have done before. And then I record it all in one session, both clones in the same recording. But then what I did was I brought it into my video editor and essentially made jump cuts when it switches between each clone. And then I put those separate clips created from the jump cuts into separate audio tracks. And I have an audio track for each clone. Even though I recorded it all at once with both clones in there, I later split it into 2 separate tracks in post-production. And then what that allows me to do is I can still reference the whole thing as one recording, but I can also mute one of the tracks, which is so useful for practicing either one of the clones. And of course, that would be applicable to more than 2 clones as well. If you had to practice like 4 clones, for example, that's definitely a useful way to do that. So yeah, I record a continuous recording and try to time it what I expect it would be in reality, but it doesn't have to be exact or anything, because I can shift that in post-production as well pretty easily. It might be kind of tempting to try to get that stuff up front so you can minimize what you do in post-production, but I tried to get perfect and spent a lot of time doing multiple takes until I had the timing the way I wanted, but I still ended up doing a fair amount of correction during post-production anyway. Just be loose with that during the recording and do all the adjustments in post-production anyway. You will actually save time doing that. At least that's what happened to me, and I think that's very likely going to happen. And then what's also nice is when you practice, you can adjust the timing based on how the practices go as well, until you can get kind of a uniform feel for the timings, if that's what you want to go for. And I think with spaced repetition, getting used to the timings is just kind of bound to happen as a side effect of doing that. So yeah, now that I got 2 separate audio tracks, one with each clone, I then practice each clone one at a time. And then I listen to the audio of one of the clones and I play the other clone, try to follow along with the audio of one of them. It's going to go really bad at first, but man, I think that's a much better way to do it than studying the script. If it's at all possible, I would recommend avoiding studying the script at all costs, except for when you're writing it. But if you're studying for the sake of studying and not like trying to perfect the script, so to speak, then all the practice should happen with audio recordings only and not like looking at the script. I really think looking at the script isn't very effective at all. Doing the audio recording simulates the real production environment, if you will, a lot more than looking at the script will, and just kind of going over it mentally. Do yourself a favor, do that audio recording as soon as possible. In fact, if it's at all possible, don't practice at all without the audio recording. Actually, if it's even possible, don't script it at all and just have an overall gist while encouraging spontaneity with it. And then doing multiple takes until the spontaneity works out perfectly or well enough. Like even with that Zoom video I did on YouTube, there were a couple mistakes, but it was well enough that it makes up less than 1% of the video, so I just went with it. What more do you want from me? It's that sort of thing. But yeah, when it comes to practicing, do the audio recording pretty much from the start. Save yourself a lot of time. And then yeah, when I first started doing the audio recordings, the practices went really awful. But you can imagine how much I learned from each practice rehearsal, that it wasn't long before it started going pretty well overall. But yeah, as far as spaced repetition goes, I actually kind of like the idea of doing a single session for each clone until you can basically get through without stopping and feeling like you have to start over. And actually, if you make mistakes, I would recommend going all the way through. You're going to make mistakes later on anyway. You may as well learn those mistakes in one session rather than trying to avoid these mistakes and then make later ones start over again. Just go all the way through regardless of mistakes. If it's possible. If you're too lost that you can't do it, then you can go back. But if you're able to pick yourself up again after making a mistake without stopping, do that. Actually, I would allow stopping at first too. Like if you need to take a few seconds to get back on track before you resume, that's definitely okay at first. But as you start practicing more, try to go all the way through without stopping, even if you make mistakes during the rehearsals. It will be tempting to start again, trust me, but that temptation is also probably, whatever the mind is doing with that temptation is also probably consolidating it a lot more effectively too. So you're probably going to actually learn more effectively by going all the way through despite mistakes than you are basically starting over if you make mistakes. That's why I always say treat everything like a rehearsal during the actual thing too, because you're going to learn from mistakes so effectively, especially if you are going to make later mistakes in the same session basically, or the same round. Yeah, and then also you have to, like I said before, you kind of have to be in a mindset to be able to do this, but even if you make mistakes and continue on, you're actually getting in the mindset quicker than you probably realize just by going all the way through. Even if you make mistakes, it's still helping you get into the mindset and getting honed in. So it might seem like a waste of time to go all the way through, even if you made mistakes. But again, it's also helping you get honed into the mindset too. Even if it seems like a waste of time, it's not, because you're getting honed in, even without starting over. In fact, you're probably going to get more honed in by not starting over than you would by starting over and over again until you get things down. And then, yeah, you also reduce the mental overhead significantly by practicing with audio recordings versus reading the script and trying to mentally practice. It's just, in my mind, it's so much easier because it is a lot more like a real conversation. Because, yeah, when you do these clones, they're likely going to have conversational flow. And doing these audio recordings allows you to practice with the conversational flow as close to the real thing as possible. Even though on the real thing, you might not be able to listen to audio for the first clone, that doesn't matter so much, because that conversational flow will actually allow you to learn it to the point where you can do it without using audio for a reference with the very first clone. Because as I said before, you are probably going to do one clone where you mentally do all the clones, and then the second clone can basically react to the first one more or less. But when you're practicing, being able to react even with the first clone will help you practice a lot more effectively. Then when you're in the mindset, you'll be able to do other things a lot easier and more spontaneously. In fact, if you're getting used to the concept, I recommend trying to go completely unscripted. Just try it once. Even if it's the most random thing, just try full spontaneity. And then you'd be surprised how much better you get at the overall cloning concept just by doing that. It is quite shocking. So yeah, I mean, when I did my audio practice, it went pretty terribly. I also want to clarify, I should have clarified this sooner. There are no hard and fast rules when it comes to this. I'm just stating things that seem to work really well for me. But yeah, when you're first practicing and it goes terribly, you can pause if you want at first, or even go back a little bit if it's necessary to get back on track. But over time, you're probably going to find you'll be able to do that a lot less. And I would say don't even really worry about trying to get it exact. Basically just keep going until you can spontaneously do it relatively reliably, even if it goes slightly off script, but it still works overall. Because even though I have a script, there's probably like 10 or 15 different ways where it could still work perfectly fine. If I could get to that level where I can make it work relatively reliably, even if there's like mistakes and I try to fake it so it works just for that session spontaneously, that I want to get to a point where I could do that. And then basically, if I'm able to get to that level, even if I'm not exactly how I would like to be yet, but I'm still able to do it spontaneously, then technically I can argue that I've honed into the mindset required to do it. So yeah, it will probably go really badly at first, but then so basically what I actually did was I stopped as soon as I did both clones all the way through. And then next time I did the same thing again. Even if I didn't have it down very good when I finished, I still do spaced repetition in that fashion. And that works unbelievably well. I actually picked it up a lot faster than I thought I would. It felt like it was going really slowly for a while and it was dragged on. But then all of a sudden, it went from being dragged on to practically having the whole thing all at once. It was almost as if I memorized it overnight in my sleep. even though it felt like I didn't have it at all the day before. Like, it will probably come to you when you least expect it to. And the beauty of it is, it actually doesn't take that much longer, even if it was 20 minutes long. I actually think I wouldn't have spent all that much more time on it compared to what I spent on it for this. With that nature of spaced repetition and just going through it all once. I actually find the amount of time it takes really doesn't make that much difference in the grand scheme of things when it comes to memorizing it. It almost doesn't necessarily feel like I'm memorizing more. I'm really just doing it for the sake of getting into the mindset. And then once I'm in the mindset, I can practically go through the whole thing from memory. It is really odd just how that works. Oh no, I missed my exits just now. Come on. Well, there's a couple exits where I could still be relatively efficient at getting to Studio A. Turning around is not going to do me any good. I'm just going to take the next exit because it doesn't add that much more time, but it still adds a little bit. But yeah, so basically, even when I'm first practicing, I stop as soon as I run through both clones, basically all the way to the finish point, even if not perfectly. In fact, if there's mistakes, then I just kind of allow them to happen if I can go all the way through continuously, and then just kind of move past the mistake. I mean, we make so many mistakes through our life, yet we kind of move past it, almost like nothing happened. At least eventually it gets to the point where it kind of does feel like nothing happened. Same thing with the clone. Treat it like how we go through life. We're not rehearsing what we do in life. So like if I'm performing a morning routine and I screw up, I'm not going to be rehearsing until I can go all the way through in one morning, right? I'm just doing what it takes to get through the whole thing in that morning, and then hopefully the next day I'll do better, right? We're not rehearsing for our morning routine and things like that. Now, like if we have breakfast and we accidentally choke, for example, that doesn't mean we're going to start breakfast over again. We just move past that mistake and just get all the way through. I would say it's the same thing with the clones. Get through it just like how you get through things in life for the most part. There will be some situations at first where I feel like I have to start over and look at the script again. It's okay for me to pause if I need to look at the script, but I preferably don't start over if it's possible. I may have to go back a few lines to get back on track though, that's fine. I am actually learning quite a lot, even going back that much, but preferably not all the way to the beginning. I try to minimize how far back I go if possible. And then once I get all the way through one clone, then I do the other clone. Even if I feel like I barely have it memorized at all, I move on. And then with spaced repetition, I keep practicing again. You'd be surprised how much more effective I might be than trying to get it relatively well in a single session. So yeah, I say minimize the sessions and do spaced repetition as much as possible. And then yeah, it might feel kind of slow at first, but when you come back to it, you'd be surprised how much you actually learned from it, even if it didn't feel like you learned anything right away. You'd be surprised. I mean, I felt awful when I was doing it at first. I felt like I was awful at what I was doing. But it really did not take long before I started becoming really good, to the point where I decided to stop doing spaced repetition because I learned it unexpectedly well. Yeah, I honestly learned it a lot faster than I thought I would by doing that. At first, it felt like it was going to be a lot slower than I thought, but then it wasn't long before it was suddenly faster than I thought. It's really surprising how that panned out. I honestly feel like I would not have spent that much more time if it was 20 minutes versus 3 minutes. That's how effective this is. I'm not kidding. It's really effective. It almost doesn't make that much of a difference how long it is, in my opinion. But if I'm studying the script and trying to memorize it that way, then it feels like it makes all the difference in the world. But when I do this audio approach, then it barely feels like it makes any difference at all. It's so nice to be able to control which track plays just with a click. Then it makes it so easy to practice either clone. So yeah, if you're doing structured clone stuff, get into the mindset this way. At least I found it to be very effective. It could be different for other people, but honestly, I don't really see that being the case. I could see this being pretty uniform for the vast majority of people who were to do this sort of thing. Again, I'm not even practicing for the sake of remembering the script. I'm doing it to get into the mindset of the kind of stuff I want for the video. There are specific things I want to do, so I am kind of memorizing those, but from the perspective of memorizing everything, I'm not trying to memorize it like I'm memorizing lines from a play. Not at all. I'm doing it mostly for getting in the mindset. That's what my angle is here. I'm not coming at it to memorize it, I'm coming at it to get into the mindset of the script, essentially. You know, when I talked about how much pi I have left, that makes me really tempted to recite it right now. I think I mostly covered what I wanted with the video, so I think I will conclude this particular segment of the pre-production by seeing what I remember of pi, and then we'll probably see that I've forgotten certain areas, or it'll take more effort for me to remember what it is. But yeah, I mean, watch the video where I do 5,000 digits if you want, and then listen to what I'm about to do when I conclude the time travel stuff, and you'll see just how much I've lost over the years. But you can imagine if I did space repetition even once every 3 months, I would probably have maintained a lot more, even if I did it just once. I'm telling you, space repetition is quite effective. I wish I could think of an analogy of what space repetition does. But yeah, I think that's more or less what it is now. So yeah, when I get back to Studio B, that's essentially when production's gonna start. Well, when I get back there and I'm gonna be there for a while, that's when production will start. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to cover regarding the time travel stuff. So let's see how much of pi I have memorized. Otherwise, we want to move on to the next part then. I mean, yeah, feel free to. Hopefully I'll have timestamps or something if you want to just skip past it. But if you're curious about how much I have, etc., then I'm about to do that now. We'll find out. So I'll start reciting pi, having not studied it for years. See how much I still have. I mean, I spent many hours studying this, mind you. Even the first 1,000 I spent several hours. I was thinking maybe someday for Pi Day I could study a group of digits and kind of walk through my process. I think that'd be kind of an interesting way to celebrate Pi. I don't know. But there's other cool ways that I don't want to share right now. But anyway, let me go over Pi's. Let's see what I have memorized and where I struggle. 3.1415926535. I'm going to do it at a comfortable rate too, by the way. I know on that last one I was kind of fast-paced and kind of hard to keep up with stuff, but I'm going to do it at a rate that feels mostly natural for me. So the next several minutes will be spent reciting pi, but I'm still prioritizing driving, of course. Anyway, 3.14159265358978323844197169393715105820974944592307845923078164 0628600899862823066470938446093844609550582231 725359408128481117450284102701938521 105559644622948954930381 964428233786783165271201914564856692346034861045432664 82133960726024587066063155881748880. Oh shoot, I don't know if I have these ones right. 8052. Now I don't remember what's next. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit, maybe that'll help. 0066 0631 5588 1748 8152 0920 9628 2925 40917 536 436 789 259 036 001 1330 530 882 0466 5213 8414 695 194 151 94330 572 7036 5759 5919 5309 2186 1173 8193 2611 7931 0511 8548 0744 623 799 62749 56735 1885 752 724 89122 7938 1830 1194 9129 8336 0336 2440 6566 430 8602 139494 6395 224 737 190702 1798 6094 3702 770539 217176 2931 7675 23846 1846 7662 4051. Okay, now I'm starting to lose my confidence. It's one of those things where if I saw it, then I'd immediately have it and then probably still remember it for weeks afterward, even if I just looked at it once. Now I forgot where I left off, by the way. I think it was... I'm going to go back a little bit. We'll just continue from wherever I feel like I am, roughly. 293176753846748184676694051320005681271. Now I'm lost again. Let me try that again and see if it works any better this time. 2931767538467481846766940513200056812714526. What? I think I went back a little bit further than I anticipated. I may have gone quite a bit further than let me try it again. 293176753846746954005682152268066. See, now I'm lost again. I'm also driving on top of that, which makes things a bit more difficult. 293176753846748184676940513200568127145263560 8336 336 2440 656 1798 6094 Shoot. I don't know where I am. I feel like I'm repeating myself, and I haven't got to the Feynman point yet, so I estimate I've done 600 something digits maybe. I have no clue. I did make a checkpoint while I was reciting, so I'll come back to that checkpoint. 37190702. I feel like I have to go back further now. I cannot go beyond that. I know some digits beyond that, but watching the video from 2018 would really help, by the way. Even just watching it once, I'd probably be able to do about as well as I did in that video. There's just some little holes that I have at this point. But you can imagine if I did spaced repetition, even once a year just for the first 1,000 digits, I bet you that I wouldn't be having this problem right now. Even just once a year spaced repetition with the first 1,000, then I'd be able to get past that no problem right now, I'm sure. Wait a minute. I just went through some of those digits I was stuck on in my head. 452-635-785-708-9609-135-853-710-503-01465-490-298-689-258-92-354-201-99-5621-21 or 5611-2129-02 5621-212 or 5611-2129 8. I'm gonna go back again. 896091736371782146844090122495343014654954873 or 9585371050792279 6892589235420199 56112129. No, That can't be right. 6892 5892 3542 0199 5611 2129 0721 134 999999837297804995611. Well, as you can see, I've lost a little bit of it. I mean, I haven't lost it entirely, but I've lost bits and pieces, so consistency is a little bit frizzled away at this point. Did I get to the Feynman point correctly? I could have skipped some digits possibly. That happened a little bit sooner than I thought it would. Let's start there again and see if I can go beyond that again. 0721 134 9999998372978049951. Oh boy, I don't remember that. 5611212902196086. Okay, I don't quite remember what comes after the 0286. I'm gonna skip ahead a little. 805321712268066130197876119590921642019989. That goes up to 1,000, and then beyond 1,000, it's probably gonna be a little dicey. 380952572010654858632788. Now I don't quite remember. Yeah, I'm lost. If I saw the digits again, I feel like I would remember it for several weeks, even just looking at it once. Like, I have it down in that sense. I probably do still have the numbers in my head, but I have to keep trying until it comes back. I think that's where I'll leave off. There's random bits and pieces that I probably still remember. Like, I remember what goes from 3257 to 3320, those digits. That was the example that I shared in my How to Memorize Pi video. Let's see, that one was 71206280439039759515 677157003396993600723055876317635942187. I know a little bit beyond that still. 31251471205329281918. I want to say 3673, but I'm almost positive that's wrong. 29281918 something. Alright, I think I made my point. I've lost quite a few digits, but space repetition could have probably allowed me to maintain it, even if it was once like every 6 months or something. Then I probably would have been able to maintain a fair amount at this point. But yeah, and if I had done more space repetition, I probably wouldn't even have to do as much space repetition in the future to begin with. Just because it'll be a little bit more consolidated, but now my mind's probably replaced stuff with other memories and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, if I'd done more space repetition, I wonder if I would have done better than I did just now, just through space repetition alone. Like when I was studying years ago, I mean, not even like every 6 months or whatever. If I had done that while I was actually studying in the first place, I bet you I would have done better tonight. So, yeah. Alright, I'm at Studio A, so this is a perfect place to wrap up. That'll be it for now, so hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. Otherwise, that's it for now, so thanks for listening, and as always, peace.